He lived an ordinary life until he remembered he used to be the Demon King, the one who destroyed armies and terrorized the world. Any normal person would have panicked, but he simply shrugged and went on to level up. Seriously, nothing bothered him at all. Now he farms dungeons, leveling up his skills and combining his demonic power with martial arts. But what will happen if his power gets out of control? The story began in 21st Century Seoul when a huge tower suddenly appeared out of nowhere, triggering the first cataclysm. Gates opened, monsters emerged, and the world plunged into chaos. However, humans capable of defeating monsters soon emerged. Hunters. Hunter unions and guilds formed a system, and just when everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, the second cataclysm occurred. A war broke out between the divine world of Elysium and the demon world of Pandemonium. The king of the demon world, Deimos, led hordes of demons and attacked Earth, but divine beings from Elysium emerged and opposed the demons. Earth became a battlefield. The end to this brutal war was brought by one who belonged neither to the fearless divine race nor to the cruel demon race, the savior of humanity, a hero. Even among the awakened, he possessed incredible power, thanks to which he was able to destroy the demon king and end the war. After that, a peaceful time set in, lasting almost 30 years. Sometime later in Seoul, specifically at the National Museum of Art, a little boy pointed at a hero statue and told his mother that it was their hero. Another person asked, "So today is that day?" John Minchall, the main character standing near the statue, looked at his phone and thought he didn't feel like doing the group assignment. Only the professor didn't understand how useless these group assignments were. And what does he do on his day off? He looked at the family nearby and said with a smile that he'd been wondering why there were so many people, but it seemed like everyone was on a field trip. All the students, looking at the statue, began to say that they wanted to be like their hero. MC thought that it seemed like nothing had changed. As a child, he could reach the hero statue blindly. 20 years ago, during a field trip, his classmate admiringly asked how someone could be so tall. So the hero was a giant. The protagonist wondered if he really thought that was possible. At that moment, the guide called out to all the children and explained that the hero, even among hunters, possessed unimaginable strength. And with this strength, he protected people. If not for the hero's actions, the war would still be going on. Unfortunately, after the second cataclysm and the victory over the Demon King, he died. This statue was erected so that they would not forget the hero who sacrificed himself for them. So they should always live with gratitude, right? The protagonist was surprised to think that this was the strongest man in the world, right? He wanted to be as strong as him. Suddenly, the students began asking the teacher if they could become hunters if they tried hard enough. How did one even become a hunter? Would they be accepted as hunters if they studied well? The teacher became nervous and couldn't give a clear answer. In the present, MC thought about the teacher's hesitation at that moment. At the time, he didn't understand why. Becoming an official hunter is very difficult. It requires skill and luck. They were too young to realize that it was practically impossible for them. It certainly shocked his young soul back then. Incidentally, the meeting was approaching. Suddenly, his classmates ran up to him, noticing how early he was. The protagonist said they'd made it at the last minute, and he was about to cross them off the list. After that, they lined up to gather material for the report. One of the girls remarked, "They say Minchall is known in the department for his strictness. Last semester, he mercilessly crossed out Junsok, and Yeonmi burst into tears and caused a ruckus." Another student said that while he looked good, his soul was lost. The MC replied that he could actually hear everything. They should leave it at that. He looked at the enormous line and thought about how they were putting on display the hero's sword, so it was packed, even on a weekday. It had been a long time since the death of the hero who saved the world. To save the world, which had become a battlefield for the Demon King and divine beings, the hero, not sparing his own life, plunged his sword into the Demon King's very heart. And today was the first day the hero's sword, the divine sword Kalith, was on display for the public. A museum employee noted that the next visitors could enter. MC and his group entered, and he thought that this would certainly be more than enough for a report. Kalith's divine sword appeared before them. The protagonist wondered in surprise, is this the hero's sword? It seemed like something completely new. Suddenly, as he approached, the divine sword flew into the air. He wondered, perplexed, if he had imagined it, like the sword had moved or something. What was this? An event or a performance? The sword had just flown. Instantly, the divine blade pierced him. The hero himself appeared before him, wielding the sword. Suddenly, Minchall said in Deimos' voice that it was excellent. He was the demon lord. Who would have thought he'd meet such an outstanding warrior in such a remote dimension? His martial arts were commendable, and he wanted to hear his name. Horrified, MC wondered what that meant, that he was Deimos the demon lord? In response, the hero silently thrust the sword deeper. The demon lord chuckled and asked, does he even refuse to speak to him? Still, he should remain vigilant, for they would meet again. A moment later, Minchall fell to the floor, feeling as if his head was exploding. A short time later, he woke up to the sound of his classmates shouting for him. The protagonist sat up, perplexed. What had happened? Had he passed out? His head was pounding. One of the students asked if he was okay. He'd suddenly fainted. Should he call an ambulance? The protagonist pointed to the artifact and wondered why that sword had just risen and pierced him. They asked, confused, what he was talking about. He stared at the sword and then suddenly passed out. Had he fallen asleep standing up? Minchall, in shock, wondered if he'd imagined it all. But it was all so real. When he saw the divine sword, Strange images appeared in his head. 23 years ago, the Demon King came to Earth to destroy the world. He was the ruler of one of the 4 dimensions, Pandemonium, the Demon King, the commander-in-chief of Deimos. Why here? That's what they called him in his past life. After some time, the students handed in their reports, received good grades, and happily said he'd done a great job. Who would have thought they could get an A from that picky teacher? MC, looking very tired, replied that they were all doing well. A student asked if he was okay. He'd been like this ever since the museum trip. Is he sure he doesn't need to go to the hospital? He replied that there was nothing wrong. He just had a lot to think about. He would move on. At that moment, a friend called out to him and asked where he'd gone. What about the end of exam celebration? He's refusing a drink. Did something really happen? The protagonist walked away from them and thought that celebration or anything else was unimportant. His head was a complete mess right now. After all, he, an ordinary, humble guy, turned out to be the reincarnation of the Demon King. When Deimos invaded Earth, many people were injured and killed. He'd lived his whole life hating him with all his heart. But in the end, that bastard was him? There's no way he can get his old body back. And Minchiol didn't gain any special abilities. So why does he need these memories? Besides, he has another question. Why did he, being the Demon King, die in the first place? After all, his body on Earth was a substitute. So after death, his spirit should have returned to his real body. Besides, the hero, who was perfectly fine, died with him. No. What good are these thoughts? It's useless to waste time pondering something like that. He'd better think about what he can do now. The gap between Deimos and Minchiol begins with mana. For beings belonging to a higher dimension, feeling mana is easier than walking or breathing. Very few people, belonging to a lower dimension, are able to sense magical energy. Although he remembers the method, you need to breathe deeply and focus your consciousness. The protagonist did everything as directed. Suddenly, a system window appeared, notifying him that he had sensed mana and met the conditions. He began to wonder if he now needed to gradually remember how to use mana. More system windows appeared, indicating that the awakening was beginning and that he was entering the Akasha records. A search for a suitable awakened skill was being conducted in the Akasha Chronicles. A system status was added. Awakened Minchiol received a unique player ability. The MC, shocked, asked, "Is it that simple?" Afterwards, he sat down on a bench and thought about how his head was already in disarray from being the Demon King in his past life, and now he was awakened. Should he laugh or cry? A system window appeared, stating that player Minchiol could use the status window. The status window is his ability. Have him say status window out loud and check his stats. The protagonist said he understood everything. He just needed to check it. After he spoke the phrase, 2 status windows appeared, displaying his stats, S rank, and a limitation, the player's unique ability, information check, which can be applied to any object. His unique ability is that his karma is so powerful that it can overturn the laws of this world. By defeating monsters and gaining points, he can change those laws. MC, perplexed, asked, "Can you become stronger by defeating monsters?" It sounds like a game. He wondered if higher and lower dimensions are divided by the magnitude of their karma. Creatures from higher dimensions have powerful karma, so they have more power than creatures from lower dimensions. The difference in power creates a chasm. For this reason, when a creature from a higher dimension enters a lower one, it must use a substitute body. It also creates a restraint, all to maintain balance. These are the laws of dimensions. So the Demon King used a substitute body, but does he have the power to change these laws? In that case, he might exceed his limit. An ordinary human, Minchiol, no longer the Demon King, can do nothing for humanity. Pandemonium and Elysium have already concluded a truce and paid compensation. If people, just recovering from the cataclysm, learn of the Demon King's revival, the world will plunge into chaos again. Plus, he needs to somehow continue living as Minchiol. Well, since that's how it works, he'll use the information from his past life, and when he gets stronger, he'll contribute to humanity's prosperity. Isn't that enough? Besides, in his past life, he just wanted to get stronger, so he'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, first, he needs to do something with magic. Deimos's memories contain a whole bunch of ways to increase mana. He needs to study that. When it got dark, MC arrived at the clearing and drew a circle to collect a large amount of mana. A system window appeared, stating that the type was a circle technique, rank S, and 100% completion. He mused that this was a magic circle inherited by Demon Kings from generation to generation. It concentrated mana by gathering it from the surrounding environment. Currently, there was no driving force in this circle, so the circle was inactive. But what if he added a magic item? When the protagonist placed the magic item in the circle, runes instantly appeared, followed by a system window stating that an E-rank mana stone had been used to complete the mana magic circle. The mana magic circle detected an energy source, causing it to activate. Magic power increased by 450%, lasting 5 minutes. The protagonist assumed a mana absorption pose and mused that the mana concentration was so strong that it was visible to the naked eye. The perfect setting to begin pranayama. He needed to draw in natural mana through his breath and store it within himself. This is basic pranayama, which everyone knows. But what he must learn is breathing, which allows him to create a miniature cosmos in his mind by absorbing the energy of stars, demonics. Back when he was Deimos, he made a contract with a celestial demon and entered a dimension called Mirim. There, he learned an ancient spiritual technique, inaccessible to anyone except the great masters of demonic worship, the technique of the star system. Staying there for a long time, he was able to master and study various martial arts, eventually transforming them into a technique superior in power to the demonic combat system. He rose to the pinnacle of the demon world, precisely thanks to martial arts, so his choice is obvious. He fills it with a stream of stars. Instantly afterward, the magic circle literally glowed with magic. MC tensed up and thought that if he were distracted even for a second, his body would be torn apart by the power of the stars. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful stream of mana appeared around him. He wondered if he'd die or go mad if he stopped. A mere human's body couldn't contain the energy of the stars, but he'd been a demon king in his past life. He can handle any pain. After a while, a system window appeared, notifying him that the mana magic circle's duration had expired. The star system technique skill had reached 1 star. Under the influence of this technique, the body becomes stronger. Strength increased by 5, dexterity increased by 5, constitution increased by 4, stamina increased by 4, and magic increased by 20. Star system technique, type pranayama, rank EX, no limit. This is a magical pranayama of the highest dimension, creating a miniature cosmos within the mind. It transfers powerful waves from nebulae of light and darkness into the mind, which the user can use at their own discretion. The protagonist stretched and said his entire body was numb. Do the techniques he gains count as skills? Another system window appeared, notifying him that the powers of the light and dark nebulae were uniting. Opposing forces merged and gave birth to a new force. Magic is the power of the universe. Mana is the energy of the universe. He wondered, perplexed, what was this saying about the universe? After some time, MC returned home and, examining his stats, thought that this wasn't magic, but the power of the universe. He'd never heard of such a thing. The star system technique utilizes both the power of light and the power of darkness. But, since he was a demon in the past, he could only absorb the power of darkness? If the full star system technique allows him to absorb the power of 2 nebulae through breathing, then this time, he could definitely become the strongest in all dimensions. After some time, the protagonist came to the Hunter Registration Center and thought that in order to act as a hunter, it was absolutely necessary to register with the association. Some here rejoice at their awakening, while others deny their results. But he treats it sadly. When the protagonist received the document with information and saw that all the stats were E-ranked, he asked if there was an F rank. The association worker became embarrassed and replied that the lowest value was E. MC was perplexed, wondering why she was embarrassed. Had she really seen his results? He read the document carefully, finding that the unique ability was undefined. The protagonist wondered if the association had been unable to determine the power of the universe. He said he wanted to ask one question. What did the letters in parentheses mean in the stats section? The girl explained that they represented his potential abilities. Awakened beings in towers or gates can improve by defeating monsters. The limit of this improvement is indicated in parentheses. MC wondered if ordinary hunters had a predetermined limit of improvement, but that didn't apply to him. The worker noted that there were hunters said to be capable of obtaining greater powers than the association had determined. Even though he's too weak to go to the tower, there are plenty of areas where his abilities could be useful. He shouldn't be so upset. The protagonist thanked her, perplexed, and wondered if she was encouraging him, but he wasn't upset at all. Afterward, he went outside, where recruiters were busily recruiting more people to the association. The protagonist thought about how tirelessly they worked to lure awakened people into their guilds. He noticed 2 men who called out to him, but then immediately stopped. The MC wondered if they already knew he'd achieved E rank. Word spread quickly. Great, that would be less of a hassle for him. All his stats, except for magic, were E rank. To them, he's a weakling that any guild would want to discard. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone, informing him that the Hunter Association congratulated him on registering as a hunter. This informational message is being sent to all registered users. To become a hunter, you must officially register with the Hunters Association. The exam will determine your fitness to enter the Tower Gate. Location, Seoul, Mapogu District, Songsan-dong District, 240 Walled Cap Row Street. Time, the 2nd Monday of every month. The protagonist wondered if this was a licensing exam. Only 10 days left? Looks like he'll have to wait with leveling up. After some time, he realized that the exam randomly selects a challenge that tests his combat and survival skills. With his current stats, he's clearly a prime candidate for failure. To pass the exam, he should first improve his physical fitness. Afterward, the protagonist starts running, causing system windows to appear notifying him that his physical stats are increasing. Trying to catch his breath, he reflected on how he could increase his stats simply by controlling his breathing. He had practical experience from his past life. If he trained his body enough, he would definitely be able to pass the exam. During the day, he trains his body and pushes his limits, and at night, he trains his star system technique and perfects himself. Only 10 days? A week would be enough. After some time, MC opened the stats window and saw that his strength had increased to 21, agility to 20, constitution to 16, endurance to 18, universal power to 49, and universal energy had risen to 637. He joyfully thought that he only needed to look at these glittering numbers. This was all his blood, sweat, and tears shed this week. Well, it was worth it. Now he should focus on his star system technique. The protagonist thought about the nebulae of light and darkness. Two opposites collide and form a force, universal energy. In his past life, when he could only use dark power, it took him over a year to obtain the second star. And now he got it in just 2 weeks. On top of that, his physical fitness had improved. He can now master the skill 7-star Unknown Rogue Fist and Cloud Sliding Step. The former is a basic fighting technique consisting of 7 stances and created by numerous nameless rogues. To learn it, he needs to raise his internal energy and strengthen the relevant body parts. This technique is easy to combine with others, plus it involves fairly basic movements, so it's perfect for him right now. After some training, a system window appeared notifying him that he had acquired the skill 7-star Unknown Rogue Fist. Type Martial Art, Rank C. Restriction: one who controls magic or the power of the universe. By manipulating internal energy, one can strengthen a specific body part or awaken potential abilities, thereby instantly and significantly increasing attack power. Level 1 star. Strengthens a body part by 10%, consumes 4 units of universal energy per second. Ability to attack with strength and agility increased by 50%, consumes 10 units of universal energy. MC said he was curious how the techniques would be displayed, but just like the star system technique, the system considers them skills. He thought about how a C-rank fist was far below a star system technique, but for a basic combat skill, it was quite good. If he had his way, he would learn all the highest combat techniques, but without a foundation, that could lead to death. Okay, now he's using the skill Cloud Gliding Step. Frankly, he hadn't used this technique before, but in his current form, it suits him best. The name speaks for itself. This walking technique isn't capable of pushing back an enemy, but it's good for counterattacks and maintaining balance. A system window appeared, stating the skill was Cloud Gliding Step. Type Martial Art, Rank B. Restriction: one who manipulates magic or the power of the universe through a movement similar to the gliding of clouds. The technique helps one stand firm and unwavering. Level 1, 50% movement speed increase, 10% strength increase, and 20% damage dissipation when dodging. Stabilizes position, consuming 2 units of universal energy per second. MC thought he'd try practicing. He activated the skill, after which a system window appeared, notifying him that his movement speed had been increased by 50%, consuming 2 units of universal energy every second. He was surprised to find that this was different from what he knew. He was moving too fast now, and this was the Cloud Glide Step skill from the 1st star, but surely such speed can't be achieved until the 4th star? And it wasn't just his speed that had increased. No matter how quickly he moved, his balance was perfect. Could the martial arts he activated with the energy of the universe really be so much more advanced than those he acquired using dark magic? Afterwards, the protagonist saw a tree in front of him and asked with a smile, "What? I'll try it once." He delivered a powerful blow, causing a large tree to explode into splinters. MC, shocked, wondered if even basic combat techniques were capable of such a thing. He would easily reach the heights he'd reached in his past life. He looked at his bloodied hand and noted that if he attacked barehanded one more time, his entire body would disintegrate. It seemed he had no choice. Sometime later, the protagonist arrived at the Interstellar Alliance and entered the main building using his awakened registration card. He was greeted by a worker who happily thanked him for his visit and told him to tell them what brought him there, and she would show him right away. MC thought they were still as noisy as ever. This was an alliance of warrior merchants from different galaxies, one of the 3 strongest military forces spanning all dimensions, a trading alliance that sold powers and items to anyone, regardless of dimension or species. Their influence is so great that there's not a single species that hasn't at least once used the powers of the Interstellar Union. It's an organization no one would quarrel with. In short, they're shady traders who hide behind a neutral stance to rake in huge profits. The protagonist said he wanted to meet the branch manager. The girl, perplexed, replied, "Let him say it again." He said his code was R. He thought that should be enough to call the branch manager, right? The worker excitedly agreed and ran to call the manager. After a while, Marchin, the head of the Interstellar Union himself, began to scurry across the building. The adventurers watching him said it looked like a major deal was in the works. He then ran up to the protagonist and asked if he was a client with the code R, right? The thing is, VIPs rarely visit their branch. He asks to forgive their rudeness. He heard he wanted to use the interdimensional warehouse. Let him come this way, he'll lead him. MC scanned the dwarf, after which a system window appeared, stating his name was Marchan, race, dwarf, age 31. Distinctive feature, a natural-born merchant, strength 103. Unique ability, money sense. Thanks to his excellent money sense, he instinctively recognizes items that will bring success when invested. The protagonist reflected that he certainly looked like an old man, well worn by life, but by dwarven standards, he was still considered young. He had received the role of branch head at such a young age. It seemed he possessed outstanding abilities, and yet dwarves all looked the same. After some time, Marchin led him to the interdimensional warehouse. MC reflected that interdimensional transactions usually require a tremendous amount of time and money, but by creating the warehouse, the Union had significantly simplified transactions. It was the pride of the Union, having absorbed their core technologies. In his past life, he'd always complained about how much they charged just for renting out space. He never imagined he'd need it. They use high-tech here at a high price, so to use it, he needs to confirm the identity of a VIP, or leader of the Interstellar Union. There are only 24 such people known, and their identities are kept strictly confidential. In other words, even members of the Union won't be able to discover his true identity. MC placed his hand on the door, and a system window appeared, asking him to enter the magical fingerprint code R. He began to draw on the energy of the universe, causing the door to open. A system window appeared, notifying him that his identity had been confirmed. He entered a dimensional warehouse. One item was left for him. The protagonist thought it was dangerous. If he'd known he'd be reincarnated, he would have left more things here. Was it a stroke of luck that he couldn't take this object back to Earth, so he simply left it here for now? He picked up the magical object and considered it a seemingly ordinary stone, lying underfoot on the street. Let the black star awaken. A moment later, the small stone opened, revealing a magical artifact. A system window appeared, stating that the black star had found a new owner. Synchronization with the user has been completed. Due to the change of owner, the karma accumulated on the item is cancelled. Black star, rank, normal, type, weapon, durability, infinite. This is an all-powerful weapon, created from the essence of a dying star. It can recreate various legends and tales. The user can change the weapon's appearance at will. If the appearance is changed, the user's stats are adjusted to the unique ability. This artifact cannot be destroyed. This artifact is sealed. The protagonist thought that he knew it would be sealed. The black star is an artifact whose power is determined by the karma of its owner. Currently, its cultivation stage is lower than that of a demon, so it cannot accumulate karma. While he can't use even half of the black star's capabilities yet, the basic functions are enough for him. He changed the artifact's appearance to that of a regular sword, and thought with a smile that this would be enough to make the hunter exam a piece of cake. For him, a man who had studied various martial arts, this was the best weapon. Sometime later, Marchin, sitting in his office, told his secretary, Ellie, everything. She asked if he was talking about the VIP. He didn't seem like a powerful person. He replied that he had seen it with his own eyes. There was no doubt about it. How did a VIP appear in a lower dimension? It seemed that some being from a higher dimension didn't want to reveal their true identity, but created a substitute body on Earth and concealed their power. He sensed something grandiose. Ellie noted that his true merchant nature remained unchanged. Marchin said that if he brought money, he was their client. She should remember that. He needed a capable employee to keep him from getting so tired, right? She asked if he meant for her to monitor the situation, but not to investigate yet. She'll try to keep this information from leaking to other departments. The dwarf agreed, noting that he was counting on her. He reflected on how, after infiltrating the tower, higher species were keeping a close eye on this world. His position in this department, located right next to the tower, had been earned through tremendous effort, but it wasn't enough. With this client's help, he'd rise to an even higher position. Sometime later, the day of the hunter exam arrived. The protagonist arrived at the license testing center and said the building was large. An employee announced that they had arrived at the Hunter License Testing Center. Today was the 55th Hunter License exam. The protagonist took the exam ticket and wondered if they'd been told to stay in the waiting room until the appointed time. And where was he now? As soon as he entered the corridor, he was immediately surrounded by reporters who nervously ran to Shin Yumi and Yu Sen-woo, asking if they were really taking the Hunter License exam today. The MC was perplexed, wondering if these were celebrities. He overheard people talking about whether Yumi was Ambassador Vanheim's daughter. Rumor had it she could control spirits. And what had they heard about Sen-woo? He'd been accepted into the Hwarang Guild after a psychological and swordsmanship test. But Hwarang is ranked number 1 among all guilds. What were his stats? They were sure one of them would come out on top this time. Afterward, the center staff announced that the test would begin in 10 minutes. Each examinee could obtain a hunter's watch from informants. Afterward, they would be required to approach the entrance indicated on the watch. After a while, a crowd of adventurers entered the artificial jungle. The protagonist, perplexed, wondered if this wasn't a natural environment. Was this area man-made? The adventurers, perplexed, began to ask, why a jungle? How could they hold the test in such a place? The center employee announced that the disciplines tested in the 55th licensing test were now being announced. The exam discipline was survival. To pass, they must earn 100 points. More precise information was displayed on their hunter watches. Each examinee started with the same level of shield energy, which was depleted when taking damage. Once the shield energy was completely depleted, the examinee was automatically ejected from the exam area. The protagonist thought they had thought this through well. The center employee added that they had 3 ways to pass the exam. Earn 50 points by killing 50 normal monsters, raid a boss marked on the map, or hunt other examinees. The protagonist turned around and, seeing the armed hunters, wondered if this meant there was an enemy on each side. Well, should they begin? Usually, examinees must compete against each other to gain points. If one of them doesn't have enough points, they'll have to attack another examinee. There were, of course, those who suggested teaming up. There was no point in going in a large group, and it wasn't his style. He definitely needed a boss. After that, MC went deep into the jungle and asked, "Aren't there any fights?" But that's the fun part. He thought about the clang of steel clashing against steel. Well, that was a good way to test the other participants' abilities. He should go there. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in his path, a black panther. The protagonist, smiling, crafted a spear from the Black Star artifact and said he'd deal with it first. A system window appeared, indicating that the energy of the universe had enveloped his entire body. All stats, except for the power of the universe, were increased by 40%. The skill, Sliding Cloud Step, was activated. MC made a quick dash toward the enemy, and thought that, of course, it was an illusory monster created specifically for the test. But the fury and power emanating from it seemed real to him. Its skin was tough, and it had great strength. In this weak body, it was best for him to avoid attacks. He struck with his spear, when suddenly a huge spiked mace appeared behind him. The protagonist dodged and considered the difficulty of engaging him with a melee weapon because of his tail. In that case, he needed to do something different. He backed away a bit, and just as the monster began to attack, used the Swift Spear technique, a skill called Crushing Strike. A system window appeared, notifying that 8 units of universal energy had been expended. Swift Spear technique, type, martial art, rank, B. Restriction, one who controls magic or the power of the universe. The Swift Spear technique, possessing immense speed and destructive force in a straight line, is designed solely for slitting the enemy's throat. Level 1 star adds 30% strength, 20% agility, and 120% penetration. Consumes 8 units of universal energy. The Black Panther's head was instantly decapitated by such a powerful attack. A system window appeared, notifying him that he had defeated a named monster, a stalker. He had earned 10 points, bringing his accumulated points to 32. MC smiled and thought that the monsters here were stronger than he thought. If it was a named monster, then it looked like he could expect a pretty good boss. Suddenly, 3 brothers approached him. Kim Yong-jin, the third brother, called out to the first and noted that this guy had killed the named monster they were heading for. He had destroyed the monster they, the 3 brothers, had their eye on. Kim Yong-chul, the first brother, said that it seemed he had completely lost his fear. Doesn't he know who they are? When people talk about the Black 3-star, they mean them, the 3 world-famous brothers. MC, perplexed, wondered who these idiots were. He thought they came from the direction from which the sounds of battle were coming. Are they deliberately targeting weakened participants? He activated the Eye of Truth skill and saw absolutely all the stats of the 3 brothers, and then thought that if you look at physical attributes alone, they're much tougher than him, right? And they have good potential too. Yongjin noted that the bastards seemed to be smiling. Yongchul agreed, adding that he still didn't seem to understand the situation he was in. The protagonist replied with a smile that he didn't know what kind of idiots they were, but he wanted them to stop talking and attack. Yongjin angrily said he'd shut him up. Yunsu pointed out that they were going to let him go if he gave them his points, but they would have to teach him some manners. Let him die. Instantly, the 3 guys armed themselves and began attacking. The protagonist transformed the Black Star artifact into a dagger and began deftly fending off their attacks. Youngjin exclaimed that he'd walked right into their hands. MC smiled, thinking they were acting quite well together, but they'd picked the wrong guy. He used the branch dagger technique and began delivering multiple blows. A system window appeared, stating that it was a flower dagger technique. Type, martial art, rank C. Restriction, one who controls magic or the power of the universe. This is a self-defense martial art created by the masters of Halman Fortress. Its specialty is slitting the enemy's throat with minimal force or causing an enemy attack to glancingly miss. Level 1 star. In the event of a counterattack, it reduces the enemy's attack power by 30%, deflecting their attack. Consumes 8 units of universal energy. On a critical attack, 50% of the damage from strength is added, consuming 3 units of universal energy. Under the onslaught of attacks, Youngjin shouted, "Leave him alone already." The protagonists thought they were so close, the third idiot wouldn't be able to use magic. Suddenly, Yunchul threw a spear and shouted for him to get away from their little brother. He began casting fire magic and exclaimed that he was finished now. MC, smiling, conjured a larger blade and used the 5 Tiger Blade skill, then thought that was enough for them. A system window appeared, stating the skill was 5 Tiger Blade, the type was martial art, and the rank was A. The limitation was one who manipulates magic or the power of the universe. This is the main martial art of the Peng family of Hebei, known for their ferocity and practicality. This skill's effectiveness is high due to its straightforwardness. After this, MC made a powerful dash and jumped very high. Reaching Yunchul, he noted with a smile that they were finished. The boy screamed in horror, but it was too late. By killing him, the protagonist received 13 points, and he thought to himself that this guy had accumulated quite a lot of points. Yunsu, shocked, noted that he had defeated his older brother and his weapon. Yunjin replied that he definitely sensed an aura, and this was serious business. The protagonist, perplexed, wondered if only one of them had points. With such abilities, how much would he get from these guys? He started walking toward them, and asked if it was time to finish what he'd started. At that moment, the commentator in the guild broadcast room announced that the shield energy of participant number 450, Yun Chul, had reached 0. He was withdrawing from the exam. The adventurers began to discuss how this couldn't be happening. One of the black 3 stars had dropped out, and yet those guys had been raised by the second most important guild in the country. The girl smiled and said that it was probably Sung Woo who did it. She thought it was just as the guild leader had predicted. He had been personally discovered by Mr. Lee Won-taek, the second-ranked hunter in Korea. It was he who had trained and created the best young talent, Sung Woo. So even the 3 youngsters from the Gemsan Guild couldn't hold a candle to him. The commentator said that the shield energy of participant number 451, Yun Soo, had reached 0. Participant number 452, Yun Jin, shield energy reached 0. At that moment, the protagonist appeared on the screen, having defeated 3 brothers. The girl exclaimed that this was their beautiful Sung Woo, the pride of Hwarang. Wait, who's that? After some time, the MC defeated several more adventurers and wondered if he was already on his 20th. He was afraid he wouldn't run into the guys aiming for first place, so he'd been pacing around the boss area. But he still hadn't met them, and now time was running out, just an hour. The exam was more important, so he'd deal with that first. The protagonist decided to go to the boss and set off. He thought there was only one path leading to the boss. It was a narrow path, big enough for only one person. And there was something else at the end. After some time, the protagonist walked along a path and came across a huge stone golem, noticing its unique constitution and durability, as well as its unique ability to self-heal. A system window appeared, stating it was a blue guard. Strength, 100. Dexterity, 20. Constitution, 80. Unique ability, Tough Warrior. Attacks below a certain value inflict no damage. Self-healing. When leaving combat, injured body parts can be restored using magic. MC created a spear and asked, did those guys from the testing center really want anyone to defeat the boss? He wondered if he was hit even once, and he'd be out of the exam. He couldn't give it time to recover, meaning he'd have to deal constant damage. The protagonist tried to strike, but couldn't penetrate the armor, and thought it was too weak. A system window appeared, stating there was no damage, and the battle continued. The golem delivered a powerful blow, but missed, as the protagonist dodged. A system window appeared, stating the attack had failed and was being retried. He asked with a smile, is he going to report every attack he makes? What a kind person he was. MC thought he'd been bored after those less than stellar brothers, but now he could try fighting properly. There was no point in using the 5 Tiger Blade skill for now. This would be best. He dashed upward, and creating an axe from the artifact, used the mountain cleaving technique. The powerful blow caused a crack to appear in the golem's body. A system window appeared, stating the technique was mountain cleaving. Type, martial art, rank B+. Restriction, one who controls magic and the power of the universe. This is a simple and powerful martial art, utilizing the axe's essence of cutting and slashing, taken to its extreme. Level 1 star adds 1 attack increased by 130% strength, 10% agility, and 20% defense. Costs 15 units of universal energy. Another system window appeared, notifying that the attack had been effective, but a counterattack was imminent. The protagonist dodged the attack and happily thought it had worked. The size of the crack that appeared didn't matter. If he couldn't do it in one go, he could hit 10 or even 100 times. But he would definitely defeat him. After some time, Yumi appeared on the battlefield, noticing the protagonist and the golem, and noticing that they had beaten her to it. He noticed her and nervously wondered why she had suddenly appeared, considering he was almost victorious. If she, with her spirit summoning skill, got close to him now, he wouldn't be able to fight both her and the golem simultaneously. But if he attacked the girl first, and the golem recovered in the meantime, the situation would become hopeless. Yumi called out to him and asked if she should help him with the boss. The protagonist was perplexed, wondering what she had just said. He'd already chopped him up thoroughly. He asked why she decided to bring her spoon to a set table. The girl, smiling, asked if she thought he couldn't defeat this boss alone. MC wondered if that was how she felt about him. If he tried, he could turn even this dire situation into an advantage. He asked if she really wanted to argue with him. He had 10 minutes from now. He could kill his guard in that time. Yumi replied that he obviously wouldn't be able to defeat him, and there were only 20 minutes left. And why would she want that? What would she get? The protagonist replied that he would give her all his points, 172 to be exact. He grinned mischievously, thinking that he had more points than he could get for defeating the boss. If they split the points from defeating the boss, she'd get significantly less, making the deal a very attractive one. Yumi asked, what if he won? The protagonist hesitated, but suddenly the golem began to recover. He nervously thought that while he was chatting with her, it had begun to recover. The MC quickly exclaimed, make her pay him for dinner sometime, and tell her to stop chatting. Yumi agreed and added that, as soon as she saw him losing, she'd immediately intervene. He replied with a smile, let her do as she please, that won't happen. The girl asked, why is he speaking to her so informally? They met for the first time. The protagonist replied with a smile that if she wasn't happy, she could become informal too. 10 minutes later, the exam ended and the participants began to teleport to the main building. One of the organizers ran up to participant number 370 and exclaimed that he needed emergency help. Afterwards, he noticed the protagonist and said, "This one doesn't look good either. Let them get the potion." He sighed heavily and remarked that it had been difficult. His universal energy and stamina were at 0. MC thought, because the blue guard restored some of his life while they were chatting, he almost lost this bet. Yumi, standing behind him, thought she couldn't believe it. She really would have to give him a treat. He'd read every attack the blue guard had made and attacked perfectly, without a single mistake. If she fought him, would she be able to win? When she fought Songwoo, he'd been fast and strong, but that was all. If they met again, she was confident she could win. Afterwards, the organizers announced that participant number 511, Mincheol, had won first place in the 55th Hunter License exam. The results board appeared, showing Yumi in second and Songwoo in third. The guy himself, completely shocked, said he couldn't admit it. Reporters started approaching him and talking about third place, but he started waving the cameras away, saying he wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone right now. After that, people turned their attention to the protagonist and started murmuring that he was the one who took first place. He thought he needed to get out quickly before they noticed him. A moment later, reporters started pestering him, asking for interviews. MC wondered if he'd even be able to get home. He exclaimed that he had the conditions to join a guild. He'd join the one that offered him 5 billion. The heads of various guilds, perplexed, began to say that while his combat skills were excellent, his stats themselves were too low. If his potential rank was A, that would be possible. But why would anyone want a hunter with no potential for development? The protagonist, smiling, thought that it was a shame. He wasn't planning on joining anything. He'd go home then. Who would agree to give this brazen newcomer 5 billion? Suddenly, a voice from the crowd announced that he wanted to pay for the contract. The protagonist, shocked, wondered, is this serious? A guild was willing to pay an unknown newcomer 5 billion at once? What kind of lunatics were these? He needed to look this lunatic in the face. It was Marchin, who stepped into the center and waved at him. He wondered, completely baffled, who the hell was that short guy? After a while, the two of them arrived at the Interstellar Union headquarters. MC asked him what he was up to. He immediately said he didn't want to join any guild. Marchin, smiling, replied that he knew, but simply wanted to ensure his comfort. He would like to register him with the Interstellar Union as a freelance mercenary. According to the terms of the contract, they would work as equals. In other words, the Union would not interfere with his activities at all. They would provide him with a gate and hire a support team. They were also willing to buy all his items obtained during the cleanup at the highest price. The protagonist reflected that the contract itself was certainly no problem, but the conditions were too good. He noted that he didn't remember the Interstellar Union ever doing charity work. The protagonist reflected that nothing in this world comes for free. That was the main rule of the Interstellar Union, and they decided to help him for free? Only a fool would believe that. He placed the contract on the table and said that it seemed like he had just wasted his time. Marchin called out to him and noted that all they wanted was his trust. MC smiled, thinking that they seemed to expect enormous forces behind him, since he was a VIP. But he'd already shown everything he had, so what should he do now? If that was their goal, then it seemed to him they were simply trying to appease him. He saw no point in refusing. After that, he signed the contract. After a while, Ellie asked if he was sure about the freelance mercenary contract. Marchin replied that he wouldn't mindlessly get involved in something like that. She could go and prepare to greet clients. He reflected that the Union's free mercenaries were as powerful as the Pandemonium nobility. Therefore, to enter into such a contract, someone higher than the Union director would have to give their approval. A VIP code alone might not be enough to secure approval, but such an opportunity was too great to pass up. He prepared several proposals and was ready to engage the director. After this, Marchin contacted Knox, one of the 12 directors of the Interstellar Union, who said he was approving the Free Mercenaries contract. He wondered in surprise, is it really that simple? The director added that they should support him with all their might, and if anything happened, they should report it to him immediately. This must be kept secret from outsiders. Marchin fell to the floor in shock and wondered what was going on. When he said he was a VIP, his reaction was relatively calm, but when he saw the video of his fight, everything changed immediately. A little earlier, when Knox watched the recording of the protagonist's fight, he was surprised to see that there wasn't a single wasted move, and everything was so well thought out, as if he were watching Deimos fight, but that was impossible, since he was already dead. Sometime later, MC woke up in bed and, picking up his phone, asked what time it was, and why hadn't the alarm gone off. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He asked who it was. Ellie answered and introduced herself. The protagonist said that a beautiful woman had come to his lair. They could have just called. He wondered if it was the shorty's secretary. The girl replied that she thought it would be better to talk in person. She had sent him a message. The protagonist apologized and explained that he hadn't seen the message. Ellie pointed out that in such a mess, he might not have noticed. She understood. He wondered if the phone had been ringing all the time, which was why he hadn't seen it. How did they even get his number? MC wondered if she had come to discuss something. Let her enter the apartment. Ellie, looking around, asked if he was trying to emulate the life of an ordinary person. He was too modest. He replied that they had probably already investigated and knew why he lived like that. The girls said of course not. They hadn't done anything to displease him. The protagonist started cleaning and asked why they had shown up yesterday. She explained that he had shown his hunter's ID when entering the union, so they had decided he would soon take the exam. He thought that was a good thing. They really were trying not to intrude on his privacy. Well, that only played into his hands. After that, Ellie handed him a bank card with a phone number and said that now they would get to the point. It was a working phone, as well as a card with the agreed upon amount on it. MC was surprised to think that it contained the entire contract amount. He had asked for so much. Seeing the balance, he was shocked to think that he had almost 5 billion. The girl noted that they had to deduct tax from the original amount. The protagonist asked, shocked, if they were really giving him this money. Ellie agreed with a smile and remarked that she hadn't thought he'd be so surprised. He replied that, as he'd already said, he lived modestly. The protagonist considered this, perhaps because his spending habits were consistent with those of a Minchiol student. The girl added that there was another reason she'd come to him so early. They needed to settle the issue of a team under his leadership, as well as the conditions related to the gates. The MC replied that a porter would be enough for him. Ellie asked in surprise, what about the hunters as tanks or healers? He said he was enough. When could he go clear the gates? She replied that as soon as they formed a team and found a suitable gate. The protagonist remarked that this meant it would take quite a while. He thought about how he too wanted to try out his hunter credentials. He also received a unique ability to level up, but he hadn't used it yet. Ellie exclaimed that it wouldn't take long. She was so talented. 3 hours later, she led him to the gates of the Amsadong region. Rank D, terrain, temperate forests, size 2 to 3 kilometers. Monster types, D rank goblin, D rank thorny boar, D rank wise monkey, D rank creature eater. The expected rift time is 36 hours and 58 minutes. The protagonist wondered why she was so talented. Ellie, smiling, noted that she had told him so. He, surprised, said that now he understood why she was so confident. Jung Young-hyun, the commander of the support team, inquired if this was the rookie who had turned the licensing exam upside down. Ellie greeted him and noted that they were his support team. The man extended his hand and introduced himself. The MC shook his hand and returned his name, then remarked that he would be the only one fighting inside the gate. Once it was over, they would be collecting the rewards. After these words, the protagonist entered the gate. Yonghyun wondered if he had come because Ellie had asked, but who was he that they had gathered so urgently? He remarked that he had never heard the name Minchiol. Another team member replied that he was the same guy who had placed first in the hunter's license exam. The exam had just been yesterday, so they didn't know. Immediately, the whole team realized what had happened and began expressing dissatisfaction, as if a newbie was planning to clear the gate alone. He was a newborn baby, after all. He'd hunt for a while inside the gate and then call for backup. At that moment, the protagonist killed a boar with one blow and said with a smile that from now on he'd be a bit busy, so they should keep up. For killing monsters, he began to earn experience points, displayed as a percentage. MC became excited and, while killing enemies, happily thought about how he was accumulating experience points. After a few kills, a system window appeared notifying him that his level had increased. Let him open the status window and increase his stats. He happily thought that his level had finally increased. After this, the protagonist said with a smile that he would take a little rest. The entire support team collapsed to the ground and began to rest. One of them remarked that Hunter Minchiol was no joke. After some time, the protagonist opened the status window, which showed his stats and indicated that he had 5 accumulated points. He read that each time a player levels up, they receive free stat points. With these, he could increase the desired stat, so the choice was obvious. He would invest everything into the power of the universe, the source of his might. Is that really crazy? MC reflected that in just 30 minutes of hunting, he'd managed to increase the universe's energy by 10%. At this rate, he'd become the strongest in the world in no time. After that, he began slaughtering the wise monkeys and gaining experience. Yonghyun, watching the battle, remarked that he seemed completely obsessed with fighting. He wondered what he'd said there about an inexperienced boy? No, he looked more like a warrior who'd honed his skills to perfection in countless battles. It looked like he'd have to support this unpredictable boy. It's hard to believe these are the abilities of a guy who's only recently become a hunter. He wants to see how high he can get. After some time, the protagonist has defeated all the enemies and leveled up to level 5, and then wondered, what? Only the boss remains? He approached the others and asked if they were okay with him going straight to the boss. Yonghyun, not showing shock, agreed with a smile and added that he should do what he thought was right. One of the participants asked what was wrong with him. He seemed hesitant. The commander inquired that he seemed new and didn't know yet. Usually, they explore the gates for a couple of days before going after the boss. The problem is, they don't have enough information. He can't rush headlong, risking his life, can he? The protagonist heard this and wondered, why waste time over such a trivial matter? He smiled and said that if that was all there was to it, he'd go straight away. MC considered that the gate could only be considered cleared once the core was destroyed, so if he headed to where the core's energy emanated, he could encounter the boss. After some time, he came to the lair of Edamon, the D-rank leader of the Wise Monkeys. The protagonist mused that the leader of the Wise Monkeys' special ability was that he could use the leader's spells. Yonghyun noted that Edamon was a powerful foe. If he didn't approach the fight seriously this time, things could end badly. MC quickly charged and replied that there was no need to worry. He thought he simply needed to prevent him from casting his spell. Sensing danger, the leader of the monkeys instantly created a numbing totem in front of him. He was afflicted with a debuff in the form of a numbness curse, reducing his agility by 3. The protagonist used the flower dagger technique and the throwing skill, instantly cutting through the totem. He then thought to himself that these monkeys were fools. They lost the moment they decided to attack someone stronger than themselves. The protagonist swiftly cut off each monkey's head and began to advance towards the boss. Suddenly, Edamon screamed furiously and transformed into a more powerful form. Yonghyun, surprised, asked, "Did the boss apply a buff? He's much stronger now." The teammates began screaming in horror that this enemy couldn't be defeated alone. MC wondered what they were muttering behind him. Were they even considering helping him because of such a pathetic monster? He activated the 5-tiger blade and instantly cut Edamon down. A system window then appeared, notifying them that the gate clearing had been completed. After some time, they returned to the overworld with bags of various artifacts. Ellie smiled and remarked that he'd done a great job. The protagonist asked if she'd been waiting for him all this time. She agreed and pointed out that this was his first gate clearing. He wondered if he'd be eager to move on to the next ones. MC asked when the next clearing was scheduled. She replied in 3 days. He said it was good that it wasn't tomorrow. It seemed he had some other things to do. And starting the day after tomorrow, she should schedule a gate every day. Ellie, surprised, asked if he was sure. Hunters usually clear a gate every 3 or 4 days due to fatigue. He replied that it didn't matter to him. Also, could she introduce him to a gear merchant tomorrow? He thought he needed to at least put something on. The protagonist reflected that during the Deimos era, his entire body was covered in demonic skin, so he ignored the attacks. But now, without equipment, it would be difficult. His entire body was wounded. Ellie said that he would only be able to meet with the master of their union right away. She would let him know when the meeting was scheduled. It wouldn't take long. The protagonist began walking to the car and replied that he was looking forward to it. Sometime later, he arrived at the Interstellar Union and reflected on how much he'd spent on equipment. He never imagined that the master would be a shorty. He was too suspicious. Until now, his way of doing things suited him, but this was different. Since he was talking like that, maybe he could be trusted? He would go home and train a little. After that, MC boarded the bus, when suddenly, during the trip, a massive accident occurred. He glanced out the window and saw an open gate appearing right in the middle of the road. He then wondered in amazement, was this a gate in the very center of Seoul? And black too? His gate from yesterday had been blue. Instantly, huge werewolves began to emerge from the rift. Everyone ran in terror, screaming that a monster had emerged from the gate and that they had to run. At the very epicenter of the chaos, a little girl lost her way looking for her mother. Suddenly, a werewolf with a crossbow approached her, claiming it was his food. At the very last moment, the protagonist arrived, grabbed the girl, and asked what he was drooling about. He then swiftly threw a spear at the monster and remarked that even martial arts were a waste of time against it. He should just let it die and give it his experience points. A system window appeared, notifying that 2.5% of the experience had been earned. The MC wondered if his level was low, and so the points were low. Suddenly, another system window appeared, stating that universal energy had been detected in the defeated enemy. He could absorb this energy. The protagonist immediately became excited and wondered, can he absorb this? After some time, association warriors arrived at the gate and began fighting the werewolves. Oh Mi-jin, a D-rank hunter, said there were too many of them, and her mana was already at its limit. Jung Min-soo, a D-rank hunter, told her that his shield was running low. These monsters were a different color from those emerging from the E-rank gates. They seemed unusual. Suddenly, they saw the protagonist gracefully fly at the monster with a spear, shouting, "This is free energy." He began deftly dodging all attacks and destroying each werewolf. Min-soo, in shock, asked, "Who is he?" A system window appeared, notifying that the star system's equipment readiness had reached 1.5%. Universal power increased by 0.3. MC asked with a smile, "Why are they standing there? Let them help the wounded. He'll hold off these guys for now, and now they'll all be his experience points." After these words, he leaped into the crowd of monsters again and began destroying each one. Sometime later, the protagonist met Joan Sun-hee in a cafe. He introduced himself and said he'd stopped a gate breakout single-handedly. It had all happened unexpectedly, as the gate had opened in the very center of the city. If no one had stopped the monsters, the losses would have been colossal. Thanks to his actions, they had been spared. He'd like to thank him on behalf of the association. The young man bowed his head and thanked him. The protagonist replied that he simply did what he had to. Sun-hee gave him his business card and noted that he'd helped contain the breakout, so he deserved a reward. He thought about how he was the head of the security department, a hunter, of course. He could sense mana, his rank was A or maybe B. He thought there was no need to use his eyes of truth. After all, they wouldn't see each other again. and he wasn't interested in all this. He better call Ellie and ask her to sort this out quickly. That's exactly what he thought. A week later, MC met Sun-hee again. The guy remarked that they'd met again. He thought he never would have thought they'd meet here. The protagonist looked at Sun-hee and reflected on being a hunter. He decided to mentally travel back 2 days and remembered a two-headed werewolf roaring loudly in the city, attacking people. Mincheol held a sword and had his back to the monster. The system informed him that he had leveled up, now reaching 11. A week had passed since the breakthrough, and he had managed to level up significantly, thanks to his tireless work, but he would need more and more points. He pushed off the ground with his hands, and the system reported that his strength had increased by 1, his constitution by 0.4, his agility by 0.5, and Mincheol attempted to do push-ups with his hands upside down. He needed to quickly get equipment so he could clear more difficult gates. At that moment, an acquaintance approached him and asked if he was resting again. He replied that now, while the tension had not yet completely subsided, was the best time. Those around him were perplexed by his state of mind, as they themselves were incredibly tired. He then asked for a little rest. After some time, the protagonist continued on his way through the forest. And suddenly he met Ellie, who said with a smile on her face that she was already waiting for him. Her job was to assist him. He was sure she had enough work in the union, but was she wasting it waiting? The girl replied that the squad simply took care of them. Mincheol thought about how she seemed to be directly subordinate to the short man, and Ellie mentioned, by the way, the squad leader wants to meet. His equipment is already ready. He asked in surprise, really? So tomorrow he needs to rest from clearing the gate. He doesn't know how long it will take to check everything. At that moment, something alerted him, and he looked away questioningly. His friends from the group exclaimed with tears in their eyes, joy at finally getting some rest. They thought they'd forgotten what it was like. God had heard their prayers. How hard was it to enter the gate every day? The protagonist was stunned, unable to understand this reaction. Those around him speculated that there was a villain here who was keeping them from resting, and that it was because they usually went on cleanup missions every 2 or 3 days. Mincheol was perplexed, and the guys continued to explain the situation. They were working more than usual after all. Of course, this was a great chance to earn more money, so they had to keep their mouths shut, but it seemed like it was hard work, and rest was essential in any job. The protagonist apologized for being unusual, and wondered why the two seemed to be talking in unison. It irritated him a little. At that moment, the guys said goodbye to him, saying they'd see him off tomorrow. He'd see them off. Sometime later, at the Interstellar Union office, the protagonist got out of the car, and journalists ran toward him, surprised by his appearance. Mincheol was upset that reporters had gathered again and surrounded him, asking questions. They demanded he say a few words, since people said he was the one who made the greatest contribution during the gate breakout. What agreement had he made with the Interstellar Union? Mincheol didn't know what to say, and tried to speak for a while, when he suddenly apologized and said he wanted to go. He walked past the reporters, who turned to look at him in confusion, not expecting such a reaction. At that moment, Ellie didn't know how to react and thought about how stubborn he was. At that moment, Mincheol had already entered the room and said he almost got into trouble again. He was met by the girl and the leader. He ran toward him with such speed that the leader was overjoyed at what he saw. He reported that he had prepared everything perfectly, and Mincheol asked again, "Is that so?" He wanted to check it out. Marchand said with a smile that he should like it, and pressed the button on the remote. At that moment, the equipment appeared before him. The system announced the Talos Promise. Rank: Rare, Armor, Durability, 250 out of 250, Physical Defense level 20, Fire Resistance level 7, Heavy Armor skill ability. Also included was the Talos Faith item. Rank: Rare, Pants, Durability 210, Physical Defense level 13, Wind Resistance level 15, Agility increased by 7%, and constant use of Wind Path. He didn't particularly trust the leader, so he had low expectations. At that moment, he also saw the Sylph's Tier. Rank: Rare, Earring type, Durability 50, Agility increased by 20%, and the Volcanic Oath, rank Rare, Ring type, Strength increased by 20. Mincheol realized it was beyond praise when he put the equipment on and examined it. Marchand asked again, "Do you like these items?" He replied that they were perfect, and frankly, much better than he expected. If they'd had a little more time and budget, they would have made the equipment better, so he was a little sorry, because he knew it. Still, there was no clause about items in the contract. He wants to maintain fair trade relations with the union. The leader considered these words, and Mincheol spoke up exactly, at which point the leader asked again, did he need anything else? Had he acknowledged his usefulness? The protagonist pushed him aside and asked him not to put so much pressure on him. Let him open a B-rank gate for him. When Marchand heard this, he was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "What does he mean? That was temporarily impossible." And Mincheol asked again, "Why?" Marchand explained that starting at B-rank the difficulty of clearing increases, but also, the trophy levels vary significantly, so there's a fight for those gates. For gates starting with rank B, The union set minimum entry requirements. He must clear at least 40 rank D and 30 rank C gates. The protagonist considered this. Even if he defended the gates every day, it would take at least 2 months, but that was too much. Mark-chan added that there was of course another way, but it was rarely used. Min-cheol asked curiously what it was. He replied that he needed to obtain permission by defeating an A-rank hunter from the union. At that moment, Min-cheol smiled and smirked, thinking that he should have started their conversation with that. Sometime later, he arrived at the Hunters Union, an international organization with strong legal standing. He turned to Ellie and asked if she was angry. He'd left her with reporters yesterday and then fled. She wasn't worried about that, was she? She smiled and replied that she wouldn't forget that he'd left her there and then fled. When the protagonist realized it was obvious she didn't like it, Ellie asked again, is he okay? Even though he'd become incredibly strong in such a short time, his opponent was still an A rank. Min-cheol replied that it wasn't a fight to the death, so everything was fine. He wasn't saying this out of arrogance. The energy of the universe is comprised of equipment, experience, and a past life. Looking only at stats, it might seem impossible for him to win, but if he factored in his equipment and past experience, he had a chance. After some time, he arrived in the waiting room. A staff member informed him that the exam result would be determined after a duel with an A-rank hunter. The protagonist asked again, does he just need to knock out his opponent to pass? The staff member asked, does he want to knock out an A-rank hunter? What funny jokes does he have? A judge will evaluate the chances of passing. Min-cheol asked again, what are the evaluation criteria? He replied that it wasn't public, so he couldn't tell him. The protagonist was irritated, and Ellie whispered in his ear that it was basic ability and reaction speed, as well as the ability to act in a critical situation. This was the main evaluation criterion. He asked again, is that so? The employee informed him that he had been informed that preparations for the exam were complete and he could enter. Although this was an examination ground, they had made everything here as if it were the gate itself. He stepped onto the field, and his opponent announced that he had been waiting for him. Min-cheol's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked again, is that him? It turned out that Sun-hee stood before him, smiling and announcing that he was the head of the association's defense, an A-rank hunter. He was responsible for conducting the qualification exam. Min-cheol became angry and realized that this was exactly what had happened. At that moment, Sun-hee informed him that if he acted as always, he was sure he would be able to pass this exam without a problem. Is he ready? Min-cheol smiled and replied that everything was as he saw it. In that case, they would begin the hunter qualification exam. At that moment, the protagonist swung his sword to attack his opponent, but Sun-hee was confident in his own strength and frowned, staring ahead. He threateningly stated that if he wanted something, he would have to give something of equal value in return. He swung his spear, and Min-cheol smiled and said something like that. It's very easy. A bright flash of light appeared before his face, and at that moment, Sun-hee leaped off the ground and approached the protagonist, muttering, in that case, will he be able to deflect this? After these words, he began swinging his sword. The protagonist tried to deflect each blow, thinking, wait, so this guy can do this? Who would have thought that the hunter Sun-hee had such abilities? Ellie also watched the unfolding battle through the monitor screen. She thought he would easily pass this test and placed her hopes on Min-cheol, clenching her fists. Their swords clashed, and they continued the battle. Sun-hee grinned and declared that he was no slouch, and at that moment, his sword began to dissolve into thin air. He explained that he understood how he was able to hold back the gate single-handedly and applauded him, so he proceeded. At that moment, the protagonist turned to him and asked him to attack with all his might. Sun-hee asked, confused, what he meant. Min-cheol added that otherwise he would finish him off. He was incredibly angry. A dark, magical, terrifying aura formed around him, frightening his partner. An awkward silence passed between them, and Sun-hee said he thought there was some kind of misunderstanding. He didn't understand why he was angry. He had said everything was fine, after all. Min-cheol asked again, a misunderstanding? If he had attacked with full force, would he have been able to dodge so easily? Sun-hee stepped back in surprise, and Min-cheol realized that Sun-hee's stats were almost 4 times higher than his. Given the difference, he didn't even have a chance. Because of this, he was furious and wasn't afraid of losing. He clenched his fist and confidently looked at his opponent, saying that he couldn't tolerate being underestimated. He was telling his opponent to show him their full strength for the last time. Sun-hee began to sweat in fear. He remained silent for a moment, then said that since his words were meaningless, he would re-enter this fight. He drew his sword and prepared to cast the 7 Swords spell. This was his ability to freely control 7 swords. The system reported that it was the ability to draw maximum power from the 7 swords and control it without any restrictions. The protagonist smiled and said that this was simply excellent, that this was the right way to begin the battle. To him, A-rank hunters were like high walls, and that was precisely why he wanted to challenge him. At that moment, Min-cheol swung his sword and ran toward his opponent, when suddenly his sword glowed with magical light, and he didn't understand what had just happened. It turned out that Sun-hee had parried his attack and instantly appeared behind the protagonist. He tensed when he realized this, but managed to dodge the blows and crouched to the ground. Sun-hee was surprised by this sudden turn of events, and the protagonist turned to face him. At that moment, a glowing sword was visible from Sun Hee's jacket, and Mincheol realized he thought he'd been mistaken, but he'd simply intended it to expose the hidden fourth sword. The fact that such a small sword could contain so much power speaks volumes about Sun Hee's strength as a hunter. But why, with such an ability, could he only control swords? Their battle continued, and they repelled each other's attacks with incredible speed. Sun Hee smiled and remarked that he'd surprised him many times over the past few weeks. Mincheol replied that that was okay. Their battle was moving too quickly, and he didn't think he could last long. At that moment, he grew angry and tried to swing, but was suddenly stunned by what he saw, and Sun Hee pounced on him with a new attack, causing a bright light to spread throughout the area. Several swords clashed, and Mincheol realized he was finally starting to take him seriously. Although he didn't think their power was that different, if he held out long enough, he was bound to make a mistake. Sun Hee urged him to remain vigilant and looked him in the eye confidently. At that moment, a green-tinted magical sword appeared behind him, causing him to tense up and realize his situation. He couldn't dodge it. He continued to stand in one place and was struck by this attack right in the chest, causing him to fall right into the stone wall, shattering it into pieces. He lay silent for a while, unable to rise as the dust cleared around him. Sun Hee came closer to check if everything was all right and asked, "Are they finally finished?" The protagonist stood up, and Sun Hee was surprised by what was happening. His mouth dropped open in shock, realizing that it could have easily taken his arm. Is he alright after such a blow? Did he intentionally cause an explosion to escape the situation? Sun Hee didn't understand who he was, and continued to stare at the protagonist in surprise. Mincheol was in incredible pain, and was covered in blood and bruises. But the idea of covering himself with an explosion was a good one, although if not for the armor skill, he would have definitely broken something. He managed to activate the armor skill, Heavy Armor, which is a type of magic with limitations and promises of Talos. Armor skills consume mana to enhance physical defense. Surprisingly, everything went as he planned, but it is very difficult, and now the difference between their stats is colossal. The protagonist realized, closing his eyes, that he needed to concentrate, and at that moment, magical rays of light appeared around him. The system reported that he had received the 7-star demonic sword, and at that moment, he opened his eyes in shock. A dark magical aura continued to spread around his body, and Sun Hee realized that this was very bad and he apologized. He can't use 100% of his power because he didn't bring all his swords. Mincheol responded with a grin. "No problem, there'll be enough," and pointed his sword at his opponent, who immediately dodged and swung, shouting that he was now at the peak of his powers. The protagonist was ready for an attack and activated the first form of the 7-star demonic sword. At that moment, he used the Sword of Destruction and repelled Sun Hee's attack, who stared ahead, stunned, unsure of what was happening. Several flashes of light from the blows erupted in front of his face, and he cried out in pain. His sword crumbled into small pieces and broke. He turned around and was dumbfounded by the sight. Mincheol smiled as he realized he was invincible and confidently looked at his opponent. Sun Hee retreated further and further as the beams of light hit his body directly and began to crumble. He was surprised and continued to hold the last remaining sword in his hands, but he knew one blow wasn't enough. In that case, since he still had the energy of the universe left, he didn't have time to finish his sentence when blood began to flow from his mouth, and he began coughing violently. He fell to the ground, and his opponent also dropped to one knee, his entire body trembling and incredibly tired. They both groaned from the ordeal and stopped fighting. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Ellie ran inside, asking, "Hunter Mincheol, is he okay? What's going on?" The protagonist, smiling, replied that he had won, and Sun Hee replied that if he had brought less, victory would have been his. After these words, an awkward silence ensued between them, and they continued to shake from exhaustion and laughed about it. Ellie didn't understand what was happening, and Mincheol asked again, "So what's the result?" Sun Hee smiled back and informed him that, of course, he had passed the exam. A new day dawned sometime later, and the sun rose brightly. The protagonist was training on the roof of a skyscraper. 3 days had passed since the exam. He abruptly pulled out his fist and swung his legs and arms to maintain his dexterity. After examining his body, he assumed he had recovered from the injuries he sustained back then, and now he could enter the B-rank gate. This gate was located in the tundra, 4 to 5 kilometers in size, with Yeti monsters, a snow golem, an ice troll, and a snow fairy, and the time until breakthrough was 25 hours and 17 minutes. Ellie wondered if he would really be okay. Was he really planning to go there in this condition? He should have been treated, but he was still climbing, without even passing the inspection. And most importantly, where was he going? This was a B-rank gate. The protagonist put on a warm jacket and replied, "Didn't he say so? It would be far better for him not to receive any treatment, because the ancient heavenly art transforms the body." His strength and agility had increased, and he had become stronger due to the repeated injuries and recuperations. He had, of course, had to postpone the raid, but his hands began to itch as soon as his condition improved. After some time, a portal appeared before him, and he entered the gate. It was incredibly cold. According to his team, it was colder here than anywhere else. He was accompanied by many people, discussing among themselves and shivering profusely. Was the protagonist really not frozen at all? Mincheol replied that the wind here wasn't strong. He'd even say it was refreshing. This was because he was resilient to low temperatures thanks to the energy of the universe, and he even wanted to take off his jacket because it seemed completely pointless. They told him there was no need to do that as it would definitely only get colder. At that point, Mincheol stopped and asked, "Gentlemen, does anyone want to help him?" They replied that it would be a good idea to set up a simple camp, as if they got cold, their performance would decrease. Mincheol smiled and asked them to do that in that case, while he went and looked around. They asked him not to overdo it, and he tried to make his way through the huge piles of snow. In his opinion, the gate inside was larger than he thought, and he'd already walked far enough, but why hadn't he encountered a single monster yet? Immediately after these words, a huge monster jumped out from under the snow and began growling loudly at him. The protagonist became frightened and turned around in bewilderment while the monster continued to growl at him. It was a Yeti, with 120 strength and agility, 110 constitution, 90 stamina, and unique abilities such as Blessing of Cold and Camouflage. He smiled and spoke, wondering where they were. At that moment, the monster suddenly leaped high into the air, and the protagonist wondered if it could really hide at such a size. How ridiculous. The monster appeared behind him, and he spun around, tensing and preparing for battle. He drew a bright magic arrow and deflected the attack. He was a little nervous as they were in a high-ranking gate, but it didn't seem like too much of a challenge, so he used the Five Tigers technique and split the monster in two. In his opinion, it was much easier than he thought, and he destroyed the enemy with ease. Afterwards, he went deeper into the forest, and the system reported that he had received 2 and 7% experience. Although he thought he'd get about 0.5% for this, Mincheol considered that they weren't different, but the experience was given 10 times more. He hadn't miscalculated by deciding to enter the gate at a higher rank, as he would have to thank Marchan for his hard work. Sometime later, Sung-hee found himself in the Hunters Association and went to the director, submitting a resignation letter. He asked, in confusion, what was he doing? Sung-hee asked for forgiveness and bowed. He had just turned him from a reckless man who wanted to save people into a decent person, and now he wanted to just resign? They'd worked together for 10 years, and he wanted to hear a convincing reason for his decision. Sun-hee replied that it was a long story, but a few days ago, during the exam, he'd met the hunter Mincheol. The director asked again, "He's talking about the guy who solved the gate breach problem?" Sun-hee replied, "Yes, Mincheol, according to the initial assessment, is ranked E. But he dealt with the rift that had arisen single-handedly, and despite this, he was convinced he was weaker than him. After defeating him in combat, he proved himself unnecessarily alone." Mincheol taught the overconfident one a lesson and reminded him of the hunter's path. 3 days after the exam ended, Sun-hee shook the protagonist's hand and told him he had underestimated him. Mincheol replied that everything was fine, and Sun-hee chuckled and said he had learned a lot in this fight. "He plans to become even stronger, right?" Mincheol confidently replied, "Of course." And Sun-hee replied that he would definitely catch up soon. Mincheol urged him to work hard, though he wondered inwardly what he was trying to catch up to. Every hunter has a limit, and once they reach it, they can no longer improve through conventional means. But for him, there is no limit. At that moment, Sun-hee told the department head that he wanted to become stronger, or rather, that he had to become stronger, and that was why he was going to enter the tower. The director, looking at his face, thought that it was clear from his eyes that he had gone crazy. A huge structure appeared during the first cataclysm. By passing the tower's test, a person can become stronger, but to do so, he would have to risk his life. Sun-hee was a hunter who had almost reached his limit. There was no need for him to go through all this trouble. The director grabbed his head and tore up his application. Sun-hee didn't understand what had happened, and the director replied that he would pretend he hadn't seen the letter. He should go on vacation now, rest properly, and then return with renewed vigor. He threw away his application, and Sun-hee frowned, then said that he would return from vacation and visit him, and bowed. The director replied that he must remember to bring a gift, and Sun-hee shouted, "Yes." But at that moment, Sun-hee was thinking that he was probably tirelessly advancing on the hunter's path right now, and he wasn't about to stand still. When the raid on the Rank B gate happened, Day 3, the time until the breakthrough was 40 hours and 30 minutes. If he didn't kill the boss, monsters would continue to spawn, and as long as there weren't too many of them, the breakthrough wouldn't happen. So this was the best hunting spot. The system reported that he had received several times more experience for defeating all opponents. Thanks to this, he reached level 15 when he split the last one in two. The system reported that the power within him had awakened to search for soul traces, and he was surprised by such a notification. He unleashed the skills Charm Power and Hellfire Power. He didn't understand what they were. At that moment, Younghyun approached them and asked what had happened to him. He replied, "Nothing." He suggested they just rest a little. The power of sin. In the depths of the Pandemonium dimension, there is an old castle known as the Hall of Sins, and there's a group of beings known as the 72. The Hall of Sins grants power, and the nobles who sit on the throne possess immense, almost infinite strength. This is called the authority of sin. That was his past life. Now he's an ordinary human, not a demon, so he shouldn't have access to this power, right? Both of these powers were never his. The authority of Hellfire is the power of the demon Grangio, the ability to control hellfire that can burn everything around him. He was the former owner of Hell Swim, a rank 11 demon, the former owner of Rank 55 Demoness Seraphine's charm. The authority of charm is the power of Seraphine's boundary, the ability to bewitch anyone and deprive them of the ability to think clearly. In the end, he killed them both. So, does that mean he can gain the abilities of those he killed in his past life? Does he have to choose between the two? In that case, he won't even have to think about it here. He smiled and asked again, where will he use charm? At that moment, the system informed him that he had chosen the power of hellish floating and that it would be assimilated with his soul, allowing him to contain both the flower and dark energy. The power of hellish floating transformed into a spark of the abyss, and a dark red aura appeared in his chest. He asked in surprise, what is this? At that moment, he smiled, clutched his chest, and asked again, is this really another transformation? He wanted to try out his new skill right now. How convenient that there was a group of monsters nearby, which was just getting closer and closer. He called them with his hand and, grinning, urged them to attack. The Yetis looked at him terrifyingly, and he was dumbfounded. Minchiol decided to test his new powers. His familiar world had recently shattered. He had been reborn in a human body, and it had received the rare power of sin. When the monsters attacked him, he used Hellfire, which consumed 150 mana. He simply waved his hand, and the system reported that it was creating flames of light, darkness, and chaos from the graben, their shape and appearance changing depending on the user's desire. He was surprised that he knew Hellfire, but what was Illumination? He was surprised by this skill and used it to destroy a monster, which screamed incredibly loudly when attacked. The demon Grangio's power greatly influenced his attack. The flames will burn the target as long as the caster has mana, so it was the same as he remembered. A moment later, the Yeti transformed into a terrifying skeleton, and the surrounding monsters were stunned with horror. It sounded like some kind of divine power. The other monsters rushed to attack, and Minchol thought he'd have to take advantage of this and find out. When he used this magic, his hand glowed with a yellow magical light. He, a former demon, would use divine power and was now using the illumination skill. When he combined the illumination skill with the abyssal spark, a bright yellow magic appeared in front of him and spread everywhere. Divine power is intended to banish evil, as it cannot attack directly. However, it can be used as a buff, increasing physical ability. He continued to fight the attacking monsters, and moments later, it was destroyed with the same ease as before. It was definitely effective, but perhaps because he'd been a demon in his past life, goosebumps ran all over his body. Suddenly, he froze, his mouth hanging open in surprise, realizing it was all from that archangel. He'd killed him in his past life, and so he gains the abilities of everyone he'd killed, regardless of race? That was cheating. Martial arts are mostly focused on close combat, so he thought raids would be a piece of cake. But suddenly, he gained a ranged skill called Blessing. He continued to stand there, pondering the situation. After he'd hunted to his heart's content, he decided it was time to visit the boss and close the gate. He looked at the tall mountain opposite him. At that moment, the demon and the ice spirit approached his companions, staff in hand. They turned around in fear and started screaming, "How dare you do this?" The protagonist lashed out with his magical powers and asked, are they going to deal with the support team now? It was a good idea, but they wouldn't succeed as long as he was here. At that moment, he began destroying monster after monster, each screaming loudly in pain. When he reached a high mountain, it seemed to split in two. He asked his friends to rest there for a bit. Younghyun asked him if he really intended to fight the B-ranked gate boss alone. Minchiol confidently replied that he definitely wasn't going to retreat. Younghyun asked him not to die, as that would put them all in danger. Another of his teammates tearfully uttered his name, and the protagonist remained silent for a moment, then smiled, promising to return. After these words, he entered the cave and found himself next to a huge monster, who asked if he was really alone. Minchiol replied, yes, and this one too. It was the Yeti chieftain, Nonon. Nonon grinned and asked, was he talking about him? At that moment, he used his slave summoning ability, and several servants appeared around him, beginning to protect him, and approached the protagonist. He told them to get rid of the intruder, and Minchiol was surrounded. He asked his opponent again, did he really summon some idiots just to stay down? In that case, he would make him rise and regret it. He smiled and cast a sliding cloud spell, causing the monsters to turn around and wonder what was happening. Minchiol then used his mountain-splitting technique and destroyed his first opponent, his blood spilling everywhere. He watched the battle in amazement, still hopeful. His monsters were dying one after another, when suddenly one of them released magical power from its mouth. Minchiol used Hellfire to create a magical barrier around himself, preventing the enemy's magic from penetrating. When their magical powers collided, a bright explosion thundered, and a moment later, everything became quiet. The protagonist easily defeated this opponent, striking the monster in the forehead with his axe. After a while, all the monsters were bloodied and destroyed. He became very angry and called him a freak, then suddenly tried to gradually rise from his seat. Minchiol asked again, did he finally want to join them? Nonon replied that he was short and would kill him personally. At that moment, he leaped high above the protagonist who tried to dodge. Nonon landed, and Minchiol jumped above him and, climbing onto his back, shouted, is he attacking him so thoughtlessly? The monster didn't expect such a sudden turn of events, and at that moment Minchiol was thrown to the side, and the monster screamed in pain. Minchiol confidently looked ahead and then struck him on the head. Nonon called him a short freak who dared to act like that and cast an ice storm spell. The protagonist stood in disbelief, watching the scene unfold. He considered the idea that his hellfire wouldn't help him defend himself, and Nonon ordered him to die. At that moment, ice shards rushed straight at the protagonist, who was trying to defend himself with his sword and deflect each attack. He swung his sword so rapidly that too many magical beams of light formed around him due to his sudden movements. When he emerged unharmed, he asked the monster again, "Is that all?" He grinned, and the system reported that sparks were healing his wounds. He grew even more enraged and growled in anger, declaring that he would crush him. The runt. At that moment, the monster began to approach its opponent again, but the protagonist confidently looked ahead and used a blade that threw a star. When he struck the monster with the sword, it roared even louder, and blood spilled. He carefully watched the monster's every move and after a moment smiled, saying that he had already told him he would regret what he had done. After a while, Ellie thanked Minchiol for his hard work and handed him a bottle of water. He replied that he had worked really hard. Ellie replied that she wasn't saying this out of politeness, as closing a B-rank gate alone would require a remarkable amount of effort. Minchiol replied that he was sure Sun Hui and Sun Yu could easily handle the task. Ellie asked, what did he mean? Even A-rankers don't hunt alone, and they don't try to complete the task in such a short time. Doesn't he understand how dangerous it is? She began shouting at him loudly in anger, and Minchiol was dumbfounded. He couldn't tell if she was worried about him or just angry. After that, Ellie looked at him, stunned, and asked again, what did he mean? Worried? What was he even talking about? She continued, embarrassed, saying she simply meant that the Hunters Association would be in big trouble, and if anything happened to him, it would be her fault, among other things. So she wasn't personally interested in him. At that moment, Yunyan joined their conversation and apologized for interrupting. Ellie turned to him, pretending nothing had happened, and asked, "Leader, what brought him here?" She had become flustered without realizing it. While Minchiol drank water in confusion, Yunyan asked if they could take a look at this. It had fallen from the corpse of the monster boss. He was holding a magic crystal, and Ellie asked what it was. The protagonist was also surprised, and Yunyan said he didn't know, as he had never seen such a crystal before, and couldn't analyze it. Minchiol smiled and considered that it might look like a useless crystal, but it was actually a fragment of a -1 key out of 5. Legendary rank, mixed appearance, durable, a fragment of a key that unlocks access to the Dranko trial, a hidden stage located on the 5th floor of the trial tower. This item is connected to the tower. Minchiol stood up and asked if he wouldn't mind if he took it, would he? Ellie replied that she didn't mind. After all, he had priority. Yunyan asked if he knew anything about it. Minchiol replied that he didn't, but he might need it just in case. Yunyan asked him to please let him know if he found out what it was, as he was dying of curiosity. He replied, of course, because even if he searched his memories, the tower was so secret that he wouldn't be able to find a single trace. Since this item was connected to it, of course he should take it. Minchiol asked Ellie to contact him if she found a rank A gate, or even better, a B rank. She replied, okay. The manager is working tirelessly, so it will be quick, and he should rest for now. He replied, okay, let her rest too. At that moment, he wondered if they really wanted him to rest, but he didn't have time for that. He needed to train. A magical aura appeared around him, and his eyes widened in surprise. Ever since the Jongmo Gate appeared, he hadn't missed a day of martial arts training. His strength had increased, and considering that F rank, S rank, and higher gates were few and far between, this was his best option at the moment. Training was much more effective than trying to get through a D rank gate. At that moment, his phone rang in his pocket, and he answered the manager. The manager informed him that they had discovered a gate he could clear. Minchiol replied that the call came at the perfect time. But Marchin also tensed up and said that unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Minchiol asked again what was wrong. Marchin replied that they had said that a great gate had opened in Korea, but the association had stipulated that it would be cleared jointly with other guilds. Minchiol asked, does he mean that he must cooperate with other hunters? Marchin confirmed this and said that since he liked to hunt alone, he could decline the request. Minchiol replied that it didn't matter, and Marchin replied, of course it didn't matter, when he suddenly realized what had just happened and asked, what? Minchiol replied that he couldn't pass up the opportunity to see other hunters in action. Moreover, if this was a B-rank gate, he would be able to evaluate the other hunters' skills. Marchin replied that a tournament might be held, and for Minchiol it didn't matter, since he simply had to destroy the boss before the others did. A gate-clearing tournament, until he showed them that he was the most artificial hunter, it didn't matter. After some time, he found himself in Jeollabuk province, Jeonju Palbuk. When he looked around, he was surprised by how vast the place was, and he hadn't imagined how vast the space inside was. Ellie smiled and informed him that people said it was half the size of Jeonju, but Minchiol thought it was unheard of, half the size of a city with a population of 600,000. That's why they insisted on working together? Ellie replied that 10 guilds had already accepted the association's request, and Minchiol realized the number of monsters appearing would be simply incredible. Ellie confirmed his thoughts, saying that the previously dispersed guilds were now barely preventing a gate breach, but the protagonist asked, What does that mean? Resolving the situation completely was impossible. Ellie replied that he was right, as the government and the association seemed to want to clear the gate as quickly as possible. If things continued like this and a breach occurred, it would be a complete disaster. Minchol replied that this wouldn't happen. Who did she take him for? He seemed very confident in his abilities and smiled. Ellie became angry, thinking he'd simply gone crazy as he was becoming overly snobbish. Minchol tried to rectify the situation, telling her not to worry. Suddenly, they found themselves near several guys discussing whether this was the person who had breached the gate. One of them heard that he even surpassed Yuson Wu and took first place. Are they really talking about the respected, promising representative of the Huron Guild he managed to overtake? Minchol, who overheard this conversation, said that everyone likes to meddle in other people's affairs. Ellie confirmed that it was all because a new hunter had appeared in town and managed to surpass a respected rival. He responded with bewilderment that she seemed to really like it. Ellie remarked that he had no idea how much attention he was attracting. He didn't remember doing anything attention-grabbing, and she asked again, what is he talking about? After all, he took first place in the hunter exam, prevented a coup, and now he's trying to cleanse them all himself. A large part of the guild is watching him right now. All the news groups are full of information about all his antics, and he replied that he hates any annoying nonsense. Ellie asked him not to worry, as his talented partner will do everything necessary for him. He's doing great, and she asks him to keep it up. At that moment, one of the guys came up to him, addressed him by name, and asked if it was him, Hunter Minchol. He didn't understand who he was. The guy fixed his hair and with a smile said he was glad to meet her. Ellie immediately greeted him with a smile. It was Guildmaster Zhang Yun-Su from the Demon Guild. Why don't they talk? Yun-Su asked again, so they knew about him? At first glance, he seemed like a narcissist, saying that he had earned the attention of such a beauty and was very happy. Ellie was stunned, along with Minchol, and asked if that was what he wanted to discuss. Minchol wondered if he was real. He didn't even flinch when he uttered such nauseating words. Yun-Su replied that while he enjoyed spending time with the beauty, he came here today to talk to a rising star. Minchol thought that if it were any other day, he would have sent him away. But now he swears that he has seen this misunderstanding somewhere before. More precisely, he smells a familiar scent. At that moment, he activated his truth eyes and wondered if he thought he recognized his scent. He extended his hand and spoke his name. Yun-Su replied that he was just as he'd heard. His confidence befitted the talent needed to secure the future of this nation. Minchol asked again, is that all he can say? He replied that he just came to greet him today. When they shook hands, the system reported that thought transference had been activated and one universal energy had been expended. At that moment, the protagonist told him that his human form was quite good, which stunned him. He looked questioningly at his new friend, not understanding what was happening. Minchol was wondering. He must be dying to know how he figured it out. Since he'd stopped transmitting the thought, he couldn't do anything, right? Yun-Su smiled, and Minchol wondered if he should provoke him. At that moment, he turned to Ellie and said he'd go see it alone. Ellie asked again, what about the support team? He replied that he wanted to check their level first. He turned to Yun-Su and asked, he's heard that he's a little busy, hasn't he? Yun-Su replied, forgive him for keeping him waiting. He was sure he'd see him again soon, and at that moment, the protagonist passed by, realizing he'd immediately taken the bait. He whispered to him that he wasn't interested in men, and an awkward silence fell between them. The bait was cast, and he was teasing him. How could he refuse? After some time inside the gate, he arrived and turned to Minchol and asked if he was still hanging around near the entrance. He replied that he was waiting for someone, and Yun-Su asked if they had met before. Minchol asked him to stop playing dumb. He could see right through these demons. Yun-Su smiled and then burst into loud, demonic laughter. His expression turned terrifying, and he replied that he was worried his identity had been revealed, but he didn't think people would be so stupid. Minchol asked if he was finished with his statements. Yun-Su asked if he hadn't had any thoughts after seeing his strength. He replied, not really. Although it was a lie. The system reported his age as 675, talent as dark magic, strength as 350, agility as 333, and endurance as 240. His unique abilities were the black tongue of deception, imitation, and soul contract. His stats are restored thanks to the restraint effect. The dark baptism effect allows him to bypass restrictions and use 80% of his abilities. Could he even last 10 minutes against this freak? The reason for his carefree attitude was his confidence that he wouldn't lose to a human. Yun-Su replied that nothing terrible had happened and that he would give him a chance if he told him how he had uncovered his identity. In that case, he would be lenient. Minchol reflected that he was familiar with his confidence as he had been a demon in his past life. The arrogance of a demon, it was time to use it against him. He turned to Yun-Su and asked, is he a joke to him? A demon or a merciful being? Yun-Su asked in confusion. A joke? He simply wanted to painlessly take his life with the power bestowed upon him from above and sealed in his left hand. He used his magical powers and showed them to his opponent. The protagonist remarked that he was buzzing too loudly and should be quiet for a minute. Since he's so talkative, he must be suffering from high school syndrome. Yun-Su smiled and shouted angrily, what is he doing? He used magic, and Minchul realized he was waiting for him to strike. After all, defeating a demon is the easiest thing in the world. The system reported that the Hellfire had been activated and 300 units of universal energy were being consumed. A dark magical aura formed around them, and the demon was dumbfounded, unable to understand why he was trembling. Could the flames be special? Minchul asked again. Was he a fool, only now realizing what had happened? Every demon would recognize the power of sin. Demons have a basic instinct to recognize power, and he probably instinctively understood that he was a demon of a higher level than he. He was the one who created the era of flame, the father of all sparks and the symbol of destruction. With these words, he addressed his opponent, who retreated in fear. Minchul spoke. Young demon. The Lord of Flame answered his call and gave him his hand, Lord Efrit. At that moment, he stopped and looked down at the terrified Yunsu, who was trembling with terror. He immediately bowed to his knees and declared that he was Verde Sionel of the demons, and wished to seek an audience with him, the Lord of Flame, Lord Ifrit. Yunsu wondered why he was doing this. Where did he come from in such a distant dimension? He was a powerful spirit, but his essence had been corrupted, and his quest for power had led him to become a demon, the Lord of Flame, Ifrit. The damned flame, after all, is known for its ruthlessness. Minchul replied that by failing to recognize the Flame Lord, he had committed a grave crime, and may his insolence be washed away by baptism by fire. Yunsu was terrified and screamed, as if he should have immediately said he simply wanted to finish him off with fire. He wouldn't let himself be killed so easily. At that moment, he clenched his fist, and dark power began to emanate from it. Minchul replied that he regretted turning him into ember, and Yunsu asked again what he meant. He replied that he was sorry because he knew how to use mana, but he still needed to make him pay for the clothes. An awkward silence ensued, and Minchul continued mockingly, saying, well, if the reason for regret was too compelling, he would take it back with a baptism by fire if he became his servant. Yunsu asked again, a servant? Minchul confidently replied, yes, if he became his servant, he would atone for his sins, and his talent wouldn't be wasted. However, the sheer compassion of his offer also annoyed him. The system reported that he was maintaining the Hellfire, expending 150 units of universal energy, and then 100 units of universal energy. Hellfire is a force created during destruction. It is in constant motion, so maintaining it in a certain form requires extreme control and concentration. This is precisely because he does it. No one else would have succeeded. And why did he choose such a difficult method instead of fighting? Although, how was he supposed to defeat a demon with his physical strength? The gulf between races is insurmountable. If he rejected his offer and attacked then, he would have to ask for help. But he had no reason to refuse to become a high-level demon's assistant, so he should respond more quickly, as he had a ton of questions for him. Please, let him take the bait and follow him. At that moment, Yunsu began making some amused noises, and Minchul realized he hadn't fallen for his deception. Yunsu clutched his head and shouted that he knew a powerful being like him would recognize his potential. He possessed a talent recognized by him, Lord Ifrit, and he dreaded to think how exceptional he was. Minchul realized this guy was a little crazy and continued to say that out of envy. Everyone refused to acknowledge him, but he knew someone great like him would understand how special he was, so he would become his servant. He, Verd of the demon race, swears on his soul to serve him. The protagonist was dumbfounded and wondered if it was even worth it. At that moment, the system reported that the demon Verde had sworn allegiance to him with his soul and would carry out his every command as long as it didn't involve the extermination of his own kind. After some time, Minchiol announced that he was known to the world as Minchiol. Verde replied that he understood, and Minchiol and the protagonist replied that they didn't need to observe formalities at all. He should stop calling him Lord. Verde asked again, so how could he not formally address the one occupying that throne? Minchiol continued that he hadn't had any problems with that just yet, and Verde was surprised by these words and didn't know what to say. Minchiol said it didn't matter and asked if there were other demons who, like him, had arrived on Earth. Verde replied, yes sir, or rather, a hunter, and he would hear everything he knew about him. According to Verde's story, 5 demons, including himself, had arrived on Earth. They were tasked with building up their forces in Korea in order to take over the planet. The dark baptism they've acquired helps minimize their limitations. While it's still unknown who exactly is responsible for developing this kind of dark art, Minchiol is certain that at least one of the 4, now 3-dimensional lords is involved in dark baptism. The most likely candidate would be Rosalind, who serves Asmodeus, but it seems that for a lord of that level and above, dark baptism won't help with their limitations. Verde has said that among the 5 demons he is the strongest. The protagonists wondered if, since they are weaker, he would survive if something goes wrong. But if word of this reaches Elysium, a serious battle is likely to break out. Elysium and Pandemonium have previously competed with each other over the towers that appeared in Korea. After Deimos' death, Pandemonium found it difficult to continue the war, and Elysium found it difficult to maintain a full-scale offensive. Pandemonium was weakened by the death of one of the dimensional overlords, and Elysium decided that both sides should come to an agreement. Thus, Korea, where the tower was located, became neutral territory and a third party. But since the demons had come here, ignoring the agreement due to the loosening of restrictions, They were surely after the tower itself. Since he was willing to do anything to gain Taos's power, he couldn't simply let this slide, and a serious battle could erupt at any time, so he thought he needed to begin preparations in advance. At that moment, he turned to Verde and asked him to listen to his orders. Verde asked for this to be left to him. He was carrying out the order perfectly. His enthusiasm was brimming, even excessive. From now on, he would be his eyes and ears. At that moment, Verde froze and asked, is he supposed to be the eyes and ears of Lord Efrit? If he could, he'd rather ask him about the situation in Pandemonium or the situation with the War Demon clan. But he might become suspicious if he asked too many questions. While betrayal wasn't expected, he still had to remain sincerely loyal to him, so perhaps he could be of more use. So yes, he wanted to receive a report on all their intentions while he was on Rosalind's mission. At that moment, Verde rejoiced and shouted to leave it to him, as he would do everything in his power to further his grand plan. Mincheol grinned. Such reliability. But what's going on with the situation in Korea now? World peace? He wasn't interested in anything like that. He simply couldn't forgive those who wreaked havoc where he lived. He would turn those plans to dust. 2 weeks had passed since he'd come here to focus on leveling up and trusting Verde to gather information on the demon's intentions. He found himself in the territory beyond the gates of fire. Beyond the gate lies a vast forest filled with a variety of monsters. The forest troll has exceptional regenerative abilities, the Dark Hood is well versed in witchcraft and curses, and they try to ambush him out of the blue, and so on. A major battle broke out between Mincheol and the monsters, causing him to flee. Although they are now nothing more than experience points for him, he has increased his stats and acquired new skills. He has leveled up so much in just 2 weeks since the incident at the Jongho Gate. In his opinion, full-scale battles are definitely the best. In martial arts, people mostly repeat certain movements or techniques to master them perfectly, gaining experience through the process of enlightenment. For him, such repetitive processes are of no use, as he already achieved enlightenment when he was Deimos. Currently, his body needs full-scale battles to learn martial arts movements and uncover the concepts embedded within them. He must understand how his muscles should move in a state of enlightenment once he achieves complete harmony and can finally unleash the full power of his martial arts. At that moment, a terrifying, enormous monster appeared behind him and began to run. The protagonist heard a loud noise and, grabbing his sword, muttered that the creature was very noisy. He took up the 5-tiger blade and pounced on the monster, slicing the creature's weapon in two with a single movement. He then tensed and swung his fist at his opponent, causing the protagonist to leap high and slice it in half with his sword, spilling the creature's blood everywhere. The monster fell to the ground, and Mincheol gained new experience points. He smiled and, examining his hands, muttered, "This is real energy." Previously, he was unable to contain such immense energy, so it was scattered. But now he can control the energy of the universe and infuse it into his blade. This was made possible by his growing understanding of martial arts and his increased control over the energy of the universe over the past 2 weeks. He was a little tired and realized his body couldn't keep up. He needed to train more. From now on, he should focus less on the energy of the universe and more on increasing his physical endurance. After some time, night fell, and the boy called Mincheol by name and asked if he was the hunter. Mincheol turned around in surprise and asked, "Who is he?" The young man replied that he was pleased to meet him. He was the leader of the 3rd team of the Hwarang Guild, Choi Yu-jin. He shook his hand and said he was here because he had a proposal. Many guilds were participating in clearing the Palbok Gate, which contained Dragon's Claw, Horizon, and the World. Most of them were going into the dungeon together, without competition, and there were no teams dedicated to killing the boss. And this was all because the #1 guild among them, Hwarang, was among them. This guild, as befits a first-ranked guild, had created its own team and was now offering to join forces with them. Mincheol was surprised. Why had they suddenly offered to cooperate with him? What were they planning? This prompted Mincheol to ask again, "Does he want to join forces?" Yujin smiled and replied, "Yes, because such a huge gate had been defended for so long, the townspeople were worried, and they needed to sort this out as soon as possible." Mincheol wondered, townspeople? It was surprising. Since when did guilds care about townspeople? He clearly had some special purpose behind this proposal. The protagonist responded that he understood everything. He wanted to do everything quickly and efficiently. But since when was a first-rank guild incapable of handling something like this on its own? Such a guild would never help others, and rumor had it that Yujin, one of the 3 co-leaders of the Hwarang, even surpassed Sun He. Someone like him would travel so far to Palbok, hoping to recruit one person? Yujin replied that he was paying attention and caring to all the hunters working hard to clear the gate. Mincheol chuckled and apologized, as he was allergic to such nonsense. He frowned and replied, "So this young man is behaving inappropriately." Mincheol asked again, "Is breaking into a stranger's house behaving appropriately? He had such a perfect night to practice the ancient heavenly art, but this jerk ruined everything." He tried to tease him, thereby forcing him to reveal his true purpose. But it didn't work, and it was a waste of time. If he had asked Ellie, everything would have happened faster. He turned around abruptly and replied that he would talk to the association about working together, and Yujin hoped for a positive answer. Mincheol didn't understand why this jerk had come here. When daylight came, Ellie yelled at him and asked, "Seriously?" She slammed her hands on the table and wondered if they were trying to initiate a rematch between him and Sun Yu, Minchul asked again. What? Ellie was surprised. Did he really not know who this was? He immediately answered, yes, absolutely, and an awkward silence ensued. Afterward, Ellie explained that he'd been in the top 3 in the final hunter exam and had competed against him. He replied that he remembered him, but what did he have to do with any revenge? She replied that it was because of him that he failed the test, and Minchul asked, is that the problem? Ellie replied that the Hwarang Guild apparently wanted to increase its prestige. The first giant gate in Korea, a revenge match between the 2 gods who fought in the exam, they shouldn't accept their proposals. It was all just a provocation. The protagonist paused, smiling, and replied that he would join the cleanup. Ellie, perplexed, asked what he should stop. His opponents were planning to use him for their own ends. He replied that that was precisely why he'd agree, and opening the doors, he smiled, realizing he'd be stepping onto a prepared stage, but he didn't think the lead role would belong to them. He'll make them pay for wasting the time they'd chosen for training. After a while, the protagonist found himself on the battlefield in the forest with his team. They thanked him for coming. The guys exchanged glances, and Yujin smirked and said he'd like him to observe their guild combat techniques from behind. He should stay safe. Minchul replied, okay, he was curious about combat techniques anyway. At that moment, he walked away. There were 20 people in the assault team. They had a tank, a melee player, a carry, a mage, and a support. God, he'd seen so many looks like that in his past life that he wasn't even surprised by these jerks. Another guy approached him and said that he was glad to meet him. They'd met before. The protagonist wondered, who was this jerk? Why was he pretending to know him? Minchul commented that he didn't have friends like that, and the guy shouted that he was Yusun Yu. They'd taken the exam together. The protagonist realized it was him who had placed 3rd. Yusun Yu said he was glad to have the opportunity to hunt together. Minchul asked again, but why? He grew angry and replied that all the hunters who had defeated him had proven their skill. The protagonist thought he was cute, his words laced with malice, and he didn't expect to feel the same emotions he'd felt during Pandemonium. He saw that he was proud of his skills. This was a joint attack. Yusun Yu replied, of course, he looked forward to working with him. After all, it should be fun, Minchul thought. After a while, they set off, and at that moment, Yusun Yu raised his hand and asked everyone to stop. A terrifying tree monster appeared before them and began to roar loudly. He raised his hand and directed Squad S to destroy it. Tanks to aggro, teams forward. They must deliver an unstoppable blow, a sword of suppression, and a blade of wind. The guys began to fight this monster in turns with various spells, and the protagonist began to think that the bark tree is highly resistant to magic. The melee units attack first, then the mages. It was impossible that the Hwarang Guild rookies were slightly behind the hunters on the front lines, but their technique was just like that of the professionals. At that moment, one of them used a shockwave and a fire spear. Together, the tank and the melee unit, the mage and the support, were doing an excellent job of their roles. But when would this end? He was incredibly bored and began to yawn, because, as he thought, their usual methods weren't for him. Not giving it his all was like carrying dead weight. At that moment, he noticed Yujin, who was simply observing what was happening, and he thought he could have handled this much faster. At that moment, Yusun Yu used 10 consecutive swings to shatter the tree into pieces, and upon landing, he smiled as the tree was destroyed. He turned to Minchul and asked what he had to say about this. He replied that it was simply incredible, and Yusun Yu grinned and said that the guild had just begun the hunt. Minchul continued by saying that they were all new to the guild and he didn't expect them to fight. Yusun Yu definitely stood out from the rest, but there was no place for him on the stage today. High firepower, detection, priority, and banishment were the things all the heroes used to defeat their opponents. One of the girls tried to use fire, but Minchul covered her with his own body and split the monster in 2 with his sword in one deft move. When he did, he turned to the girl, who thanked him. She reported that it was a low contribution and that the amount had been deducted from his points, leaving him with little experience. It seemed that since the other hunters had already battered this monster, he hadn't received even half the percentage he was supposed to. Hunting with them for 5 hours was less rewarding than 2 hours alone, and perhaps hunting alone was his destiny. Yujin reported that the entire mountain, the boss's zone, was within this gate. The guys were surprised by these words, and he continued to say that from now on, they were entering this monster's territory and should remain vigilant. As he had said earlier, he wouldn't lift a finger. Minchul considered this, thinking that he had a reason for doing nothing. Yujin turned to Yusun Yu and said deputy. He expected him to do his best and not make any mistakes. He replied that he understood, but wasn't sure that Hunter Minchul would have the opportunity to join the battle. However, since he had accepted their invitation to join the clan, he would still receive an equal reward. As expected of a leader, no one could match his mercy. Minchul considered this, so they were making him the scapegoat? At that moment, Yujin and Yusun Yu turned to the protagonist, who smirked and apologized to the leader, explaining that he'd been allergic to nonsense lately. Yujin grew angry and asked, his words were rather harsh, hadn't he noticed? They were teammates. Minchul asked again, were his comrades trying to make a fool of themselves at his expense? If they'd planned this from the start, he'd have preferred to hunt alone. They asked again, alone? Minchul flexed his fists and replied that since it had already come to this, how about making a bet, their assault team against him, and they'd see who could finish the boss first. unless, of course, they were too afraid to do so. The others were dumbfounded by this, and Minchiol declared that while he might be him, he wasn't going to go against them all, and that they should eliminate one. He pointed at Yujin and said he was out of the running. Yujin grew even more angry and said his jokes were getting too far. Did he really think he could win if he didn't participate? He replied, "Of course, it's only 20 people against one." He'd previously accommodated them. Now it was their turn to accommodate him. His teammates were upset, calling him a jerk and realizing he was looking down on them. But the main character looked at them with smiles on their faces, as he didn't have to follow every detail of their plan. At that moment, Yu Sun-yu turned to the leader and asked if he wanted to accept the offer. Yujin asked again, was he seriously considering this pointless bet? He smiled and replied that Hunter Minchiol had won first place in the exam, and he simply couldn't help but be overconfident. He knew what he was talking about, right? Yujin replied, okay, but if he was in danger, he'd step in. He replied that it wasn't necessary and that he'd take care of everything first. At that moment, he took a step toward the boss. His wake left a trail of dust through which the entire team peered. Based on what he'd seen with the eyes of truth, he was confident he could defeat the boss faster. Now it's a race against time. The protagonist suddenly realized the Hwoarang weren't chasing him, and now that he thought about it, he remembered they all had boots and special equipment. Do they know something about the boss? As everyone knows, this mountain is the monster's territory. However, if the source of this information was the Hwoarang, they could have deliberately concealed some details or lied. He didn't know what kind of monster lurked here, but was it really that powerful that they were hesitating? In any case, no matter what they prepared, he would deal with the boss first. At that moment, magical beams began to spread beneath his feet and he was stunned, realizing he could feel vibrations. At that very second, an incredibly huge monster with a wide mouth and sharp fangs leaped out from the ground at him. This creature shattered the earth, sending rocks and earth flying everywhere. Minchiol realized it was a sandworm, and the monster was approaching him faster and faster. It was as huge as a mountain, but terribly loud. He covered his ears to withstand the scream, when suddenly the monster began to direct its power at the protagonist, and he asked, "What is this?" He couldn't resist it without enhanced demonic energy defense. The worm has no eyes, but it uses the vibrations of the earth to locate its target. At that moment, the monster began to roar loudly and approached Minchiol, who realized the creature was very fast. He used his sharp weapon to pierce the monster, thinking about how its incredibly tough scales and excellent regeneration couldn't be so easy to deal with. Minchiol struck the creature, cutting its scales in several places until they bled. He realized he couldn't dodge, and if he did, he would end their battle with a counterattack. With that thought in mind, he struck the monster's scales with his hammer and realized the Hwoarang guys were still out. They must be planning something big. He jumped off the monster and realized he was truly sorry, because by the time they arrived, there would be nothing left of the worm. A bright, sunny aura appeared around him, and he readied his sharp sword again, plunging it straight into the center of the monster, which roared loudly in pain and blood. The cut wasn't as deep as he thought, but it was enough. Martial arts weren't all he had. At that moment, he swung his hand, which was filled with magical energy, and realized that his target was the monster's tough shell. When he struck that tough shell, his magical beams reached the monster's insides, and he thought about how the flesh was cut very neatly. So, was he going to do it again? Minchiol continued to fight the monster, destroying it little by little. At that moment, his teammates realized they felt an earthquake. Another guy called out to him and told him he was an idiot. It was a landslide. The others started shouting that they should run. They didn't understand what was happening. And could he really have climbed onto a worm? At that moment, the female knight covered her mouth in shock as she looked ahead. She was the first to notice that the protagonist was fighting this monster alone and didn't understand what was happening. Minchiol was confident and mocked the creature with a smile on his face. One of the knights asked if such movements were even possible. Another confirmed that their leader could do the same. But was he really fighting a sandworm alone? When he realized this, he clenched his teeth in anger. He thought that he would get scared and hide somewhere. Yujin grabbed his shoulder and tried to stop him, saying that if he engaged in close combat now, they couldn't guarantee the team's safety. Yu Sun-yu screamed, "But at this rate, they'd lose the bet." Yujin replied that they'd miscalculated this time and suggested retreating, saying there would still be a chance. He should trust him in the guild. Yu Sun-yu replied that he understood and believed he would win anyway, but Yujin still believed his skills weren't much different from Yu Sun-yu's. But it wasn't just skill. His keen eye and quick thinking allowed him to predict the worm's movements. He acted decisively even when the slightest mistake could lead to serious injury. Perhaps the monster wouldn't have been a challenge for Yu Sun-yu, but with his physical abilities, would he have been able to dodge it? It's simply impossible. Will Yu Sun-yu have a chance to catch up? Otherwise, he might just end up being a liar. At that moment, the protagonist knelt down next to the destroyed monster and asked if they hadn't been preparing for too long. It seemed they had no more work to do. He smiled and rejoiced at his victory, without ever seeing what they had prepared. After a while, the people around him filmed him on their phones and shouted that they had dealt with the gate. Mincheol clapped Yu San-u on the shoulder and grinned, saying that they weren't exactly happy about the cleanup. Of course they were angry. They wouldn't be able to sleep a wink tonight. At that moment, Mincheol turned to Ellie, who was waiting for him, and coming closer, asked what happened. He asked again. She's still asking about that. Of course, he destroyed them all. After a while, the guys stopped by for coffee and sat at a table, and Ellie was surprised by how well he'd advertised himself. He asked, "But will that just add more work for her?" She replied that such work was always welcome, and sometimes he thought she was simply obsessed with her work. Ellie said he wasn't the kind of person she wanted to hear that from, and he asked why. She replied that it was because he was obsessed with hunting. He exclaimed that he was throwing around facts. What a cheap trick. Ellie told him not to look for the gate, and asked if he was offended. He replied that it wasn't like that, because he was planning to infiltrate the Tower of Trials. Ellie chuckled and asked if his jokes were out of line. He replied that he wasn't joking. All the strongest people and those he had fought in the past had come from the tower. According to them, for each trial completed, a person receives items, mana, and other rewards as a reward. Of course, the tower doesn't always help one become stronger, and he asked Ellie to call the branch manager and tell him he wanted to see him tomorrow morning. After a while, Marchun was shouting with joy, expecting Mincheol. He'd heard that he was going to the tower. That's why he'd packed something special for him. It was a bag that was on the table. Mincheol asked again, so quickly? He replied that a competent partner should be one step ahead. The system reported it as a 500-kilogram spatial bag. Mincheol was glad he'd prepared well, and Marchun replied that he was the branch manager and definitely hadn't gotten here thanks to a poker game. This time, the union would cover. But before he could finish, he cleared his throat, and Mincheol suddenly asked to deduct it from the amount he'd receive. If he took something for nothing, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Marchun asked again, was that true? The Interstellar Union always tries to return twice what they invested. If he lets his guard down, he'll become a debtor, and he doesn't want to have any debts. Marchun replied, fine. He must remain on equal terms with the Alliance. He also needed help with something, and Marchun asked him to ask now, not to be shy. He mentioned needing a construction specialist. He'd like to build a training ground, something as effective as a gate, since he can't always train in a gate and needs a place with a large mana pool where he can draw a magic circle. By following all the conditions during training, he will activate this circle and thereby increase the concentration of mana. This place is capable of attracting mana with a surface area large enough to draw a circle and is protected by magic from human intrusion. Mincheol asked again, would this require about 700 million won? How much money did he have available? Marchun replied that, as far as he knew, it was a little over 600 million. Mincheol replied that he should take care of the construction and then bill him for the shortfall. Marchun wanted to help him with the missing amount, but Mincheol replied that he shouldn't do that. Marchun had a hard time getting him to borrow money from him, but he would try to do everything according to his instructions. He was counting on him, and now he was finished and it was time for him to go. Marchun replied that there was something he wanted to ask, and Mincheol asked again, what is it? Marchun replied that to enter the tower without an invitation, he would need to be human. He replied that this was true, and Marchun asked again, so how was he going to enter? Mincheol responded with silence and realized he thought he was just a clone of a high-ranking astral being. The tower's system was strict, and anyone using a clone couldn't obtain permission anyway, so his concerns were reasonable. He asked, is he really that curious? Marchun replied enthusiastically, of course, anyone would be interested. It seemed he didn't suspect him. He was genuinely just curious, so it wasn't a difficult question, because he is a real human. He walked toward the exit, waved his hand, and said that to find out the answer, he would have to die. Marchun asked again, what? He replied that he said he only needed to die once to understand. Marchun didn't understand what that meant, and Mincheol mused that it all had to do with his past life. The reason his current self could enter the tower was because he died by the hero's sword, and was reincarnated as a human. Marchun watched him leave silently, perplexed. Mincheol only wanted to tell him this after they had built up more trust, hinting at his true identity. However, how he interpreted it would be entirely up to him, so it wasn't his business. Marchun became upset that it seemed he still didn't trust him enough and burst into tears. After a while, the girls noticed Mincheol entering the room because he was very handsome. They seemed to have seen him somewhere. Mincheol sat down on the sofa and smiled. He sat across from Verde, who smiled back, and the girls commented on how good-looking he was too. They decided they should ask for their phone numbers and discussed it. Meanwhile, Verde told Mincheol that he was honored that he had asked to meet him. The system reported that they had created a silence field, a barrier magic that blocked sound. He reported that for his age, he was very good at using mana, and Verde thanked him for the compliment. He asked him not to smile at him with such a nasty smile, which made Verde upset, and Mincheol asked again if he had received any additional orders. He replied, not yet. They were currently focused on expanding the guild. Mincheol realized that he was indeed managing the guild and was surprised, and Verde confirmed, of course. A demonic guild? They could call them loyal servants, guided by their black flames. It had only been a short time since Verde founded the guild to increase its strength in Korea, and thanks to his skills and leadership, the organization had grown rapidly and was now known as a new and prosperous one. Minchol realized that his stats were far superior to those of other people his age, and that he was truly talented. And now that he had become his loyal servant, they would serve him alongside him. Minchol understood that since he had taken a subordinate, he must make him as useful as possible. He placed the glass of soda on the table and asked, "Verde, does he trust him?" He replied that he swore on his soul. Minchol rose from his seat and said that in that case, he shouldn't move a millimeter, no matter what happened. At that moment, he extended his magical hand toward Verde's face, from which dark rays began to emanate. Verde was terrified and asked again, "What?" But he couldn't move and was dumbfounded. Minchol, smiling, asked him to simply concentrate. Otherwise, if he were distracted, he could die. The demon clan interacts with mana differently, so they can't use the dark magic Verde uses. Nor can they teach him any magic that could make him stronger. There was a moment of silence between them, but martial arts are a different matter. The art of mind-splitting. In fact, it's more of an energy art, closer to Taoist magic than martial arts. It increases information processing capacity by dividing the consciousness into separate parts. But how will this help him? Magic is like calculating a specific formula, and if multiple calculations can be performed simultaneously, magical efficiency increases exponentially. This means that those who master the art of mind-splitting will be able to speed up their magical calculations several times over. Verde looked at his hands in confusion, frightened, wondering what was happening. He began to scream, "Lord Ifrit, what is this power he bestowed upon him?" Minchol replied that the art of mind-splitting is magic that helps make magical calculations faster and more efficient. Fighting a demon of the next level, he could easily suppress it. Of course, he only gave him the basics, and he'd still have a fair amount of training. Verde was overjoyed and, with tears in his eyes, began shouting that they'd never even heard of such a thing, and he'd given him such a powerful ability. Minchol remarked that if someone had attacked them, they'd both be in a coma, and laughed. The girls continued to whisper among themselves, "Did he just grab another guy's head? Did they fight or something?" He didn't want to do it in a public place, but it seemed the transmission had gone smoothly, and he was right. If anyone had touched them, it would have ended in an energy deviation. A photo of their bodies would have appeared on the news because they'd fallen into a coma. When someone interferes with another's mind, both the infiltrator and the victim are in danger. But he's not just anyone. He's a former demon king and can trust himself. Verde asked, "But shouldn't they have rented a business lounge or something in that case?" Minchol replied that it was expensive. And Verde asked, "But isn't he rich?" "He doesn't have money either." At that moment, Minchol realized, yes, this is one of the habits of student life. Verde was frightened and realized that he'd been on the brink of life and death while drinking coffee for less than 10,000 won. In any case, he suggests ending this conversation. Verde should diligently train in the art of mind separation and master it to 2 stars while he's gone. Verde asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Minchol replied that he needed to go to his hometown before entering the tower, but he wasn't going to some high-ranking gate. Was he? Minchol told him not to worry about it, and smiled. After a while, he found himself at the station and told his friend that he should be grateful. There was no need for him to follow him around. His friend replied that it was the only way he could remember his existence. Besides, it was a chance to visit his parents. And when else would a poor student like him have the chance to ride a high-speed train? Minchol asked him to say hello to his parents for him, and he smiled, saying, "Okay." It was Kim Ki-tae, Minchol's childhood friend, a university student in the same academic year. Ki-tae continued the conversation with his friend and reminded him that he was constantly away from home. He trained until dawn, changed his phone number, took a leave of absence from university to pursue a career as a hunter, and was completely unreachable. Minchol was speechless. He thanked him for these words, but Ki-tae said he wasn't finished yet. Their university friends made such a fuss because he became famous. They approached him and asked for his autograph. After all, they had heard that they were best friends. He talked his mother out of going to Seoul because she couldn't reach him. She screamed into the phone that he couldn't reach him either. Had something happened to him? She wanted to leave for Seoul immediately. He tried to explain everything to her, but all he could do was show her an article about him, and she was very surprised. After clearing the gate, he realized that at this rate he would die alone. But luckily, he was able to meet him then. When he was talking on the phone around the corner, his mother was yelling into the phone, asking him why she couldn't get through to him. She was really worried. He apologized to her, and she asked again, didn't he really have anything to tell her? He told her what had happened to the hunter, and she asked again, isn't a hunter's job dangerous? He replied, no, it wasn't dangerous at all, and he wasn't planning on doing anything dangerous either. She continued to shout, does he even know how worried she was? Ki-tae watched him from around the corner, laughing at how pleased he was to see the mighty Minchol nervous. Friends like him aren't easy to find, and who else would help him choose a gift for his parents? He had a wonderful friend, didn't he? The gift box contained fruit and Korean beef that Minchol had bought for him. He had already thanked him, so he wanted to treat him next time. And now they were going to the most expensive restaurant, so he should get ready. When they waved, they said goodbye until they met again, and Minchol thought that, Frankly, the inability to keep in touch due to being busy was just an excuse. He's guilty, and he admits it. When memories of his past life returned, he became obsessed with becoming stronger and pushed everything Mincheol had aside. For him, feeling something like this right now is proof of how different he is from his previous self. Standing in front of the chicken shop, he thought it was because Deimos would never feel anything like this. He'd only been gone a few months, but it felt like years. His parents have run a restaurant in the old part of Nambu Market for 20 years. They have a lot of customers because they use the old method of deep frying. He missed that smell so much, it used to make him sick, because it was everywhere. Although no, he can't say he's no longer disgusted by it, even if he lives elsewhere now. Even as the son of chicken restaurant owners, there are things he can't say. His university friends asked him a ton of questions. How could he say something so respectful as, fried chicken makes him sick? If one of his friend's parents owned a restaurant like that, he'd thank God every morning and bow toward the rising sun. At that moment, he touched the doorknob and suddenly froze. When he walked inside, his mother greeted him as she set the table. Her mouth dropped open in shock. And his father also came into the room and asked, "Who's there?" Mincheol smiled at them and said he was back. They'd prepared him a crisp, golden chicken with an aroma that touched all 5 senses and filled his nose. Mincheol picked up a glowing chicken leg and took a bite, realizing how well roasted and juicy the meat was. He was delighted by this sensation, because the taste was angelic, or rather demonic. He almost lost himself. Mom said he should have let them know he was coming, so she would have cooked something he liked. He always said he was tired of chicken, but they were glad to see him eating well. He said it was okay. They couldn't find chicken like that in Seoul, so his father's chicken was better. He chuckled and said he'd fry some more if he wanted. Mincheol smiled and said, "Let them fry it." After the memory of his past life returned, he forgot about his family for a while. He grew up with love and care. His parents were always there for him. Even when he wasn't taking an exam, they worried about him and were there for him. They also gave him free chicken coupons and were happy for him with all their hearts, every little thing. His parents are the people he wants to protect most, and the only reason he still exists as Mincheol is because of them. He asked them not to forget to open their gifts. These gifts are the only thing he can give them now. His dad thought being a hunter brought in a lot of money, and now he's all grown up. Mom asked again, "What is he talking about? He's still a child." At that moment, she turned to Mincheol and said that they appreciated it, but next time he shouldn't buy anything. "Let him not spend money on them, okay?" He replied, "Okay, he won't do that. But Minjim should be here soon." She stopped in front of a cafe where there was a sign saying that today was a day off. She overheard their conversation and Mincheol asked again, "Why should she come here?" They asked again, "Didn't he know? She helps them in the evenings." When Minjim came in, she announced that she was back. But what does this all mean? She saw the gifts on the table and looked at them in bewilderment. Is it their day off or something? Why is the door closed? Did something happen? Suddenly, they exchanged glances with Mincheol and she started screaming angrily, "What is he doing here?" He screamed back at her. That's what he wanted to ask. At that moment, they started yelling dirty words at each other and discussing how bad their breath was. While they continued to quarrel, their mother came up to them and asked them to stop it. When will they grow up? They turned around and yelled at each other. That's it. Mom said that her children must have been enemies in a past life. They hated each other. The protagonist thought that they were annoying brats from the past. She couldn't be one of them, right? He suspected her of something. When she looked at the gifts, she asked, "Where is her gift?" He replied that it wasn't there, and turning to her brother, told him not to be so bad. He bought the gift, didn't he? He angrily replied that he didn't have a sister. Minjin asked again, but how could he not give a gift to a girl like her? He replied that he didn't have the gift and that she should stop, otherwise he would throw up. She asked again, was it really for nothing that she had been sucking up to him? Did he really not have a gift for her? At that moment, he pulled out an envelope and handed it to her. She was delighted and thanked him for it. He told her to behave normally and know her place. And Minjung replied that she wouldn't pay attention to him since he had given her money. After that, silence fell between them and everyone sat down at the table. Mincheol asked again, did she really not want to say a word to him? At that moment, they turned on the TV, and a reporter announced that the huge gate that appeared in Jeonju disappeared after 18 days. Reporter Kim Yoo-jin Chu went for details. Mom was glad that nothing had happened, and her husband said that if anything happened, he would protect her. She became embarrassed and screamed, "There are children here. What is he saying?" He reflected on how he hadn't wanted to close that gate, but it was close to their home. And seeing their reactions, he realized it wasn't in vain. The hunters were received by those teachers at the gate's closing, led by one of the 3 leaders of the Hwarang Hunter Guild, Yoo-jin. But the raid on the boss this time was carried out by Hunter Mincheol alone. His mother gasped in shock and asked again, "Is this their son?" Minjung screamed that it sucked. He also contributed to the rift incident, and this time an alliance was formed between the Hwarang Guild and the Interstellar Union. Yoo-jin was interviewed, and an unattractive photo of the protagonist was included. He saw this and thought, if they were going to use his photo, couldn't they have used one where he looks like a nice person? That moment, the reporter announced that the Hwarang Guild had supported his boss fight and exam, the Rift, and now the giant gate, and they would eagerly await Hunter Mincheol's next achievements. Reporter Kim Yoo-jin-ju was with them. After this news, the entire household was stunned. His mother turned to her son, who was incredibly scared and unsure what to do, and she asked, "Doesn't he want to explain anything to her? What did he say? Is there nothing dangerous about it?" He laughed, unsure how to react and unsure where to begin his explanation. A short time later, Mincheol found himself at home and jumped up, grabbing his phone and contemplating his severe headache. He spent 2 days doing nothing. On the first day, he told his family the few details of his life that were known and simply spent time with them. On the second day, he was able to have a drink with friends thanks to Ki-tae. Having arrived in his hometown, he spent his time as Mincheol and didn't waste it digging into the memories of his past life. Ever since he remembered everything, he'd been running non-stop, as if something were chasing him, and now he finally had a distraction. He was having fun, and it all ended with him once again promising himself to become stronger. He couldn't defeat those they would have to face with his current strength to protect those dear to him. He had to become stronger, no matter how dangerous it was. After some time, he arrived at the station and told his parents he had to go. They asked him not to do anything dangerous, and he told them not to worry, as he hadn't intended to. His mother added that he shouldn't try anything like the Palbok Gate again. He replied that it wouldn't happen again, and reflected on how perceptive his mother had become. She asked him to keep in touch so they wouldn't worry, and he promised to try. And his dad added that his mother was very sad. After that, his mother pinched her husband on the back and asked embarrassedly why he needed to say that. His sister turned to him and asked when he would leave. He was only delaying the train. Mincheol replied that he was already leaving and she still wanted to get rid of him. They would see if he brought her money next time. After these words, Minjung said that her amazing best brother in the world, as a daughter and their parents, she would make up for his absence over them. Please, let him go with God. He replied that her delirium was akin to art. After some time, he returned to the city. The train was heading to the boarding area, and when he got off, Ellie met him right off the train and told him that he had arrived on time. He was surprised to see her and said that she had also arrived on time. Ellie asked if he had ever seen her late. He thought for a moment and replied, "Not yet," and Ellie noted that this would never happen. After a while, she asked, "Is he heading to the tower now?" He confirmed this and asked her to call Marchen and remind him of his request. She answered, "Of course," after which they approached the gate. Mincheol looked at it carefully and thought that this was the entrance to the Tower of Trials, and he felt a strong energy, completely different from the gate. So, should he go now? Suddenly, he heard a loud scream. Ellie asked him to wait and asked if he had nothing to say. He asked again, "What? Should there be something? Maybe he forgot something?" She started shouting that if he intended to return, then he should just say that he would return. He asked again, so he didn't say goodbye? But did it really matter? He would see her anyway upon his return. People who wish to enter the tower remain there for quite a while. On average, they're ranked, with a survival rate of around 70%. His physical body isn't even close to being an A rank, it's an E rank, so he's a little worried. But he has the skills and standards from his past life and understands her concerns, and he's fine. He won't see Ellie for a while. He never thought anyone outside his family would be worried about him. He suggested they have dinner together when he returned. Ellie asked in surprise, "Dinner?" At that moment, he opened the gate and said, "Yes, he wants to meet, not for business, just for fun." He'd be stepping away for a bit. He closed the gate and smiled, saying he'd be back soon. Inside the tower, he feels like he's about to dissolve into the darkness. His senses are blocked. He can't see where he's going. The system window reported that he's using an ancient celestial art. First, Mincheol will summon his senses to assess the area. A voice said, "Welcome to the testing tower." MC thought, who is that voice? They decided to give him a welcoming ceremony. He turned around and thought, there? The silhouette asked, "Can't be. Can he see him?" Mincheol answered, "Only the outline of a figure." The silhouette snapped his fingers and said, "It's still incredible." A man with a bear head appeared in front of him and said, "Welcome to the testing tower. Nice to meet him. His name is Luce. He's in charge of training on the ground floor." MC asked, "A bear mask?" Luce asked again, "A bear? Let him rub his eyes. It's a bald lion." Mincheol asked, puzzled, "What kind of bald lion is that?" He ordered him not to waste time on nonsense and get down to business. Luce said, "He looks like he has a short temper." MC said, "His name is John Mincheol. It's the precious name his parents gave him." Luce laughed and said, "Okay, John Mincheol." He disappeared and said, "Before they begin the zero trial." A system window appeared in front of MC, and he widened his eyes in surprise and thought, this is the exact same status system. The same thing appeared before his eyes when he awakened as a hunter. The system window reported, "Trial Tower, Floor 0. The task is a trial by combat. He needs to prove his worthiness in battle. The target is unknown, and the end conditions are the death of the challenger." Luce said he can view this information at any time by saying, "Status bar." MC smiled and thought, this can't be a coincidence. He sensed amusement. Luce said his stats will be adjusted for the duration of the trial. He will also only be able to use one item. Changing items will not be available during the trial. He laughed and said, well, he will not wish them luck. Luce said he thinks he will surprise them. He looks strong enough. Jin, the support person in charge of the ground floor, said he is some kind of weakling. His stats, aren't they too low? Never before had he seen a challenger adjust their stats so explosively. Minchul's normal stats were adjusted to 100 points. Jin said he can't believe such a youngster came to the tower. Did he really find a grave for himself? Luch sat next to the bear mask and said that if he dies, it will be over for him. He is not like the other participants. She wonders how long he will last. Jin thought, is she interested? It seems she was not at all shocked by his low stats. He folded his arms and said, he bets on 10 minutes. He must, at a minimum, match the adjusted stats. Luce asked again, is that so? Then she bets on 10 seconds. Jin asked again, wasn't the minimum 2 minutes? Let her not back out later. Luce said, betting is always akin to rolling the dice. A werewolf with high strength and agility stood in front of MC, growling loudly. Minchiol smirked and said, knowing the creature's stats gives him an advantage, and since his own stats had doubled due to the adjustment, dealing with the monster should be a piece of cake. The werewolf thrust its paw forward and lunged, and MC created an energy spear. He attacked the creature, and the onlookers widened their eyes in surprise. Luch reported, the first stage, werewolf, had been completed. His constitution and mana have been restored. His wounds have been healed. The next test will begin in 10 minutes. If he wishes to start right now, let him say skip. MC thought he hasn't even warmed up. He said skip. Second floor, it's a harpy. Minchiol attacked it, then said skip. Luch said stage 4, a skeleton. Before he could finish, MC dealt with the monster and said skip. Luchi said, the next test. Minchiol destroyed the monster again and said skip. He wondered if all the rumors around the tower were just a lie. Luche said, stage 7. He again didn't have time to picture the creature before MC quickly attacked it and said, skip. Stages 8, 9, and Minchiol's pass. He wondered if there would be anyone worthwhile today. Jeannie asked if he needed to make an appointment with an ophthalmologist. Lucia replied, she thought she had vision problems too. 10 stages took 10 seconds? That's a new record. Ordinary rankers don't live to see this, Jeannie screamed. So that's why he interested her. Lucia answered, her sixth sense hadn't failed her. She thought that it was no coincidence that he saw her then either. The light of the tower. When a candidate goes through the process of registering, with the tower exposed to the light, all of their senses are temporarily frozen. She had gone through this too, a long time ago. Feeling anything during this process should be impossible. He did what no one else could. Where did he come from? She said he could pose a threat to mortals. After a while she said, stage 48, dark illusions, completed. If he wanted to start right now, he needed to say skip. MC said skip. He looked around and wondered, when would it end? He only started to have fun when monsters with stats superior to his started appearing. Even he began to feel like he was growing. The system Windows reported he received 2.5% XP. He received 3% XP. He received 3.5%. Minchiol thought the extra rewards were delicious. He hoped they wouldn't end. Maybe there were about 100 stages here? Luch said, stage 49, Vagabond. The system window reported that the Vagabond had 300 strength points and 350 agility points. The Vagabond had high scores in all stats, as well as in the skills, fast swordsmanship, and ultimate blade dance. He said, it's been a while since anyone has gone this far. MC asked, wow, he can talk? The Vagabond replied, of course. Well, now then, Luce announced, the test was beginning. The Vagabond swung his sword and offered to test his skills. Minchiol looked at him carefully and thought, his swordsmanship style is fast swings that put pressure on his opponent. The way to deal with him is to suppress his speed with strength. The system window reported, he uses the 5 tiger blade. He swung it and struck the opponent's sword, and then asked, did he block? The Vagabond replied, he should know. He jumped back and said, he had met many strong challengers, but never anyone like him. Minchiol asked, is this a compliment? Vagabond replied, yes. 7 had been through this too. MC said, 7, cool name. He jumped off the floor and lunged for an attack, but Vagabond blocked the attack again. He screamed and wondered what kind of power was hidden in that blade. Minchiol smirked and asked, did he think that if he circled around him like a fly, he would succeed? He thought before, 1 hit was enough for him, but now, he swung his sword and thought 2. Vagabond thought in surprise, this can't be. Is he losing? MC thought 3. He struck again and Vagabond screamed, but his stats are higher. Minchiol swung his sword again and thought, the trick is to deliver several consecutive strikes, creating a combo that will be far more powerful than a single strike, albeit strong but chaotic. Buff, Ancient Celestial Art increased by 40%. Consecration increased by 50%. 1 chaos energy is equal to 3 mana levels. MC thought, given the buffs, he won't lose. Higher stats alone mean nothing. The Vagabond said only 7, no, 8, including himself, were able to defeat him. Minchiol asked, 7? Are these the same 7 he spoke of earlier? The Vagabond replied, yes, they rule the tower. He wondered if he could pass the final test. It felt good to cross swords for the first time in a long time. Luchi reported, stage 49 completed. The final stage would begin in 10 minutes. If he wished to begin right now, he should say skip. MC asked again, the last one? Skip it. A bright lightning bolt appeared in front of him and Mincheol said, "Nightmare. Isn't that too much?" Knights covered in mana appeared in front of him. The system window reported that MC was facing a legion with all stats at 100 points. He needed to defeat 100 legionnaires. MC thought, 100. That's a good number to write a heroic tale about. They have the same stats. Are they trying to take him by numbers? The legionnaires said, buffs, blessings. Mincheol thought, apparently not. If he continued to stand and watch, they would slap even more buffs on themselves. He had no time to waste. First, he'll take care of the most problematic ones, the ones who apply buffs. The legionnaires used fireballs and water arrows and aimed them at MC. There was an explosion, but Mincheol dodged. The legionnaires began using sneak attack, sorrow strike, ambush in the darkness, seal of slowness, punishment, and curse of blindness. Mincheol said they were applying all sorts of debuffs to prevent him from even having a chance to escape. The system windows reported that he was affected by the seal of slowness, agility reduced by 10%. God's punishment was activated. He was experiencing pain and itching. He was affected by the curse of blindness. His vision was blurry. The legionnaires raised their spears and released mana. MC thought that a powerful attack should follow all this. He won't be able to dodge, and since he can't avoid it, he will strike back. Mincheol released mana forward and thought after this they would most likely pounce on him. This is excellent. His move. The system window reported, the divine flame is purifying energy and healing wounds. The effect of the curse of blindness has been lifted. The legionnaires asked, has the punishment been neutralized? Mincheol thought, when fighting in a large squad, it is common to create a gap and not notice. However, he thought that such experienced guys would not allow this. Maybe the 7 did not take advantage of this, but he would be glad. MC ran forward and swung his sword, thinking, after all, the consequences of thoughtless actions are death. The system window reported, 97 legionnaires remain, 96 left, and then 94 legionnaires. MC quickly advanced forward and attacked. He thought he didn't need to dodge all the attacks. To gain more, he has to sacrifice something, otherwise they will change tactics. The mages said, the enemy is approaching. We need to protect the mages from behind. MC clicked his tongue and said, the guys quickly took their positions. The mages put their staffs forward and said, Firestorm, Ice Spear. Mincheol clutched his sword and jumped, and the legionnaire said, the enemy is approaching. God of War. This is an honorary nickname given to a demon who has reached the pinnacle of battle. So much had been done to earn this. The legionnaire said, stand guard. MC thought, he just needs to change one thing, and he will destroy the fortress they have created. The legionnaires used solid shield and unshakable defense. Mincheol thought, thereby turning the tide of the battle in his favor. He began to swing his sword and attack the opponents. He thought, this attack does no damage. He just needs one more small opening. The legionnaires used fire, but Mincheol quickly ran up to them and attacked. He said, they are too slow. This is a battle of speed. The system windows reported that the legionnaires were dwindling. MC attacked them, and the system window reported that there were 69 legionnaires left. The energy of the universe, 215 points out of 1,400. Mincheol thought, now that he had dealt with the most problematic warriors, he needed to aim for vital spots. That's all. The fight should be much easier. The legionnaires said that the mages were destroyed. A new strategy is needed. MC asked, 69 against 1. Are they not coming? He laughed and asked, are they just going to stand there like statues? He rushed forward and shouted, well, that means he will come himself. The system window reported that there were 54 legionnaires left. A moment later, there were 21 legionnaires left. After a while, one legionnaire remained, who said, it's impossible. How could someone defeat them all? MC asked, what's so special about that? It's time to finish. He swung his weapon, and the legionnaire screamed loudly. Mincheol looked at him and said, he tried well. The system window reported there were 0 legionnaires left. Jin screamed in surprise. This is insane. How could the legion lose? Luce, had she foreseen this outcome? She asked, how could she? Even though she had been expecting this battle, she didn't think he would defeat the legion. The legion is a numerous troop of high-ranking undead, united by spirit and driven by vengeance. While even the most united army makes mistakes in battle, the Legion has no such flaw. The Legion, like a single monster, overwhelms with force. And never before has the Legion lost. But today, it lost to him. The system window reported, he passed the trial of battle. He ranks first among those who have passed the trial of the 0 floor. The ranking of the 0 floor, first place is Jian Mincheol, and second place is the Demon King. MC said they gave themselves such a grandiose name, the Seven Emperors, but not a single one of them is on this list, although it certainly sounds very impressive. The system window reported that he had achieved something no one else had. His name and reputation were recorded in the tower's history. As a reward for this achievement, he was awarded 1 million points. MC asked again, 1 million points? What kind of points? The system window reported that the points could be used as currency within the tower. Mincheol wondered if 1 million points was a lot or a little. Considering the achievement, he thought the amount was still quite large. Luch appeared behind MC and congratulated him on passing the test. MC said yes, thank you. He He became frightened and screamed loudly. MC turned around and wondered how he hadn't noticed. Was this some unique ability possessed by the tower's system or by the tower manager himself? Not knowing really upset him. Luce said that he looked upset despite having passed the test. MC replied, "It's nothing." Luce laughed and said that in that case, she would give him a reward for passing. A bright energy flowed into his body, and Mincheol asked, "What? This is it?" A mythical ranked world stone appeared in front of him. The appearance of this miscellaneous. It's a stone with the power of creation. MC smirked and wondered if he gave him the world stone as a reward. The world stone is a precious stone capable of creating a dimension, Mincheol thought, but a stone of this size can't create a dimension, although it still has great power. Luce said, "So that was the reward for clearing the ground floor." MC asked again, "What? The tower manager didn't know about the reward? Shouldn't he know everything?" Luce replied, "The tower holds many secrets. The manager only knows a part of them. And even if this item isn't from Earth, does he know about it?" Mincheol answered thoughtfully, "He has his own sources of information." He thought, there's no need for him to tell how he knows about the stone. Luce spread her arms in different directions and said, "In any case, he is aware that his reward is a very special item, much more valuable than the rewards for all the other floors." She thought, "There is no reward better than this stone." She said, "If you process it correctly, you can get an artifact of the transcendental rank or even mythical rank. Only 15 items belong to this level, transcendent rank. Below mythical, but still, only 100 items have it." Luce said, "If he hires an amazing craftsman from the tower to make it." MC interrupted her and said, "He does not need a weapon." Luce said, "But this is the best way to use the world stone." Mincheol thought, his weapon is enough for him. He replied, he thought of another good way to put it. He smashed the stone with his hand and Luce screamed in fear. Test subject. What did he just do? She thought, this madman, he just destroyed such a precious thing. The crystals of the stone began to fly in different directions, and Mincheol sat on the floor and thought, the energy of the universe is equal to the energy of origin. The world stone, in turn, contains power equivalent to this very energy. Now he's trying to do something no one has thought of yet. He's trying to absorb the world stone. Luce asked, "What's going on?" A strong gust of wind began to spread across space. MC placed the creative power contained in the world stone into the world in his mind, into a small universe. The system window reported that the mastery of the ancient celestial art had increased by 15%. The mastery of the ancient celestial art had increased by 10%. The mastery of the ancient celestial art had increased by 10%. MC thought, he still can't absorb it completely. He thinks he's only managed to absorb about 1%. He said, this must be his limit now. Mincheol thought if he overdoes it, everything might just collapse. At the very least, he managed to form the sun. If he learns to control this power, he can become stronger. So the first goal has been achieved. The system window reported, the ancient celestial art is an energy art with no limits. This is a breathing method that forms a small universe within the consciousness of a high-level dimension, called the world of the mind or the upper meridian. If one absorbs the powerful waves emitted by light or dark heavenly energy and transfers them to the world of the mind, then one can use it at will. 4-star level. This can activate the energy of the universe. The advantage of 2 stars is that the energy of the universe increases by 30%. The advantage of 3 stars is that the energy of the universe increases by 40%. The advantage of 4 stars is that the consumption of energy of the universe decreases by 30% when using martial arts. The speed of recovery of energy of the universe, 9 points. The power of the universe is increased to 2,500 points. The energy of the universe is increased to 4,500 points. MC thought happily. 2 stars turned into 4. Luce asked, test subject, what did he do with the stone? She saw how he destroyed it, but what happened next? MC turned around and said, he absorbed it. Only a part, but still. Luce said she had never heard of such a thing before. How did he come up with that? Mincheol said thoughtfully, she might think it was some kind of instinct. He himself doesn't know the details. Luce thought, it seems he's not lying. To pass the 100th floor, he must have something more up his sleeve. She said she believes him because she herself is endowed with some talent. She threw a rock towards MC and told him to take it. Mincheol caught it and asked what it was. Luce replied it was a token showing she was interested in him. MC replied he wasn't one to like attention. Luce said she thought he'd still need it. Mincheol looked at it and thought if she didn't want to talk, then she didn't have to. The eyes of truth. The system window reported it was an Oron fragment. The rank was legendary and the appearance was varied. The item's durability was 500 possible points. It was hidden somewhere in the treasury on the 3rd floor of the tower. If he used the token in a certain place, he could get a valuable item. MC thought, an item related to a certain space in the tower. There were still a ton of items here he could get, including a shingle fragment. He smiled and thought, this is getting more and more interesting. Mincheol said well, he'll consider it a souvenir and accept it. Luce smirked and thought, what a little brat. MC walked toward the stairs and thought, the goal is to reach the top. He has no idea what that might look like, but he'd just taken his first step. What awaits him next? After a while, the system window announced, test tower, 1st floor. Quest, scorching desert. He needs to survive in the desert where the day is unbearably hot and the night is bitterly cold. The goal is to survive. The conditions for completing the quest are to find a way to the 2nd floor. MC wondered if it was too much to throw him into the desert so suddenly. If he didn't have the energy of the universe, he he wouldn't even be able to walk. The system window announced, exploring new terrain. The exploration percentage had increased by 1/100%. MC asked again. What? 100th? A creature appeared behind him and screamed loudly, and Minchiol quickly attacked the monster and ordered it to shut up. He walked forward and said, "It feels like he's walked so far. He can't believe it's only 1/100%. He even wanted to give up. It would have been better if he hadn't seen this." He frowned and thought, why the ground floor? This training. They should just let him beat up monsters, and not all this. After some time, he beat up the monsters and said, "How exhausting." He took out a ration pack with fried rice and said he'd have a snack before going on. He tried the rice and thought, this is better than he thought. They make excellent rations these days. But he still can't believe that the research process is still only 0.2%. The worst thing is that the goal is not even to reach 100% of the research, but to find a way to the second floor, which is located who knows where. If he's lucky, he can finish this quickly, but if not, he'll have to hurry. And obviously, he looked ahead and ordered the silhouettes to stay where they were. Don't come any closer. He thought the flies would keep circling around. The guy spread his hands and told him to calm down. There's no need to raise a spear. They're here to make a deal. Minchiol asked again, a deal? The guy replied, yeah, he just passed floor 0 not long ago. Right? MC replied, yes. The guy asked, how about exchanging a few rations for information on the location of the entrance to the second floor? Minchiol smirked and thought, you just need to look at them. He asked, why don't they go to the second floor themselves, since they know where it is? Do they think he'll believe them? The guy asked. What was he talking about? Of course they'll go too. Since they're already here, why not? They just don't want to go up so soon. He knows that besides the main quest, there's also an additional one, completing which you can move on to the next floor of the Tower of Trials. Right now they're busy completing this one. That's why they need rations to be able to stay on the first floor longer. MC replied, he can believe that. But that doesn't mean he trusts them, guys. After all, they might give him false information just to get rations. The guy replied, if that's the only thing that confuses him, they will provide a map with the information they managed to collect. It has directions. They will help him go up to the second floor. MC asked again, a map? The guy replied, if he said map, he would be able to see the explored areas. Didn't he know? MC asked, was such a useful feature here all this time? The system should have told him about it from the beginning. The guy looked at MC and thought, seriously, yeah, he's a complete newbie and a weakling. Looks like the deal will go smoothly. He asked, so what did he think of their offer? Minchiol replied, not bad, or rather, it's very good, since he can just replenish his supplies right before going up to the second floor. Okay, he agrees. The information is much more useful to him now. The guys grinned, and the main one stepped forward and thanked him. Minchiol replied, no need to thank him. MC said, but he's offering him such precious information. Isn't that right, Dikran? He widened his eyes in fear and screamed. How did he know his name? MC attacked him, and the other guys screamed. What is he doing? He aimed at them. Minchiol thought, God, they are such idiots. He picked up the key and thought, he has the eyes of truth. Some time ago, he saw that Dikran had a bloody key of a rare rank. By using the key, he can escape the trial of the nameless altar of God. To activate the function, the key needs to be washed in the blood of 100 test subjects. MC thought, even if they try to hide their bloodlust, it's still too obvious. He tricked the other test subjects, right? The guys rushed to attack, and Minchiol asked, what is he doing? He quickly attacked the guys and said, yes, the same thing as them. He looked at their bodies and thought, he's not doing this for justice. He simply punishes those who have forgotten the code of military honor. A warrior must fight, and instead they deceive others. They deserve to die. The system window reported that he killed the test subject of the first floor. He received information about the area explored by the test subject. The exploration percentage increased from 0.2% to 81%. MC said this is unexpected loot. He will take a look. This is the staircase that leads to the second floor. And the altar. Where can I use the key? Perhaps. He will be bored just going up to the second floor. He thought, looking at the requirements for using the key, the reward must be enormous. He just needs one more person. He is sure he will meet him along the way. After a while, MC approached the stairs and said, he can't believe it. He really didn't meet a single living soul. He thought, however, he killed so many monsters. Shouldn't he at least be satisfied with all the experience he received? He said, first, he will go up and look around. Minchiol thought, the key is just an item to help him escape the test, which means that if he can pass the trial, it doesn't matter at all. He wonders what the trial is. MC asked, is it an altar? The system window reported Trial Tower, first floor. This is an additional quest, the nameless altar of the god. It is a ferocious altar that was used to summon the god through human sacrifices in the past. Now it has fallen, but there is still some divine power left in the altar. He needs to pass the trial of the guardian that protects the altar, and he will be able to obtain the god's relic. The goal is to pass the trial of the altar. The limitation is that it is available once every 10 days. The reward is 10,000 points and a heart crystal. MC asked, once every 10 days? Is there a time limit? It's better to pass the trial than to make this key. He thought the reward is 10,000 points, so 1,000,000 received after training. Is that a lot? Suddenly, a bright glow appeared next to him, and Minchiol asked, did someone beat him to it? He turned around and saw a guy behind him. He thought, this guy is strong. The system window reported that this is Raoul de Goldrian. His race is Draconian, who is 111 years old. Talents are melee and magic, and his characteristics are unknown. MC thought Draconian, a dragon man. If he is 100 years old, then it means he has only just come of age. But his energy is very strong. Nightmare. He is an unexpected variable. He doesn't think he can win at his current level. Draconians are the race that replaced the blood dragons. Even someone who has just become an adult is strong enough to defeat a demon with ease. They value honor and strength, and they like to fight fairly, so in that aspect they are similar. That's why he was on pretty good terms with them in his past life. That's how he knows about it. They are simple-minded because they love justice, and a little clumsy because they hate shameless actions. If he uses this information, maybe he can resolve the situation without wasting too much time. Raoul said his name is Raoul de Goldrian. He is a descendant of the proud golden race. MC replied, he is a human. His name is John Minchiel. Raoul extended his hand and said he will give him advice, even though this is their first meeting. Minchiel asked, what advice? Raoul replied, there is no need to start the altar trial. It is too difficult for an earthling like him. MC chuckled and thought, how dare this brat tell him what to do? He doubted he had a chance. He asked, was he trying to sell him out so he could collect the reward himself? Raoul replied, he only said that because he was worried about him. Minchiel thought he wasn't lying. If he thought he was capable of passing the test, he would have challenged him to a fight. If he weren't worried, he would just let him die. Well, that's even better. They'll come up with a backup plan. MC said, if he was so worried, then let him help him when he was in danger. Raoul looked at him thoughtfully, and Minchiel replied, and when the time was right, he would cede the extra quest to him. He thought if he agreed, he was a complete fool. If not, he was just a wimp. The offer sounded good, but in fact, he was asking him to be his bodyguard while he fought. No one would ever accept that offer except a draconian who valued specialness and fairness. Raoul chuckled and said, okay, since he can't deprive him of his right to primacy, he'll do as he says. He's a very smart earthling. MC thought this proud fool really took the bait. He said, okay, he promised. He trusts him and will begin the trial. The system window reported, the related quest, the bloody key, is not yet complete. He thought, he supposes it's the lock. The system window reported, does he wish to begin the trial without making a sacrifice? Minchiel asked again. Is he asking? Of course he does. The lock opened and the system window reported, an altar guardian appeared. MC looked at the creature and thought, is that a guardian? It's a fallen beast, the demonic beast Pandemonium. The monster growled, and the system window reported that MC had engaged in battle with the guardian. Minchiel thought, he doesn't know who this nameless god is, but he can't believe that the guardian is one of the Pandemonium demons. This is his chance. He gripped the hilt of the sword and rushed into battle. The first form of the 7-star demon sword, a blade that cuts stars. MC thought, Pandemonium Hound, a fallen beast. The monster's battle tactics are simple. Attack the enemy head-on and attack with its tentacles. Among them are special limbs that memorize the mana of their victim and attack exclusively. Cutting off the tentacles does not cause any damage to the main body, so the battle turns into a grueling battle until the enemy is completely exhausted. And yet, regenerating severed limbs requires mana and energy. During this process, a hole appears in its defense. Just like now, Minchiel cut off the tentacles and thought it opened. He must attack the main body. He swung his sword and rushed to attack. The system window reported, the fallen beast is under the influence of suppressive energy. The fallen beast is paralyzed. The second form of the 7-star demonic sword, Shooting Star. Minchiel struck the monster in the head with the monster's sword. It fell to the ground, and Raoul thought he didn't expect to defeat the fallen beast so easily. The wise king's mind's eye. Only the leaders of the Draconians possess this skill. It allows you to check the mana of a particular creature. Depending on the color and quantity, you can determine how strong it is. He can't believe that MC defeated the Pandemonium Hound with such mediocre physical characteristics. This is bad. He needs the heart crystal. In that case, he'll have to. Minchiel looked at the monster and thought, he had hoped to kill the creature with one blow. Could this second form really be his maximum? If he hadn't absorbed the world stone, he would have had a very difficult time. Thanks to this, his darkness energy more than doubled, and its consumption was reduced by 30%. But due to mediocre physical characteristics, he cannot use advanced martial arts techniques. In that case, he has only one choice. He swung his sword a few times at the monster's body and considered finishing off the paralyzed fallen beast. The system window reported that 8.5% experience had been gained. MC's hand ached, and he looked at it and saw the mark. He cried out, there it is, Minchiel thought, and the mark on the back of his hand began to glow. This meant he had unleashed the second level of the Black Star's power. The Black Star possesses capabilities comparable to mythic rank artifacts and is also capable of transforming into any weapon. Its power varies depending on the user's progress level. Unfortunately, he is currently no stronger than an average C rank. He doesn't know what led to this, but it would be a sin to pass up this chance. The stronger the Black Star becomes, the broader his combat capabilities will be, and then he will be able to deal with any troubles that may befall him in the tower. The only problem is the resources needed to fully unleash the star's potential. He won't find such resources on the first floor of the tower. It looks like he will have to put it off for now. The system window reported that he defeated the Guardian. MC said, yes, his additional task. The system window reported that he received 10,000 points and a heart crystal. This trial can only be repassed after a certain amount of time. The remaining time is 240 hours. The system window reported that it is a unique rank heart crystal. It has a durability of 300 points. It is the result of crystallizing countless lives. A powerful vengeful spirit is contained within this stone. Minchil thought it was a heart crystal. Not that he needed it after absorbing the world stone. Rule asked if he was given the heart crystal as a reward for completing the additional task, right? MC thought, just look at that look. He can barely restrain himself from taking it by force. And why would a guy from the draconian race need a heart crystal? A heart crystal? A demon desired to create something similar to the world stone, and for this purpose, ground up many living beings, combining their lives into this cursed stone. If someone applies this to an artifact or uses it as a catalyst for a spell, they can greatly enhance their combat abilities. However, to use it safely, it is necessary to suppress the evil energy generated by the vengeful spirit. That is why the heart crystal is a coveted artifact for any demon or warrior who specializes in using demonic techniques. Dragons with pure mana will have a rather difficult time using this stone. And yet, he still wants it? I don't care. He doesn't really care about the reason. The most important thing is that this guy needs a heart crystal, and he has just that. He promised to protect him, so he probably won't attack from behind. Rule frowned and thought, he really needed the crystal, but he can't just break his word. MC asked, does he want this stone? Rule looked at him in surprise, then grabbed his hand and shouted, is he really going to give it to him? Let him ask for whatever he wants. Within reason, of course. Minchil replied, he doesn't need anything. Rule asked again, what do you mean? MC answered directly, he protected the altar, didn't he? Rule replied that the altar was only unharmed because he completed the additional task. He didn't have to do anything because no one else came. He thought he was one step away from betraying him. MC said that if he hadn't believed him, he wouldn't have been able to even fight this monster. Rule replied that he simply kept his word. Minchil asked if he insisted so much, then perhaps he could do him a favor? If his request turned out to be beyond his strength, he could refuse. Rule placed his hand on his chest and said he was all ears. MC said that if possible, he would like to visit Draconia at least once. Rule asked again, Draconia. MC said that Earthlings consider their world to be an exemplary fantasy. Rule asked in surprise. He meant to say that word of their world had even reached Earth, which was in another dimension. MC mentally apologized, but he snapped. In fact, people don't even know dragons exist. Information about Pandemonium and Elysium is strictly classified to prevent other dimensions from interfering in Earthling affairs. For example, elves, dwarves, and the Interstellar Union. Earth's representation has greatly limited interracial diplomacy. That's why most information about other dimensions is hidden from the public. Draconia is certainly a beautiful world, but its purpose is different. Rule replied that only those who have gained recognition from the dragon race can enter their world. MC thought that winning the favor of the Draconians is incredibly difficult. He asked, so it's impossible? Rule asked again, no, why not? There is a way, Minchil thought. Rule de Goldrian. He knows that name very well. Recognition as a member of the Goldrian family is worth much more than a heart crystal. Rule reached into his belt pouch and said, so be it. MC thought, everything is going according to plan. Draconians are not the kind to stay in debt. Raoul held out a sign with his name and said that if he so wants to get into Draconia, then he should accept it as a gift. MC looked at it in surprise and thought, wait a minute, isn't this what's called a nameplate? A nameplate is an extremely valuable item. In Korea, the equivalent would be a full guarantee for another person. Things like this are only given to those you truly trust. They barely know each other. He shouldn't give him something like this. Raoul said it was his nameplate. This thing will allow. He continued talking, and after a while, Minchiol asked if it was so valuable. Then why was he giving it to him? Rule replied that he trusted him, so he believed in him too. He was very skilled with weapons and used his mana wisely in battle. Something like this can truly be called an art. He has a good understanding of the strength of others. He can be sure that he has great potential. MC thought, this is going crazy. His knowledge of the Draconians and his acting skills worked perfectly. He thought he would get some papers saying that he had won the favor of the Draconian, but this guy, he's too narrow-minded. I mean, he's kinder than he thought. Raoul laughed and said, this is truly an incredible day. Not only will he be able to get the heart crystal, but he's also made a true friend. Minchiol smiled and said, he'll be very careful with his nameplate. He thought, how did he even survive in this cruel world? Yeah, he was really unlucky to run into him. Raoul said, it's a pity that their paths part here. He hopes they meet again soon. He's staying behind to purify and absorb the heart crystal. MC responded in kind. He thought, he hopes he doesn't fall for other tricksters. The system window reported, test tower first floor. He's passed the hot desert test. Research progress, 80%. He's earned 3,500 points. He can proceed to the next test or return to his dimension. MC started climbing the stairs and said, he has only one path, and that's forward. After all, he still had a ton of rations, so there was no need for him to go home. He thought happily, the second floor, let it wait for him. Suddenly, he sank underwater and looked around in confusion. He thought, bubbles? A nightmare. The system window reported, the second floor of the test tower. Task, sea gems, an endless sea abyss, the depths of which conceal numerous dangers. Sea gems are hidden in places unknown to outsiders, waiting for the brave souls who dare to find them. Objective, find 7 sea gems. Minchiol thought he was just in the desert, and now he's at sea. Who even created this tower? The system window reported, the current depth, 30 meters. Remaining breathing time, 3 hours. MC thought, first the hot desert, and now the sea. The creator of the tower, he's a sick idiot. The system window reported, he entered the safe zone. Breathing time won't be be spent in the safe zone. Minchiel stopped and thought, great. He can breathe to his heart's content here. He's glad to have such useful items. The system window reported the Abyssal Compass, a standard item given to all players who visit the second floor. This points to the nearest safe zone. According to the compass, this is a safe zone, but what kind of house is this? MC went inside, and they greeted him. The monster stood behind the counter and said, he must be another player challenging the second floor of the tower. MC asked what made him think so. He didn't seem to have any special abilities. The monster asked, how could he not? He doesn't really look like a local. It seems he has a lot of questions. Let him sit down. Minchiel asked, he supposes he wouldn't be willing to share information with him for free? The monster screamed. Of course! He usually charges money for this, but oh well, he'll answer his questions if he buys something. MC told him to give him his cheapest item. The monster clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, 5 points. He tossed MC a bottle, and he wondered if points were used for trading. The system window reported that he had purchased a bottle of fresh water from Arlok's shop. 5 points spent. Minchiel thought that in that case, his million points were much more useful than he thought. He asked to wait, and asked, does he sell water here? In the sea? Arlok replied that if he didn't like something, he could go swallow salt water and die of dehydration. MC sat down on a chair and told him to move on. Better let him tell you. Could he get any advice from the administrator of this floor? Arlok repeated. The administrator? Does he think he has nothing better to do than lead players by the hand? He needs to forget about it. He's too busy. MC wondered. Too busy? He remembered Luce and thought, and that administrator looked quite free. Surely, every administrator has their own problems in their heads. He folded his arms and said, well, whatever he says. And what are these gems the quest mentions? Arlok replied, the deep sea is divided into 7 smaller seas. MC asked again, 7 seas? Arlok ordered everyone to listen carefully. Judging by what Minchiel had heard, this place is called the Sea of Silence. Each of the 7 seas has its own gem, and if someone completes the quest on the second floor, the gems will immediately return to their seas. He would like to hear more about the other seas, but unfortunately that's all he knows. Well, it's better than nothing. Arlok said he almost forgot one more thing. He can't get the gem just by going to where it is. 500 points. 500 points and he will tell him how to get these gems, and even tell him about one very useful item. MC turned around and said, he better ask someone else. Arlok ordered him to stop and shouted, 400. No, 300 points. Let him come back, newbie. Minchiel thought. He knew it. He told him much more than he deserved for those 5 points. Does he really think he's some kind of simpleton? First, he'll find the local gem, and then go with the flow. If he's not mistaken, the place Arlok spoke of is here. He clenched his fist and thought, fish, God forbid, he lied to him. He saw a creature off to the side and wondered, could this really be the gem? The system window reported, the second floor of the testing tower. Task, sea gem, ruby. You need to get the gem from the head of an Atlantic anglerfish within a certain time. If the anglerfish takes damage, the ruby will move to another location. Time, 5 minutes. The anglerfish saw him and began to quickly swim away, and Minchiel thought, should he compete in speed with the fish? Interesting. Under normal conditions, he would never be able to catch the creature. The system window reported that he surrounded his body with holy fire. All his stats, except for darkness, were increased by 50%. He quickly rushed after the fish and thought, but he has one trick up his sleeve. It's time to measure their strength. The angler looked at him and said that in his memory, he is the first player who can run in water. Minchiel asked again, wait, can he talk? He thought, nightmare, he swallowed water. If you look at the angler more closely, you can see arms and legs. Is this another merman? The angler summoned servants and fish appeared in front of MC. He thought, is that all? Does it really think that some fish can stop it? He rushed after the monster, who asked, and how is he going to catch it at such a height? Minchiel thought, he's worried about the wrong thing, buddy. He quickly extended his hand forward and headed towards the crystal. He grabbed it, and the anglerfish screamed. What? MC thought, it's easy as pie. The system window announced, second floor of the test tower. Quest, sea gem. He passed the ruby test. He will be awarded 1,000 points. 10 hours have been added to his breathing time. The anglerfish said that all the low-ranking ones he met had a really hard time in the water, but he was completely different. MC whispered, and that's it? It's kind of boring. Come to think of it, he can use the sound transmission skill. The anglerfish said he was entitled to an additional reward for completing the test so quickly. MC asked, what is this? The anglerfish replied, he'll find out when he collects the rest of the gems. Minchiel wondered, a reward for fulfilling a special condition? The eyes of truth don't reveal any additional information. Okay, he'll figure it out later. And here it is, the current that will carry him to the next sea. He feels like he'll have to try hard to overcome it. The system window reported that the water pressure has increased. The water pressure rose from level 3 to level 4. His movements were limited. MC thought he should swim forward. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, the system window reported that he had reached the Sea of the Abyss. Minchiel thought, it worked. He finally got out of the first sea. He can't believe there are 6 more areas like this here. This place looks livelier than the Sea of Silence. MC heard the call to come closer. Only today can they purchase rare items at a great price. Short blades from the nose of a swordfish for only 3,000 points. The man said to buy healing potions from alchemists. Minchiel thought, the safe zones here are much more crowded. It looks like some kind of village. A voice was heard behind him and MC turned around. The man asked if this was his first time in this safe zone. Wasn't it? Minchul replied, yes. The man said he's sorry, but can you give him a minute? MC wondered what he wanted from him. This middle-aged man's name was Gerard. He was a hunter from the UK. Gerard said that it seemed like he had embarrassed himself in front of another hunter once again. Since they were already talking, let him show him the abyss. MC asked again, the abyss? Gerard replied, it was one of the safest zones in all the 7 seas. However, it was more considered a city. The abyss is a place connected to the other 6 seas. If a hunter fails to collect 4 or more gems, he gets stuck on the 2nd floor, and the only place where he can feel safe is this city. MC asked, so all these people failed to complete the task? Gerard answered, yes. And he was one of them. His maximum is 3 gems. He didn't even think about challenging the rest of the trials because they were too hard for him, so he lived here for 3 years. MC said, it must have been really hard for him. Gerard said that's why he helps newbies like him by telling them how tough this floor is. MC asked, where is the Central Sea trial? Gerard asked, does he want to challenge him right away? Minchul asked, why wait? He thought, thanks to this kind guy, he got a ton of valuable information, time, money. He can't sit around in this city when he's so full of energy. He moved to the sea and seeing Gerard said he could just tell him where to go. Gerard told him to ignore him. He just wants to see with his own eyes how he passes this trial. MC thought, how can he ignore him? He had a brooch on his chest that allows you to talk underwater. A stream of water appeared in front of MC, and in the distance he saw a silhouette and thought, is this the trial? Gerard replied, it was the last hunter to arrive. The test is to survive in the whirlpool, but this poor guy failed. MC asked, wait, what? Isn't it easy? Gerard replied, partly. At least you can't die here. Minchul thought, seriously? On the 1st floor he had to fight tooth and nail, and here he can try as many as his heart desires? Gerard said, however, he can't guarantee that the tests of other gems will be as safe. He asked to wait. He will now give him equipment to make it easier in the whirlpool. MC said he doesn't need anything. He will do this. Gerard shouted, stop, this is too reckless. Minchul thought, now he will find out whether this is reckless or not. The system window reported, task, sea gem, garnet stone. You need to survive the specified time in the mana whirlpool. If he cannot resist the current or is knocked down, the test will be failed. Time limit 10 minutes. The garnet stone test has begun. Minchul thought, wait, why should he wait for the whirlpool to grow? All he has to do is hold out in this place for 10 minutes, but no one said how exactly he should do it. In that case, he'll just destroy this whirlpool. MC started waving his weapon, and Gerard, who was keeping his distance so as not to be sucked into the whirlpool, thought, what's going on? Shouldn't the whirlpool be raging right now? Maybe he should go down and check. The guys came up to him and asked, Gerard, what is he doing here? Hasn't he already passed this test? Probably he's mentoring some newbie again? Gerard said, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Here, he's leading another brave man to the gem. The guy said, he said it. And how? When did he start the test? Gerard answered, about 2 minutes ago. The guy asked again, 2 minutes? It's too quiet for. He screamed, what a nightmare. Gerard turned around and saw a whirlpool next to him. He thought in fear. Why was it so big? They were sucked into the whirlpool and screamed loudly. Gerard screamed, what kind of horror is happening here? The system window reported, Quest Sea Gem. He passed the Garnet Stone test. He fulfilled the additional conditions of the test. As a reward, his Abyssal Pearl will be enlarged. Gerard froze in surprise, and MC said, it seems he was pretty battered. He could just go back to the city. He thought, he didn't expect that destroying the whirlpool would lead to the emergence such raging waves. Gerard screamed, how is he going to return when he needs to be watched like a hawk? The system window reported, Sea Gem Opal. He needs to defeat a giant metal shark. Gerard screamed, just one bite is enough to inflict fatal wounds on him. Minchul turned around and thought, fatal wounds? God willing, there's at least something left of him. However, in such trials, it's enough to land one blow, use hellfire on the wound, and voila, he can enjoy the fire show. Gerard looked at him in surprise and thought, fire underwater? Did he get into a cartoon about a sponge or something? He said the Emerald trial will be much harder than the previous ones. MC asked, so this is the hardest trial? The system window reported, a sea gem, an emerald. You need to stop the volcano. Gerard replied, no, compared to the other remaining trials, this one is considered quite simple. The only problem is the lava, which can explode at any moment. MC replied, he just needs to watch out for the underground vibrations. It's as easy as pie. The system window reported that he passed the Emerald trial. After a while, Gerard extended his hand and congratulated him. He can't believe that he did it so quickly. Now he can go to the next floor. MC asked again, what is he talking about? Since he's taken on this task, he has to complete it completely. He will collect all the gems. Gerard shouted, did he really need this? Minchul replied, they say the harder the test, the better the reward. He's sure he'll get something worthwhile if he collects all 7 gems. 1,000 points and 10 hours to his breathing time. 2,000 points and 10 hours to his breathing time. 2,500 points and 15 hours to his breathing time. MC thought, wondering what they'll give him as a reward if he fulfills all the special conditions of the test. He'll probably get some kind of achievement for collecting all 7 gems. Gerard said, in all 3 years of living here, he's never met anyone like him. MC asked, is that a compliment, right? Gerard said no, he's just trying to understand where such monsters come from. Minchiel thought discontentedly. A monster? Old man, he should choose his words better. Gerard said so, be it. MC asked again. What? Gerard said he would accompany him to the very end. Minchiel asked, puzzled. Why go so far? Gerard asked. Didn't he tell him? He wants to see with his own eyes how he passes the trials. MC thought he was talking like he couldn't say no to him. He said okay. He was counting on his help. The collected gems: ruby, garnet stone, opal, emerald. After the 5th trial, he received a sapphire. After the 6th, a lapis lazuli. In the last trial, he will have to get an amethyst. Gerard said this region is called the Sea of Death. Minchiel replied, what a catchy name. Gerard said, almost no one returned from there alive. MC asked, so someone actually managed to pass this trial? Gerard answered yes. In the tower, these people are known as the 7 Emperors. Minchiel thought, they seem to be really strong, since they are called Emperors. However, he has never heard of them. Most likely, even they couldn't pass the final level of training, so he has every chance. The tower's trials test more than just strength. The ability to sense the flows of mana around you is what matters most. MC waved and said they'd see each other. Gerard wished him luck. The system window announced the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials. The task: Sea Gem, Amethyst, an abyss whose bottom is hidden from human sight. Only those who can withstand the pressure of the deep sea are worthy of the trial's reward. The goal: reach the bottom of the Sea of Death. Minchiel asked, is this the Sea of Death? It sounds scary, but in reality, there's nothing special. He widened his eyes in surprise and screamed, what? The system window reported that the water pressure had increased to level 10. Restrictions had been strengthened. Mana density had increased. He was afflicted with a negative status effect, paralysis. Minchiel screamed loudly and thought, what's going on? Where did this enormous pressure come from? He can't give up now. He needs to pull himself together. The system windows reported that the depth was 600 meters, 800 meters, and 1,000 meters. Water pressure had increased from level 10 to level 13. Mana density had increased from level 8 to level 10. MC thought, what monstrous pressure. If he relaxed even for a second, his body would be crushed by the surrounding mana. The system window reported that he was resisting the pressure. Minchiel thought, come to think of it, he had encountered something similar in his past life. The system window reported that 52 units of chaos energy had been expended. MC thought, the 1,000-scale lake on the Mu continent sucks in and drags everything that touches its surface to the bottom. To escape its waters, he'd have to overcome the incredible pressure that gave it its name. Wait, no, the Sea of Death works on a completely different principle than the 1,000-scale lake. After all, it doesn't forcibly pull him to the bottom. The Sea of Death is a combination of a dense layer of mana, water pressure, and gravity. If that's the case, there must be a way to overcome this ordeal. The deeper he goes, the denser the surrounding mana becomes. The depth increased from 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters. MC thought, if he resonated with the surrounding mana and absorbed it, then perhaps he could also cope with the water pressure. To do that, he needed to synchronize his chaos energy with this mana. Minchiel frowned and thought he had complete control over his chaos energy, but it seemed he was sorely mistaken. He needed to give it his all. Losing an arm or a leg is nothing compared to the ability to completely harness the energy of chaos and use it for your own purposes. MC opened his eyes and thought, this is the energy of the world's stone. The raging energy of chaos has stabilized. Its purpose hasn't changed one bit. It's still strong, but now it's at rest. If so, he stretched his hand forward, and the system began to report a change in depth. At a depth of 5,600 meters, the system reported an increase in water pressure to level 50. Minchiel asked, is this the bottom of the Sea of Death? He doesn't see anything special. He thought, thanks to synchronization, he became immune to water pressure. But something is wrong here. He said, it seems there is nothing here except this mountain. The system window reported a quest, a sea gem. He passed the test of the amethyst. The pearl of the abyss has been increased. The reward for reaching 50,000 points. 200 hours have been added to his breathing time. MC thought, these aren't all the rewards, right? And why did they add 200 hours to his breathing time? The system window reported that his time completing the trials was the best in the history of the tower. He received 500,000 points. As a reward for this achievement, he was given a rainbow ring. The system window reported that it was a legendary rank rainbow ring. Its durability is about 800 points. It increases all stats by 20%. The remaining stats are unknown. MC said in surprise, this. He thought, wow, this ring, of course, isn't as powerful as the blessing of the holy fire, but it gives the same boost as the volcano oath, only to all 5 stats. The system window reported that the volcano oath increases strength by 20%. Minchiel thought he had done the right thing by deciding to complete the remaining 3 trials. At that moment, a voice rang out. It had been a long time since he had seen brave warriors capable of completing all 7 trials of the Abyssal Sea. MC looked around and wondered, who said that? He didn't see anyone. The voice said, he is here, young man. The voice belonged to him. Minchiel thought, what? Did the mountains just start moving? The serpent said, not all mortals are able to overcome these trials. He did well, young man. MC thought, what's wrong with this serpent? It's simply enormous, but that's precisely why he knows what kind of creature it is. He said, Jormungandr. He is the world's serpent that swallowed an entire dimension. He was once one of the 72 lords of Pandemonium, but one day, in a fit of rage, he abandoned his throne, and there was no news of him since. Minchiel thought, he only remembers this because he was a lord of dimensions, But those are stories from long ago. By the way, this is the first time he meets Jormungandr in person. The serpent asked, does he know his name? Truly, he is no ordinary person. He sees a demonic soul trapped in a mortal body. MC said, it's a long story. Let him tell you why he sleeps here. He wondered if a creature from the mythical era had forgotten itself here, and why did it awaken now? Considering everything that had happened, only one thought came to his mind. Just don't let them tell him that he stumbled upon some secret quest. Jormungandr said he was here because of a covenant. A covenant is an obligation to perform or refrain from performing an action. MC thought, a covenant? It seemed like a very serious thing, since the other party's name was hidden. Jormungandr said his only promise was to stay here, so his fears were in vain. Minchiel exhaled and thought he was lucky he wouldn't have to fight this huge monster. If it were smaller, he might have been able to measure his strength against it. Jormungandr said that in the past, everyone would rush into battle as soon as they saw the enemy. Young people aren't what they used to be. MC wondered if he was provoking him like this or something. He had to admit, he was doing pretty well. He needed to get stronger as soon as possible. In a past life, he would have fought this colossus without further ado. This enormous bulk was just begging for a beating. He asked, and which covenant was able to keep Jormungandr himself here? He replied, unfortunately, he couldn't say. He supposed he knew how covenants worked, Minchiel thought, and so he believed that the former Lord of Pandemonium couldn't find a loophole in the treaty. Jormungandr asked to be allowed to give him a gift instead. He shed his skin, and MC asked again, skin? He thought, what am I supposed to do with this? Jormungandr replied, it's a cape made from his scales. By placing a seal on it, he could create a cloak. Minchiel's eyes widened in surprise and thought, this is much more valuable than rare ore. The scales of a serpent from the mythical era. How generous he is. He seems to love the creatures of Pandemonium very much. He cried out, sir, he will never forget his kindness. Jormungandr said, it seems his allotted time has come to an end. MC asked again, what do you mean? Why did he close his eyes? A strong stream of water spread in different directions, and Minchiel asked, did he tell him what he wanted and go back to sleep? He thought he had a whole bunch of questions for him, but nothing could be done. It's unlikely that he will be able to wake him up. Most likely, sleep is also one of the covenant conditions. By the way, except for Jormungandr, there is silence around, not a single living soul. Besides, the mana here is very dense, and the water pressure reaches level 50. This place is much better than the gate, so that's why they added 200 hours to his breathing time. Now he's 300 hours to his credit, and he's going to make the most of it. After a while, the bartender asked, maybe he should stop hanging out with newbies already? Just look at himself. He got attached to the guy in a couple of hours, and now he's mourning his death. He did everything he could. Did he understand? Let him forget about him already, Gerard said. Then he could have talked him out of it. He didn't think he would die like this. At that moment, a man entered the tavern and Gerard's eyes widened in surprise. He screamed. He survived. MC asked if it wasn't too early to write him off as dead. He thought, as it turned out, he spent 12 days in the abyss. During this time, he managed to achieve a lot. He devoted time to physical training and worked on his weaknesses. He was also able to hone the martial arts that he had been using until now. For example, the Boundless Heavens technique and the Triple Hidden Blade technique, not to mention that he learned several new styles. In addition, he managed to double his stats. The system window reported that strength had increased to 85 points, dexterity to 75 points, constitution to 81 points, and endurance to 83 points. Minchiel said that perhaps he could return to Earth. He thought he needed to place a seal on the cloak and release the second level of the Dark Star. Yes, he also needed to check if Marchand had completed his task. But before that, he should see Gerard one last time. Currently, Gerard said he wasn't sure if he would return alive, so he decided to honor his memory with a drink. And how glad he was. The man who was with Gerard had already left. Gerard cried and said, if only he knew how glad he was that he was able to return alive. Minchiel asked if he was happy, then maybe he could finally stop crying. He thought like a middle-aged man, but he was crying like a little child. Of course, he was glad that he was so worried about him, but he didn't have time for this. Gerard said he was right. So he was able to pass the last test, right? MC answered, exactly. Gerard cried out joyfully, congratulating him on completely passing the second floor. He couldn't believe that he actually completed all 3 tests. In 3 years, he had never seen someone like him. MC thought, 3 years? As far as he knew, in the entire history of the tower, there had never been anyone who had passed these tests so quickly. Gerard said, so all he could do was move on. MC wondered what he would do. Gerard said, watching him, he couldn't help but remember his first trip to the tower, so he decided that he would challenge this test again, despite all the adversity. Just like in his best years, Minchiel said he would be rooting for him. Gerard shook his hand and said the next time they would see each other would be on the ground. No, at the top of the tower. MC said he would take him at his word. The system window reported that he had returned to his home dimension. The next time he entered the tower, he would be transported to the 3rd floor. Minchiel exited the tower and asked how long he had been gone from the ground. 25 days? For some reason, he felt a bit like an outsider here. At that moment, a scream rang out. Hunter Minchiel. Marchand ran out of the car and shouted, he did it! He came back alive! MC thought, his eyes. This wasn't what he had expected when he left the tower. Ellie smiled and said she was glad he was safe and sound. MC replied, of course. After all, they still had to eat dinner. Marchand spoke disappointedly. He ignored him, but answered Ellie. Minchiel said, Mr. Marchand, they are attracting too much unnecessary attention. He suggests a change of scenery. The guys were talking about how they saw MC on TV. Marchand looked around and said he was right. Inside the car, MC asked how the construction of the training ground was going. Marchand replied, it was ready. Minchiel asked in surprise, what? He wondered if he had misheard, but he had only left a request a month ago. Marchand said they started work immediately. Minchiel asked, he hoped they weren't working irresponsibly. Marchand said, of course not. Who did he think he was? Dwarves. A race with exceptional craftsmanship skills. MC thought that since he was so proud of his work, then everything was probably really done to the highest standard. Marchand asked, by the way, had he thought about moving closer to the training ground? He didn't think there was any need for him to stay in the rented apartment where he lived right now. MC thought he was a genius. He said, if it wasn't too much trouble. Marchand said, in that case, he'll add housing to the construction plan. Minchiel thought, this shorty has become a very useful slave, or rather, a partner. He said, yes, he wanted to buy something here. Marchand clenched his fist and said, let him just say the word, and he'll get everything he needs. MC said, 10 kilograms of mithril and 5 kilograms of orichalcum. Can he handle it? Marchand cried out in surprise. What? He needs such a rare ore? It's quite difficult to obtain it on Earth. Even if he were the only buyer on the entire planet, he's unlikely to be able to find it quickly. Why does he need it then? MC thought. These ores are a necessary resource for releasing the second level of the Dark Star. Does he really have no choice but to wait? Ellie asked. Perhaps he'd like to participate in the auction? Minchiel repeated. In the auction? She replied, yes, the Interstellar Union has scheduled an auction in 2 weeks. MC asked, but there's no guarantee that the required ores will be put up for auction. Right? Ellie handed him the tablet and said, she's asking. Marchand said fearfully, Ellie showing the list of lots to outsiders is illegal. Ellie told him not to speak as if he always unquestioningly followed the laws. Besides, Hunter Minchiel, he's not an outsider, is he? MC read all the lots and thought, I see. He said he knew he could trust his partners. Marchand, with tears in his eyes, cleared his throat and said he was happy to oblige. Ellie thanked him. Minchiel looked at the tablet screen and thought, he never thought that he could find here not only the required ores, but also a fragment of the shingle key. It seemed that he had an additional incentive to participate in the auction. After a while, he came to the training center and looked around. He said happily, this is excellent. Everything is just as he wanted. Marchand said, this site is one of his best works. MC said, it is obvious that the architectural design was done by someone else. Marchand spoke excitedly about this. Minchiel interrupted him and said, he's just joking. He did an excellent job. He thought everything was done at the highest level, starting from the selection and delivery of materials and ending with the construction of the building with the inscription of magic circles. Something like this is extremely difficult, even for a dwarf. He put a lot of effort into completing his task. Ellie said, besides, this site is close to their department, so he can reach them in the blink of an eye. MC said, their tricks again. He thought, okay, he will turn a blind eye to it. In the end, the site was a great success. Before the auction began, he decided not to clear any gates and just concentrated on training. He said, it would be a sin not to take advantage of such an excellent training ground. He released his mana and spoke. It had been a while since he had practiced this. Minchiel thought, finally, he had the perfect place to practice the techniques of ancient Celestia. The tower concealed many secrets, but there was no guarantee that there were places like the abyss on other floors, so training here was not an option. Besides, this way he wouldn't have to rely on the energy of the stars or mana crystals, because he had found an excellent replacement for them. Thanks to this energy, he could easily relieve his body's fatigue, so he didn't need sleep. In other words, he could train for days on end. He sat down on the floor and closed his eyes, when suddenly he opened them abruptly and frowned. He thought, wait, this energy is familiar to him. Dark mana? At that moment, Verde approached the gate and said that to this day, his talent remains an unrivaled miracle. He hoped they could at least amuse him. He laughed loudly and asked, who dared disturb him at such a momentous moment? He looked at the phone screen where it was written, the strongest and greatest, the Crimson Flame, Minchiel. He answered the call and said that he never expected that he, the one and only, would call him. MC interrupted him and told him to stop this nonsense. What was he doing in Yongsan? Verde asked, puzzled. What was he talking about? He was in Naju now. He was going to enter the gate with his guildmates. But if he needed his help, he would fly there in the blink of an eye. MC thought, puzzled. Was he mistaken? He didn't think he could lie to him. Feeling the dark mana, he immediately thought of Verde. Come to think of it, there are 4 more demons on Earth besides him. Could this really be an accident? He asked. He doesn't know the identities of the other demons on Earth, right? Verde apologized and said that due to his lack of competence, he was unable to detect them. Minchiel said, well, okay, good luck to him with the gate. Verde wanted to say something else, but MC hung up. He thought, yeah, no use. He'll have to figure it out himself. First, he needs to track down the source of this mana. After all, there's no telling what Pandemonium might resort to in their attempts to take over the land. He can't turn a blind eye to it. He walked out onto the forest road and thought, powerful dark mana spread throughout the mountain. What kind of mindless idiots are these, trying to use dark mana right in the middle of Seoul? He continued along the road when he suddenly noticed a glow through the leaves of the trees. An arrow flew past him, which he dodged and thought, did someone fire the arrow? The guy was watching him and nodding the arrow. He said, that idiot. It's okay. He won't dodge it a second time. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise because MC used a hidden floating blade. He attacked the guy and asked, who's the idiot here? Minchiol thought he knew it. As soon as he saw the arrow, he immediately thought of them. Dark elves. They are evil by nature and easily conflicted, so he had a strained relationship with them. He headed towards them, and the elves shouted, stranger, someone is approaching from the south. MC thought, despite their weakness, they are very proud of being elves. They are extremely good at dark magic and archery, so fighting them in an area with a lot of obstacles is quite difficult. Of course, this does not concern him. The elf put his hands forward, and releasing mana said, he will not pass. The darkness will engulf him. Let him die in suffering. He created an energy creature that headed towards Minchul and roared. He smirked and thought, he knows their techniques well. He gripped the hilt of the sword and swung it, using the slash of the boundless heavens. He cut the creature's body and struck the elves, blood spurting from their mouths. They fell to the ground, and Minchiol asked what they were doing on the ground. The guy asked to kill them instead. They serve the Great One. MC thought the same thing again. Why are they going on about their Great One? He said he never thought he would answer. So be it. He will fulfill his wish and grant him death. He walked forward and thought, dark elves do not give in to threats. Mercy is not an option. After all, if he leaves them alive, they will take up their own again. Minchiol walked further into the forest and saw an old man sitting in the center of a black seal. Dark mana emanated from him, and MC frowned and thought, judging by the surrounding energy, this elf is very powerful. A dark elf with a huge amount of mana. Could this be that all this mana belongs to him? No, that's strange. Dark elves are very caring when it comes to their kind. A high dark elf like him would have attacked him with dark lightning long ago. The reason why he did nothing. Minchiol asked, he can't move because he's preparing a spell. Is he right? He thought. Spot on. MC swung his sword and said, he's asking for the last time. What are they doing in Korea? However, he doesn't think he'll answer him. The old man said, that's all. MC looked at him questioningly, and the old man screamed loudly, in the name of the great demon king Deimos, the overlord will appear in this world again and sow death everywhere. Minchiol thought, I see. So these are Deimos's servants. He irritably grabbed the old man by the chain around his neck and asked, who knows where? Does he think he'll fall for this nonsense? He thought, a nightmare. He died by detonating his mana. He started shaking the old man and ordered him not to dare die. He needs information. How dare he impersonate him? He screamed loudly. They are terrible idiots. After a while, Yumi looked at the phone screen and asked, who is it? She answered the call and heard the MC's voice on the other end. He said it was John Minchul. They ran into each other during the exam. Yumi said, that's the one. He asked, does she remember their agreement? Yumi answered, of course. However, she had to wait a very long time for his call. A lot of time had passed since the day she gave him her business card. The MC asked her to forgive him. He hadn't had a single free minute lately. Yes, he had one question for her. Yumi asked, does this concern her personal life? The MC said, dark elves. Yumi's eyes widened in surprise, and he said, they arrived on Earth. Yumi asked how he knew. The MC asked to think about it, and asked if the dinner offer was still open. 30 minutes ago, Mincheol was extremely angry. How dare these worms hide behind his name? What were they even planning? In front of him was an A-rank amplifying magic circle, which amplifies mana with a specific wavelength. In other words, this circle itself is useless, and it seems there are several more like it. Finding out everything alone will be almost impossible, so he needs people and more information. Fortunately, he has nothing to worry about, because he has an extremely useful assistant. He called him, but there was no answer, and he remembered that he went to the dungeon. It was always like this. Whenever he wants something, it immediately disappears. But he needed Verde's help, and he went to clear the dungeon, and most likely the latter will not be free anytime soon. Besides, he seriously doubts that the Hunters Association or the Interstellar Union will help him much. The Hunters Association might draw the wrong conclusions, and in the Interstellar Union, he only has connections with the Yongsun branch. He clutched his head and wondered what to do with the Dark Elves. Then, an idea occurred to him. Elves and Dark Elves, although they had the same origins, at some point the Radical Elves joined Pandemonium, which led to the division of the race into two parts. It is obvious that they consider each other sworn enemies. It is good that he remembered Shin Yumi. She will definitely help him. She is a half-elf. One of her parents works at the Elven Embassy, while the other is an ordinary Korean. Currently, he arrived at the meeting place. He only briefly explained the situation to her, but without further ado, she sent a detachment of elves to him, which should arrive any minute. Several elves approached him, and one of them asked if he was the hunter John Minchul. He confirmed this, and the elf smiled at him amiably, saying that it was a pleasure to meet him. His name was Griff. He was sent here by the Elven Embassy. MC thought that judging by the elusive aroma of fruits emanating from his spiritual energy, he could confidently say that they really were elves. He noticed the brooch on his clothes and wondered if they were from the lifeguards. In the Elven community, the rank of an elf depends on the number of leaves on their brooch. The maximum that can be is 6 leaves. Since his brooch has 5, it means that he really is a good warrior. After that, he took them to the scene of the crime, and Griff, seeing a pile of bodies, asked in surprise if he really stopped the Dark Elves alone. He confirmed this, and he said that there were rumors that he passed the test together with their young miss, and exclaimed with delight, could they spar? Minchiol was surprised by his proposal, and seeing the fire in his eyes, he realized he was serious. He couldn't believe he was even thinking about such things in the current situation. He wouldn't be surprised if it turned out he wasn't an elf, but a bloodthirsty demon. He asked if they shouldn't help him deal with the aftermath of the Dark Elf invasion. The guy apologized and said he reacted instinctively as soon as he sensed his powerful energy. MC thought that elves were usually very calm, so he hadn't expected him to be so energetic, and then they all got down to business. Griff and his partner addressed the spirit, asking it to cleanse the place of its taint and restore it to its original state, and they said it was simple. Their wish would be granted. The spirit scattered throughout the forest, quickly eliminating traces of the recent incident, and Minchiol, watching this, thought that in such cases, there was no one more useful than elves. They skillfully use and combine nature magic with spirit magic, thanks to which they are able to remove dark mana in an instant. It would have taken him much longer. After this, Griff gestured to his partner and told Minchiol that he would be his escort. The young miss had invited him to a banquet. He was a little confused at first, but then he realized that he wanted to talk to her at dinner, so this was simply perfect. This way, he would deal with 2 things at once. He would find out the intentions of the Dark Elves and learn more about the elves. He would destroy everyone who dared to hide behind his name, even if he had to use them. The elves took him to the embassy. Everyone around him bowed to him in greeting, and he thought it was so strange. In his past life, as soon as he crossed paths with elves, a fight would immediately break out between them, and all because the only elven empire in their dimension, Vanaheim, was on the side of Elysium. It's no wonder they hated Pandemonium, but they have quite warm relations with humans. He doesn't even know if that applies to him. After the Second Great Cataclysm, the elves began actively building friendly relations with humanity. Thanks to this, Earth formed an extremely favorable impression of the elves. In the past, he considered them beautiful, but very weak creatures, but now he doesn't mind them. Maybe it's because of their appearance? It's always nice to see beautiful people. Entering the embassy, he met Yumi, and she noted with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked if this was their second meeting, right? She said that she was waiting for him to contact her, but he still hadn't gotten in touch. He stared at her in confusion and asked why she waited, and she answered that she was the kind of person who always repays her debt. However, she didn't invite him because of that promise. Her father wanted to meet him in person, and she warns him in advance so that he will not be surprised to see him. MC noted that such an opportunity does not come often in life, and she said that since today's banquet was organized at the initiative of her father, her promise still stands. Minchiol did not see any difference in this, but did not argue, and told her that he was ready to meet him. They approached the huge doors, and she noticed that he had not changed at all. There was not a drop of excitement on his face, just like during the battle with the Blue Guard. He asked, why should he worry? Elves are in some way similar to humans. She smiled and went into the dining hall, saying that she liked it about him. She showed him to her father and said that she brought him. He immediately rose from his seat and asked, so he is the hunter who discovered traces of the Dark Elves? He is the ambassador of Vanaheim, Varys Sillen. MC immediately noticed his last name and said he had heard it before. Are they a collateral branch of the Vanaheim imperial family? The elf was surprised and asked if he was really interested in their culture. He replied that everyone knew that, and thought that elves apparently considered Earth an extremely important place. Just like with Raoul, he couldn't see detailed information about Varys with his eyes of truth. All that was known was that he was 325 years old and possessed spirit magic. He was one of the strongest elves in Vanaheim, and that made him want to fight him. The elf immediately noticed the fire in his eyes and said that, unfortunately, his wish was not destined to come true. He told him that they would see about that, and Varys laughed, saying he was just joking. He asked him to sit down, and he called his daughter a little princess and sat her next to him. She was indignant. She asked him not to call her that in public, but he ignored it and said that they were all hungry. Why not continue their conversation after the meal? Minchiol looked around the richly laid table and thought that he expected them to eat something simple, but it looked like they had put a lot of effort into this dinner. However, all the dishes were prepared exclusively from vegetables. He expected nothing less from elves. After they ate, Varys told his little princess that he would like to talk to the hunter alone. Could she leave first? She agreed without a problem, and as soon as they were alone, he said that he had been reported he had discovered a squad of dark elves and defeated them. He answered that he was just lucky, and he said that apparently he was a very lucky man. He would even say that he was too lucky. MC noticed that his tone had changed dramatically. He wanted to get straight to the point. He can't say he didn't expect this. After all, such a story is hard to believe. Varys said he was their benefactor. In truth, they knew about the dark elves' Squirrday appearance on Earth, but they couldn't find any traces of them. Minchiol said irritably that for some reason he had the impression that he was going to interrogate him, and he said that the Dark Elves were no less powerful than B-rank hunters, and it would be extremely difficult for an E-rank hunter like him to deal with such an enemy. He replied that he already understood, that he had checked the information about him. But could he please not bring up such awkward topics? He thinks he's doing this on purpose. Varys continued, saying that he finds it very suspicious that such a unique individual has connections to his daughter. He's been planning this since the hunter exam, hasn't he? And then MC couldn't help but laugh out loud. Varys frowned, not understanding what was going on, and he wiped away the tears of laughter and asked, does he think the whole world revolves around elves? Why would he bother with something like that? Varys told him that he couldn't help but suspect him. Then he said that all his suspicions stemmed from the fact that he couldn't defeat the Dark Elves alone. He was right? He confirmed this, and snapped his fingers sharply, covering him with a spiritual barrier, after which he said that this blocked all mana flows from the outside. Even A-rank hunters would have a hard time breaking this barrier. This greatly angered him, and he asked, is this how the elves thank you for your kindness? At that moment, he realized why he disliked the elves. It was simply ridiculous. He couldn't believe that they considered him a pathetic amateur. Do they really think they can catch the Dark Elves with such pathetic methods? If they considered him an enemy, it would be better to attack immediately. Varys tiredly covered his face with his hand and said that he would decide what to do with him when he received the report from the investigation team, and he asks him not to resist him. He also doesn't like doing this to a person who did them a great favor. Minchiol wondered, is he talking about those two elves left in the forest? They could use spirit magic to find out how he defeated the Dark Elves, and then all suspicion would be cleared from him. But now he is incredibly angry. He took out his sword, and the elf said that it was useless. He couldn't break the barrier with his strength. MC ordered him to shut up, and then used the first form of the demonic sword of the 7 stars, a blade that pierces the stars. One blow of it split the barrier into many pieces, which greatly surprised Varys. And when he put the sword to his throat and asked where they left off, he became nervous. The elf apologized to him. It seems he hadn't underestimated him much. Minchiol looked down at the magic dagger, almost pressing against his stomach, and thought that now he understood why he considered him weak. He can't believe he was able to create a blade of spiritual energy in such a situation. Varys chuckled and said it was a precaution. Who knew he was hiding such power? MC suggested he get straight to the point. First of all, he never hid his power. He wasn't the one who believed his words. It irritates him so much. They told him they'd ask him a few questions, but in reality, they say who knows what. He's already busy searching for imposters, so he has no desire to waste his energy on dealing with elves. He put away his weapon, and Varys stood up and noted with surprise that since he had put away his weapon, he also wouldn't threaten him with a blade. But why did he decide not to fight? He answered irritably that if he wanted to kill him, he would have done it much earlier. A fight would only have led to them both being seriously wounded. Besides, pointing a blade at an ambassador is a serious crime. He would like to avoid unnecessary interracial conflicts, and if he wants to fight, then let him have an official duel, then he won't have to take responsibility. Varys shrugged and asked with a smile, is it really impossible for him to joke anymore? He just wanted to lighten the mood. These words angered Minchiol even more, and he thought, this idiot thinks that now is the time for stupid jokes? After that, they moved to the reception room, and Varys called Griff, and he asked if he was sure he should give the report now. He confirmed it. This also concerns Minchiol, so he has the right to hear it. Griff did not object, and informed him about the Dark Elves' goal, to awaken the evil imprisoned in the old dimension. MC smirked faintly and thought, were they able to figure this out just by studying the magic circle? It seems they are not as useless as he thought, but the Dark Elves' plans are beyond all reasonable limits. The multi-dimensional universe consists of a huge number of dimensions, among them both new ones, born very recently, and dimensions that have existed for a long time. It would be nice if dimensions could live and develop peacefully, but there are also those that were destined to meet their end. Destroyed worlds are called old dimensions. Varys asked if they had any idea about the identity of this evil. The elf answered him that, apparently, the Dark Elves swore allegiance to the god of war, Deimos. MC smiled and thought that they were mistaken. He died a long time ago. Varys asked if this was the same king who was defeated on Earth. His subordinate confirmed it. They could confidently assume that the Dark Elves were trying to find a way to revive him. Minchiol mentally said that this was all nonsense. They were on the wrong track. Deimos died and his reincarnated version sat right in front of them. Griff exclaimed that they were simply mad. There was no doubt they were hiding something, and Varys thoughtfully said that they needed to report this to Vanaheim and Elysium. Their conversation was already starting to unnerve Minchiol, but he couldn't tell them the truth. Griff said that unfortunately, they hadn't been able to track down the other Dark Elves, and besides, it looked like the ritual would take about 2 days to complete. Varys said that if they couldn't find any leads, then they could consider it a success. He turned to Minchiol and asked, he said he could track dark mana, right? He confirmed this, and he extended his hand with a smile, asking if he could help them in that case. The god of war, that is, the being known on Earth as the Demon King, could reappear, so they needed his help to save this dimension. MC thought that it seemed like he finally understood what he was dealing with. The only one who could find the Dark Elves quickly was him. If he wanted to get rid of the imposter, he would have to work with the elves. He rose from the sofa and asked if he cared so much about the Dark Elves Then why had he threatened him earlier? Varys was slightly confused and said that he had misunderstood, and Minchal said that he remembered well how the elves thanked for good deeds, and thought that if he played his cards right, he would gain even more. After that, he headed for the exit, and Varys stood up excitedly, asking him to forget about the misunderstanding that had happened. But Minchal replied that he was a rather petty man, so he was unlikely to forget it so easily. To stop him, Varys grabbed his hand and said that the fate of all humanity depended on it, to which he replied that this was indeed true, but since someone had wasted a lot of his time, he would have a long time to make up for lost time. Varys had already begun to beg him, and asked what he could do to earn his forgiveness. He thought for a second and pretended to be upset, saying that healing his wounded heart would require a hefty price. Varys was willing to do anything, and he asked with a smirk, "Is that true?" The elf swore by his name and title of ambassador that he would do anything for him, and then MC shook his hand and advised him not to forget his oath. He was very pleased with this outcome. In situations like this, one must be able to extract the maximum benefit. After that, he went to the training ground. Having first taken the check that Varys had written for him, he could write any amount on it. Now he looked at it and wondered what number he should write on it so that he wouldn't be considered a miser. Well, to be honest, he would like to take everything he could from them. He glanced at the night sky outside the window and decided to put these thoughts aside for later, since he didn't have much time left. After that, he sat in the center of the magic circle and got to work. The elves first noticed dark energy about a month ago. They barely managed to track the dark elves, and only thanks to him. Unfortunately, the ritual is almost complete. Both sides were doing some incomprehensible nonsense, so they are on equal terms. But even so, he is not going to forgive the dark elves. First, he needs to find dark mana. If he had time, he would personally kill each of them, but time is running out. He has no choice but to use a new technique, a method of mana manipulation that he learned in the Sea of Death, synchronization. Streams of energy began to emanate from him. They spread throughout the city, and he thought they were his eyes. He will find the signals sent by dark mana. Even if he has to search all of Seoul, he will definitely find them. Morning came. He was lying in the middle of this magic circle, sweaty and tired. He seriously almost died while looking for these dark elves. As soon as he released more chaos energy into the atmosphere to expand the search area, he began to feel like his brain was about to explode. He was glad, of course, that it didn't happen, but Seoul is too huge. He spotted about 10 suspicious locations. All of these points had roughly the same amount of mana, so he couldn't find the main magic circle. He sent Varys the locations of all these points on the map, and Varys replied that they were getting started. Minchal was also surprised that he responded so quickly. It seemed they were waiting for his message. In that case, he'll leave these idiots to the elves. He would, of course, deal with them himself, but the search had exhausted him greatly, so right now he can only use 20% of his power. First, he needs to recover. Nothing helps him calm down better than energy flows. He uses ancient Celestia's techniques to melt the world stone so he can separate two types of energy from it, light and darkness. The system informed him that the power of chaos and the effectiveness of ancient Celestia's techniques had been increased by 0.1%. This continued for some time until he finally felt much better. But how much time had passed, and why was he feeling chaos energy elsewhere? Had he missed it because he was busy searching for dark mana? This feeling was familiar to him. He headed toward the energy source and, seeing a portal, realized that it was the same breakthrough from a gate in one of the nearby areas. He immediately opened his eyes and thought that this was the same energy as back then, during the breakthrough of the Black Gate. The kobolds that emerged from there possessed chaos energy. Could this breakthrough be caused by the activities of the Dark Elves? However, he had no evidence to indicate this, and why should they care? He could miss the chance to profit from the chaos energy locked within these monsters. He immediately jumped out of the training hall and, quickly moving across the rooftops, headed towards the gate in anticipation. Meanwhile, the Dark Elves continued their dark deeds. They completed the great ritual on time, and everything began to unfold according to his prophecy. MC approached the gate and noticed that the breakthrough hadn't begun yet. After passing through the portal, he looked around and thought, so this is what the dark gates look like from the inside? There's little mana here at all, not to mention that he doesn't feel any life. It's as if this world had been destroyed by someone. Then a thought occurred to him. This turned out to be an unknown dimension, a world that had met its end. Most astral bodies had been destroyed by the war that broke out between the gods several centuries ago. He smirked and thought that if he wasn't mistaken, in such cases it was customary to say bingo. The rituals that the Dark Elves performed in different parts of Seoul were needed to open this dark gate. He saw a pack of wolves surrounding him and said that it was such a warm welcome. He didn't expect that his followers would gather in one place to greet him. Besides the wolves, there were also Dark Elves. One of them said that he was quite brave for a representative of a lesser race, and his friend laughed and said that he had already gotten bored guarding the gate, so it was time for some fun. He waved his hand, directing the wolves to attack, and said that despair would consume him. He only grinned in response and prepared for battle, saying that today they would all die. After that, he used the Great Palm Strike, the Emperor's lightning-destroying fist, to deal with the wolves that attacked him. and then began to use weapons. He dealt several blows and thought that the dark wolves were almost no different from kobolds. C-rank monsters with B-rank stats. They were easy to deal with, so using a chaos energy technique would be a waste of effort. The elves were surprised that he dealt with them single-handedly, and their wolves folded their ears in fear and took a few steps back before running away. The dark elves shouted at them for being cowardly curs, while Minchiol covered his body in holy fire and approached them, exclaiming that none of them would leave here alive. After that, MC began beating them, and they continued shouting that the demonic Lord Deimos would destroy all their enemies. He soon dealt with them all, and one of them even wrote, "Glory to Deimos" in his blood before dying. Minchiol thought that those parrots still wouldn't shut up, then grabbed the surviving wolf and began absorbing the energy. The system informed him that the chaos power had increased from 250 to 280, and the energy from 4250 to 4760. He said that thanks to them, he was able to absorb a lot of chaos energy, and they are pretty juicy guys. Even despite the recent fight, he doesn't feel any fatigue. He was even able to use martial arts while covered in holy fire, and it turns out it's quite effective. His body is light as a feather. He's very grateful to him, so how can he repay him for such a chance? All this time, he was talking to the dark elf, who was sitting in the middle of the magic circle, but he ignored him. Throwing the wolf to the ground, he walked towards him and asked, "Isn't he going to answer him?" Whatever he does, he advises him to stop unless he wants to end up like the others. The elf laughed, and he, holding the blade to his neck, asked if he still didn't understand the situation he was in. All his subordinates were dead. What was he laughing at? He answered that his comrades had researched the ways of the great Deimos, and he was sure they were proud of their sacrifice. Thanks to their dedication, the ritual was completed, so his efforts were in vain. MC cursed silently. It looked like he would have to dirty his fists again to shut him up. He said that he was spouting such nonsense with such confidence, as if it were an irrefutable truth. What was the point of following Deimos if he was long dead? He answered that he knew nothing. They weren't following the deceased god of war, but him. At that moment, a loud sound came from the sky. Minchiol smiled nervously, thinking that it was so untimely. A rift appeared in the sky, a bright light fell on the dark elf, and he raised his hands, asking their lords to come, wake up from their slumber, and plunge this world into chaos. He turned his gaze to Minchiol and said that a lesser being like him would be unable to resist their lord. He asked, "Doesn't he find it strange? Why hasn't his lord appeared yet?" He pointed to the sky, and then the elf saw the rift just closing, and then MC hit him in the face. He didn't pay attention to it and exclaimed that it was impossible. After all, they performed all the rituals according to his instructions. He asked, "Does he mean those magic circles?" He destroyed them, every single one. The old elf's face turned pale at this news. Minchiol thought that the elves seemed to have done their job well. It was worth it. He turned his gaze to the elf and invited him to continue their conversation. Who ordered them to do this? He told him it was the demon lord Deimos, and he said in an irritated voice that he would cut off one of his fingers for every time he spouted such stupid nonsense. The old man grabbed his head in fear and screamed, and MC thought it was a pathetic sight. Dark elves have no concept of honor, unlike their light brethren. This weakling only cares about his own life. He can barely restrain himself from blowing his head off right now. But if he wants to find out who is behind all of this, then he will have to let him live. Suddenly, a sound came from the sky. They both looked up, and in the resulting rift, Minchiol saw someone's huge glowing eyes and realized that he was in trouble. The sky split into pieces. The shards flew apart and pierced the ground, and the old elf burst into tears of happiness, exclaiming that they did it, just like he said. MC slapped him in the face, asking what exactly happened, and, looking up at the sky again, wondered who was imprisoned in this dimension anyway. Then, a huge black wolf burst out of the rift and landed, raising dust, and Minchiol smirked and noted that these idiots had summoned a truly terrifying creature. Before him was a monster from the mythical age, the God-Eater Fenrir, a divine beast with all stats ranging from 400 to 550. But since the summoning ritual was interrupted, most of its abilities were sealed. Now this creature has lost its mind as a result of intense shock. God-Eater Fenrir is a beast with black fur and furious green eyes, a monster from the mythical age, and also the brother of Jormungandr, a slayer of gods who eradicated the Aesir as punishment for their crimes, and also a harbinger of chaos who has destroyed several dimensions. Fenrir howled loudly, and the dark elf immediately rushed toward him, joyfully shouting that he had awakened him. He began to bow to him, asking him to plunge this world into the abyss, but the wolf immediately swatted him away, leaving no trace. MC thought it was incredible, and he had only swung his paw. And yet, something was wrong. This attack was completely illogical, not to mention powerful. Could Fenrir have been weakened by the summoning to another dimension, which occurred despite the destruction of all the strengthening magic circles? However, if he hadn't been weakened, he wouldn't have been able to verify his stats with the eyes of truth. He looked into his eyes and realized that he was about to attack him, but he was too far from the gate, so he would have to fight him. This was a powerful enemy, one he never expected to encounter here. He gripped his sword tighter and laughed, thinking that his opponent was a slave to his own instincts and bloodlust. An interesting development. He had every chance of winning. After all, he was Minchel, the god of war, Deimos. After that, he leaped high into the air and raised his sword above his head, calling Fenrir a dumb cur, and thought that he was the strongest fighter in the universe, both past and present. After that, he began to circle around him, striking him repeatedly, and said that because of his huge body, he had a lot of blind spots. He used a great palm strike, hitting him right in the lower jaw, and then retreated and thought that this would not be easy for him. Because of the difference between the power of his attack and his defense, his techniques almost do not damage him, and this was a very strong technique. When Fenrir recovered from his strike, he used the blade of the 5 tigers to strike him in the paw, but he was unable to. Because of his deep laughter, his attacks simply reached his flesh, and then Fenrir struck him back. He barely managed to jump to the side and thought that he was quite fast. If he exposed himself to the strike, he was finished. He felt a slight burning pain on his cheek and thought that he would ignore minor injuries, try not to get caught in fatal blows, and attack in the breaks between his attacks. MC struck, Fenrir roared loudly, feeling the heat of hellfire, and Minchiol exclaimed, "Did he really think he wouldn't hit him back?" Most of his power was sealed, but even so, he was still a monster of the mythical age. Even the hellfire didn't cause him significant damage. When Fenrir began to gather energy in his mouth, he realized that he was now attacking him with his breath and rushed towards him, exclaiming that he couldn't believe he decided to use such a powerful move. He hit him with his palm on the lower jaw, closing his mouth, and while the wolf shook his head and spat out all the energy he had gathered, he moved behind him and thought that if one blow didn't help, he would just deliver several more in a row. He quickly swung his sword several times. It was able to cut through his fur and reach the skin and wound him. He was delighted and thought that he needed to continue attacking him, like drops of water breaking through stone. Fenrir shook his head, throwing him off, and then he pulled out a dagger on a rope and threw it at him, saying that he would never catch him that way. He pulled himself up to the wolf with the rope and immediately used the Lightning Emperor's destroying fist technique and delivered a blow that electrocuted the wolf and made him start shaking his head in panic. MC managed to hold on by grabbing his fur and thought that he was very strong. Now he had about half of his total energy reserves left. He smiled and thought that this was a serious opponent, any attack from which could send him to the next world. That's what a real battle should be like, and at that very moment, the sky split and began to collapse. He used the eyes of truth, and the system informed him that due to the enormous energy surges, the dimension was no longer able to maintain its integrity and was beginning to collapse. 42 minutes remained until destruction. An additional energy surge would accelerate the process of destruction of the world. He cursed and wondered if they had fought too fiercely. At that moment, Fenrir pounced on him with its mouth wide open, but he clapped his hands and grabbed it, preventing its jaws from snapping shut. He gritted his teeth, trying his best to hold it back, and thought that the world was beginning to collapse. Was it all because of the energy emissions their attacks produced? As if that wasn't enough, Fenrir continued to attack. He weakened him blow after blow, but it wasn't enough to kill. He jumped to the side. The wolf's jaws snapped shut with a ringing sound, and he thought that its chaos energy was about to run out. After that, the wolf howled loudly, its claws covered in green flames, and it pounced on Minchuel, slamming its paws into the ground, causing it to crack. He became nervous and thought, so this is how he wants to restrict his movements? The system informed him that additional energy emissions had accelerated the destruction of the world with 37 minutes remaining. The more he attacked, the less time they had left, and his actions were becoming increasingly calculated. Judging by his smirk, he could assume he was gradually regaining his sanity. He smirked and asked his opponent, "Is that all?" If he thought this would stop him, he was sorely mistaken. He could move freely, even in the abyss. Now it was a race against time. He used the 7-colored blessing to teleport, and the system informed him that the energy had been restored. All negative effects had been neutralized, and he had also recovered from all damage. He figured that even the gods who ruled dimensions had at least one weakness, and he was sure Fenrir was no exception. He smirked and advised his opponent to calm down, otherwise this place would be destroyed. Fenrir only growled in response, and then MC pounced on him, exclaiming that it was time for round 2. A cracked sky, a fragment of the world, indicating the imminent destruction of the world. The remaining time until the destruction of the dimension was 15 minutes, and the battle continued. Minchiol attacked once again and thought it was so pathetic. Fenrir, the devourer of gods and destroyer of worlds, fought without the slightest dignity, like a wild beast. His eyes were filled with madness. His gaze had lost its majesty. For some reason, this reminded him of himself. He once tried to split his body to descend to Earth, but in the end, he only died at the hands of a human hero. He was unable to return to his original body, so he was reborn as a human, and this dimension will soon be destroyed. If he did nothing, Fenrir would drift forever in the space of the destroyed world. Therefore, he would kill him with his own hands. He moved behind him and aimed for the cut on his neck. He's attacked areas where vital organs might be located, but the only area where the blow has had any effect is his neck, so he's confident that's his weak spot. Noticing the glint, He pounced on it and thought that there was something in his wound. He used the first form of the 7 stars demonic sword, a blade that cut stars and delivered a precise blow, deepening the wound. He was right, a crystal was stuck in his body. He thought that this was his weak point and delivered another powerful blow, crushing the crystal into small pieces. The wolf immediately howled loudly in pain. He fell to the ground and MC landed nearby and thought that he did not expect such a reaction. Could this crystal really be his weakness? But it does not matter. He must finish the fight. He will cut off his head and be done with it. And then Fenrir finally spoke. Minchul immediately stopped and thought, had he regained his sanity? Fenrir, as if just waking up from a long sleep, looked at him with conscious eyes and asked who he was and where he was. MC answered him that he was Fenrir, and he excitedly said that he remembered his name. Ragnarok, he fought with the gods. Or was he freed to fight them? Minchiol asked what nonsense he was talking about. He absorbed the most powerful gods and destroyed several worlds. He, perplexed, said that it was nonsense. He definitely fought with the gods. MC asked if he looked like a god. He answered him that he was not a god at all. He was a mortal, a lower being, a human. He remained silent and after a short pause told him to listen to him carefully. His family was killed by the gods, while his brother, Jormungandr, took the throne as one of the 72 lords of Pandemonium. Fenrir was very surprised that he had defected to the demons, saying it was so strange that he couldn't remember anything. Minchiol said he didn't seem to believe him, then pulled out the snakeskin and Fenrir immediately felt his brother's power. He closed his eyes, not wanting to believe it, and said it couldn't be. He was preparing for war with the gods with him. Or was he? He didn't remember anything at all. MC mentally noted that something had definitely happened to his memory. Could the crystal he had broken be to blame? He wondered what his last memory was, and he tried to recall, but his headache only worsened. After not waiting for an answer from him, Minchiol tiredly rubbed his neck and thought that it was useless. However, he couldn't leave things as they were. There was nothing worse than traveling through the void between dimensions for an eternity. By doing this, he was doing him a favor. He took out his sword and swung it, causing Fenrir to become nervous and ask, "He's not angry because he called him a lower being, is he?" He answered that he wasn't at all, and he asked him to lower the sword and just talk. He said discontentedly that he would rather die by his claws than put the weapon away, and Fenrir, calling him brother, exclaimed in panic that he pointed his blade right at him. He couldn't harm him. He told him that he wasn't his brother, and the wolf exclaimed that he just wanted to live. MC apologized to him, but he was too strong, and he couldn't pass up this chance. Fenrir exclaimed that the gods had said so too, which was why they had chained him and tortured him, even though he'd done nothing. He didn't want to die. He was only fighting for his life. Minchiol gripped his weapon tighter and said he didn't believe him. And when the wolf declared he would serve him, he paused and considered. A being from the mythical age, whose power rivaled that of the angels of Elysium, wanted to serve him? Fenrir even said that if he wanted, he could even swear an oath of obedience. He asked if he had lost his memory. How could he remember the oath of obedience? He burst into tears and told him that the gods repeated it over and over, forcing him to swear it. MC noted that he apparently refused, and he exclaimed that he didn't want to serve them, but they pierced his chin with a sword. He looked at his teary eyes and thought that monsters from the mythical era, possessing ancient magic, were extremely proud. They would rather die than agree to lick boots for the sake of survival. He knows this because he fought similar monsters several times in his past life, and he can't believe that one of such monsters wants to swear allegiance to him. He agreed to this, and Fenrir immediately wagged his tail joyfully, thanking him. He won't regret it. He mentally noted that he looked quite happy, even wagging his tail. After this, Fenrir swore an oath of obedience. He, Loki's son, Fenrir, swears on his soul that he will serve Minchol as his master. The system notified him that the monster of the mythical age had sworn allegiance to him, swearing on his soul. And then Fenrir began wagging his tail again and thanked his master again. MC thought about such a sudden change in his behavior. Just a few moments ago he called him his brother, and now he was his master. Fenrir said that his neck hurt a lot, so if he didn't mind, he would take a break. He decided to help him. He touched his wound and used holy fire. Then the life-giving force penetrated the wolf's body. Feeling better, Fenrir barked and laughed, saying that it was so warm, it made him feel a little better. Minchiol told him not to talk, otherwise the wound would get infected, and he thought, was he starting to act like a dog? He noticed that it had gotten brighter and looked up at the sky. The rift had grown even wider. He asked Fenrir, can he run? He replied that his neck and legs still hurt, most likely. He will only be able to move after some rest. He said that if they do not leave here, they will get one-way tickets to the next world, and he exclaimed in panic, does that mean it's dangerous for them to stay here? But he can't run. Let him think of something. MC tiredly grabbed his head. He didn't even think about how to get out of here because he was focused on the battle. Without a second thought, he asked the wolf if he could shrink, and when he confirmed it, he was very surprised. Right before his eyes, the majestic wolf transformed into a small poodle, and he stared at it in shock, wondering if he really risked his life to defeat a beast that didn't even reach his knees. But now was no time to complain about his appearance. The dimension was about to collapse. He grabbed the poodle under his arm and ran towards the portal, looking back at the chaos following behind him. Fenrir barked in displeasure and said that he didn't like being held by men. He irritably replied that in that case he could stay here and die, and Fenrir immediately apologized. Reaching the portal, Minchial slowed down and thought that he had used too much energy in the fight with it. It was close. He looked back at the destruction and thought, "It's so terrifying. So this is what the end of the world looks like?" Meanwhile, in some dark room, two men sat and watched everything with a crystal ball. One of them cursed and said that the mana in this dimension was out of control. They could no longer observe what was happening. His partner looked at the flame in the crystal ball and said he couldn't believe it. Then the menacing face of his master appeared before him, asking with displeasure what it was he couldn't believe. They swore that the ritual would be successful, but this is how it ended. The man became nervous and said that if he gave them a little more time and effort, they would do everything, and he, burning his hand, exclaimed that for him, their excuses were like a crime. No one was allowed to fail him. He nervously said that this would not happen again, and their master called them blockheads, saying that this was understandable. It was not for nothing that he sent the professor to them. He called out to Zahid and ordered him to meet the professor and help him with the next task. He expects them to succeed, but if they dare to fail him again, it will be bad. The man smiled nervously and promised him that they would not fail him, after which the master said that their efforts would not be in vain. He would fully reward them in accordance with their success. He left, and the man told Zahid that from now on, he would obey his orders. He said that he could not believe that he would have to work at the behest of a pathetic person, to which he replied that if he did not like something, he could tell their master about it. Meanwhile, MC emerged from the portal and was immediately called out to by a worried Yumi. He was slightly surprised by her and the entire elf squad, and asked if they had all gathered to meet him. She raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, was he kidding? When they arrived, the gate was on the verge of closing. They suddenly lost contact with him, so they could barely track his location. He told her that he knew it, which was why he had to leave in a hurry. He went ahead along the path, and she followed him, asking if something terrible had happened inside. He told her that as far as she could see, he was completely fine, and she said that they were waiting at the gate, preparing for the worst outcome because he went there alone. He asked if she was really worried about him. Her cheeks immediately turned red with embarrassment, and she exclaimed that this was not true at all. She just wanted to say that his death would bring a lot of trouble to her father. On the way out of the forest, he told her everything that happened, and she asked if they were trying to resurrect the demon lord through a ritual. He told her that he didn't think so. Then she asked what their goal was. He said that he didn't know. The ritual failed because the strengthening magic circles were destroyed. Yumi remarked that it was a shame they couldn't get such important information, and he decided to keep quiet about Fenrir, as it would cause problems. The girl said that in any case, she couldn't even imagine what they would have faced if not for his help. He turned to her with a smile and said that if she wanted to thank him, she should give him a worthy reward. This made her laugh and promised to talk to her father about it, and then she suddenly remembered something. She looked at the poodle and asked what kind of puppy it was. She frowned suspiciously, and he thought she didn't recognize it as Fenrir, right? Fortunately, that wouldn't have even occurred to her. She only asked with displeasure why he brought this puppy with him through the gate. Minchial sighed slightly with relief and told her that he picked it up on the way here, and she exclaimed that it was simply unthinkable. How did he even think of taking such a defenseless cutie to such a dangerous place? He told her that he thought he'd been abandoned by his owners. He couldn't just leave him on the street. Fenrir immediately began barking discontentedly, saying that no one had abandoned him, and he wondered why he cared so much. The girl continued to pester him with questions and scold him, but Fenrir still wouldn't shut up, and it all had already become so tiring for him. After the gates closed, representatives of the Elven Embassy began searching for traces of the Dark Elves, but found nothing. However, they managed to capture several criminals while destroying the amplifying magic circles. The rest fled the battlefield and covered their tracks as if they had never been there. Therefore, Varys Sillen personally asked Minchiel for help. He absorbed the chaos energy of the creatures of the Dark Gates and also found evidence that the Dark Elves do not serve Deimos. And finally, he picked up Fenrir. He doubted they could offer him anything good, so he turned him down. Varys accepted his refusal, saying that they really shouldn't rely on his help all the time, and MC said that he hoped they would reward him properly for all his exploits. He understands that one blank check won't be enough, right? He told him that the reward would definitely not disappoint him. His appearance might not say it, but he is part of the royal family, so he is far from poor. Before leaving, Minchiel asked him to notify him if they learned the identity of the one behind the Dark Elves, and they said goodbye to each other. MC thought that since he had found out that the Dark Elves did not worship him, there was no doubt that someone else was behind them. Besides, As soon as he learned the identity of this demon, he would kill him with his own hands. He smirked, imagining grabbing him by the horns and spinning him around like a propeller, while Fenrir casually said he was hungry. When MC returned home, he sighed heavily and said he'd thought he'd finally be able to rest. Didn't he say he was hungry? Why was he so picky about food? Fenrir, who had already tried several dishes and scattered them all over the floor, exclaimed in displeasure that he couldn't eat this. Minchiol lost his patience and shouted that when he asked him about his preferences, he had said that any food would do, and he had exclaimed in response that he couldn't eat anything sour, spicy, or salty. It was his own fault for giving him inedible food. He irritably asked what he could eat then, and Minchiol replied, confused, that he didn't know. In the past, he had always been full even though he hadn't eaten anything. He sighed heavily and thought that he shouldn't forget that this wasn't an ordinary poodle, but a god-eater. He couldn't believe that his taste preferences were so different from those of an ordinary dog. Maybe he should feed him like a werewolf? He frowned, thinking hard about a solution. And that girl came to mind. She could help him with this. Soon Ellie came. She immediately picked up the poodle and started calling him cutie, and MC thought that he didn't know that she had such a side. She asked the poodle what family he was from, and he told her that he didn't know. He lost his memories, so he can't even take on his true form. She was happy and said that he probably comes from a very ancient family. He smells of power. Even representatives of noble families don't have such a smell. Minchiol smiled nervously, and the girl told him that he really surprised her. When he called her and asked about the werewolf diet, she couldn't even believe her ears. She is also a werewolf dog, but she didn't think that he would call her because she knew about it. He asked, so she's a werewolf? What a coincidence. She asked him what the name of the poodle was, and Fenrir told her his name, but MC said that his name was Pengu. Because of his memory loss, he developed mythomania, so he tells everyone that he is Fenrir. This made the girl cry and feel sorry for him, and Minchiol thought that Fenrir seemed unhappy with what he heard. But he couldn't stop wagging his tail because the woman hugged him. He doesn't look like Jormungandr at all. While they were exchanging pleasantries, MC silently told Ellie not to let him deceive her. He may look like a poodle, but in reality, he is a true monster who has lived for over 1,000 years. But why can't he shake the feeling that he lost to some dog? After that, they went to the Interstellar Union office, where Fenrir could eat his fill. Minchiol glanced at him and thought that he came to find food for him, but he never expected that she would give him ruby meat for 200,000 won. Monsters from the mythical age are very picky. They could have gotten by with regular noodles or canned food. Ellie sat down at his table and asked when they would see each other again. He didn't understand what she was talking about and asked, what are they doing now? She asked, didn't he say he would treat her to lunch? She didn't think they were talking about a business meeting like this, and then he realized he had completely forgotten about it. And she, leaning forward with a smirk, asked, he hadn't forgotten, right? He lied to her that he remembered everything, and then she said that she had been watching him for a long time. He doesn't know how to hide his excitement, just like now. He had to admit that he had forgotten about it, and when she asked what day he would take her to lunch, Marchan appeared, and he thought he was saved. The dwarf happily ran up to Minchiol and said that he didn't know he had arrived. Could he join them? He agreed, and when the dwarf immediately started drinking alcohol, he asked if he was sure he should drink. He was the head of the department, after all. He responded by asking, doesn't he know? For them, dwarves, beer is like sweetened water. MC said he would take his word for it, and now he wanted something to drink too. After lunch, they went to Marchan's office, where Minchiol told him that he needed his help. He promised him to do everything in his power, and then he took out the snake skin and asked if he could enchant it. Marchan looked at it in surprise and exclaimed that this item looked incredibly valuable. Where did he get it? He told him that he took it from the tower, and he said that, in that case, they wouldn't have been able to get it themselves. He reached his hands towards the skin in anticipation, but when he tried to use his skill on it, he was a little confused. It blocked his recognition skill. He told Minchiol that it would be difficult for him to unlock this item. What is it? He told him that it was a cape made of the scales of a world serpent, and he exclaimed in shock, is he serious? This is the first time he touches something so valuable. MC asked, what's the use of it? He won't be able to unlock it anyway. Because of this, Marchan became very upset and asked if he can't do anything with it at all. The dwarf answered him that probably only his teacher can handle his request, and he thought that this cape is so heavy, it becomes useful only after unlocking. Until then he can't wear it. It seems this gift is much more valuable than he thought. He asked, will he be able to find someone who can take on this order? He answered him that he knows a couple of craftsmen who will be interested in this offer, and he will talk to them. But there is one more thing. Minchiol handed him a dagger and said that he wants him to make 10 of them. Marchan perked up a bit and remarked that this dagger was so interesting. Its shape and center of gravity were simply something else. Was it meant for throwing? MC confirmed this, and he asked if he wanted to use it as a consumable. He replied that he planned to tie strong threads to the dagger's handles so he could pull them to himself, and Marchan examined the blade carefully, saying that in that case, he recommended using Arachne's threads. Minchiol thought that the triple hidden blade technique was an art requiring the use of 10 daggers, so it would be better to collect the whole set. At that moment, Marchan received a call from the person building the training ground, and he was distracted from examining the dagger, while MC returned to Ellie and Fenrir. After speaking with the person, Marchan excitedly called out to Minchul and said that he was asked about the magic circle drawn on the training ground. As soon as his business partner saw this, she also became eager to meet him. MC noticed that she had taste. However, why would she need it? He answered that she wanted to buy the formula for this magic circle, and his gaze immediately became interested. Soon, the head of the Linswood construction company arrived here. She happily burst into the office, handed Minchul her business card, and, calling him a giant, told him to hear her name. She is Haran Linswood. MC introduced himself to her in response, and Marchan said that she founded her company because she did not want to work for the Interstellar Union. She sternly said that there was no need to tell such unnecessary details, and Minchul thought, is she a gnome? She has a very interesting manner of speech. Gnomes are a race that specializes in creating objects, just like dwarves. However, there's one small difference between them. Dwarves are engineers by nature, while gnomes are more scientists. Haran looked at him with admiring eyes and asked if he had drawn that magic circle. He confirmed it, and she said that no one on Earth possessed the knowledge for such a thing. This magic circle consists of 18 equal words, but if you look closely, you can see runes that are used only by celestial beings. He realized that she was interested in how he, a human, could use runes known only to angels and demons. He asked her what she thought the circle was for, and she answered that all the runes were drawn on one side of the circle. It was a formula for concentrating mana. In other words, the circle collects the surrounding mana. MC smiled and said that he was impressed. Now he understood why Marchan works with her. She proudly raised her head and said that she was 10 times better than that bearded guy, and she wanted him to teach her the celestial runes. He immediately refused, since she would not be able to learn them through lessons with a teacher. To control runes, one must have a predisposition on a spiritual level. She asked, what about him? He was human. He thought that the language of celestial runes was a special power that only spiritually developed beings could use, and even if he agreed, she would hardly be able to control this power. But he liked people who knew their business. He took out his sword and imbued it with an aura, which made them both nervous, and he thought that finding celestial runes among 18 ordinary runes was an extremely impressive result. Besides, she was very dedicated to her cause, since she immediately ran here as soon as she saw the celestial runes. She had already managed to fear that he wanted to kill her because she found out that he was not human, and when he approached her, she screamed loudly in fear and burst into tears. But he simply walked past her and drew a magic circle. After that, he asked her to pass mana through it, and she, still not having recovered from her fright, approached it and said that the dwarves were too weak, so they were ready to do whatever they were ordered. At that moment, a cloud of smoke hit her in the face, which quickly filled the room. They were all worried, since they could not see anything, and Minchul thought that it was a trap of 6 formations, a technique passed down from generation to generation of one of the most famous families of the continent of martial arts, the Chagall family. This trap is capable of turning off the senses as if they did not exist. Now they only lost their sight, but over time, all 5 senses will be paralyzed. He decided to erase the circle before this happened, and their sight returned. MC approached Haran and asked if she could tell him how this circle worked. She told him that, unfortunately, she could not do this, and he told her that it was a trap. She asked why he showed her this technique, and he smirked, thinking that she reminded him of his younger self. He used to be willing to do anything to become stronger, so he knows how to handle someone like her, and he will fulfill her wish. If she can't learn the celestial runes he will simply have to teach her something else. He told her that he wants her to help him. Dwarves are a race that lives in peace and harmony, thanks to their exceptional knowledge of magic. In exchange for a peaceful existence, they gave up their ambitions. But Haran Linswood was different. She gravitated toward new knowledge and material wealth, so the other dwarves considered her an eccentric. Life on her home planet could not satisfy her curiosity and thirst for money. Using her exceptional knowledge of magical artifacts, she was able to get a job in the Interstellar Union. There she met Marchan, with whom she successfully completed a major project. Working for the Interstellar Union, she earned a lot of money and achieved recognition, but her ambitions were still unsatisfied. One day, a distant dimension stirred her like the sea during a storm. It was the site of a testing tower built to resolve the conflict between Elysium and Pandemonium, a neutral zone that suited both sides. It saw this as an opportunity, and Earth attracted her. Never one to run from a challenge, she trusted her intuition and left the Interstellar Union. She soon realized that Earth was significantly behind in technological development, so finding herself among humans, she opened her own company with the money she earned during her time working for the Interstellar Union. She used her knowledge of magic and applied it to the construction industry. This significantly sped up the construction process, and the use of magic circles also allowed people to experience all the delights of magic. Thanks to this, her business became successful, but Haran realized she had reached her limit when she acquired competitors, such as the rapidly developing Interstellar Union. At some point, while working with Marchan, she discovered an incredible magic circle, so she immediately wanted to meet its creator, eager to learn the runic language. But, unexpectedly, she received an extremely tempting offer from that person, a trap circle. Haran, possessing vast knowledge of magical artifacts, was faced with a technology that was beyond her comprehension, and she had no reason to refuse Minchiel. They shook hands, and she thought that, if she learned this, she could significantly outpace her competitors. After this, MC signed a contract with her. Now he wouldn't have to worry about money. The first condition was a fee. He will teach her how to use the trap circle, described only in legends, and in exchange, she will pay him a fee for each construction project using this technique. He is the only one who knows how to use the trap circle. The martial arts continent did not last long. The inhabitants of that world were skilled in the use of internal energy, but they were unable to achieve success in other fields. Moreover, they practically did not interact with the inhabitants of other dimensions. The fact that he was able to visit this place is a true miracle. It would be a good idea to use trap circles in construction. They are as effective as magic, but they work on a completely different principle. The second condition is confidentiality. She is forbidden to reveal his true identity. The larger the Linswood construction company becomes, the richer he will become. If it goes bankrupt, he will lose nothing. Marchen at this time asked Heron if she needed investors, and she asked if he was the one who tried to stop her when she quit her job at the Interstellar Union. Besides, if she agreed, the union would start interfering with her work, so she would refuse. He said that back then he thought she had left the union without thinking. He would be the one investing, not the union. And in that case, Haran agreed, and they shook hands in honor of their collaboration. Minchiel thought that in the past he had met a couple of people with fire in their eyes. Just like hers, she was confidently moving towards her goal, and it was her ambition that would force her to rise from her knees every time until she achieved it. These were the eyes of a person who was going after her dream, no matter what, and he simply gently pushed her forward. After that, he got up from the couch and told her that the contract was signed, everything was fine. She immediately turned to him and, her eyes shining with anticipation, asked him to teach her how to use the trap circle as quickly as possible. She wanted to learn it right now. He told her that they would do it after the auction was over, and she exclaimed indignantly, "Why wait so long?" He took Fenrir and left, saying that he needed to sort out something. He had one more very important matter, namely, training in Ancient Celestia's techniques. He came to the training hall, sat in the center of the circle, and got down to business. He spent a lot of money on the training ground, but in fact, he never used it for its intended purpose. Not that it was completely useless. In the end, he found Fenrir. The absorbed energy is only a small part of what he can actually use. If he doesn't pull himself together, he won't be able to know when the stone is empty. There are 10 days left until the auction. If he can process the stone's energy using Ancient Celestia's techniques and absorb it, then the microcosm inside his head will approach perfection. 10 days later, his training continued. He opened the status window and saw that his stats had more than doubled compared to last month. Now he could even compete with A-rank hunters. He stood up and immediately stretched, since sitting in the lotus position for 10 whole days was quite tiring. He thought that Ancient Celestia's techniques and holy fire used chaos energy, so theoretically, he could fight 2 or 3 A-rank hunters at the same time without any problems. It was a pity, of course, that he hadn't been able to increase his level much. He thought it was high time to do it. Fenrir approached him and noticed that his aura had become much stronger, and he asked if he could feel it. He confirmed this and said that maybe it wasn't obvious, but he had a dog's sense of smell. MC noted that he was literally a dog and noticed that Fenrir's stats were still limited. He thought that after a while they would return to normal, but nothing happened, so he needed to find a way to remove the restrictions. He stroked his head and he said irritably that it stunk, but he continued to stroke him and thought that of course he was so strong, but he wanted to return him to his former glory as a god-eater. Fenrir exclaimed that he was serious. Let him take a bath first, and then stroke him. Minchiel was distracted from his thoughts and headed for the exit, saying that he would have to take a shower anyway since he was going to participate in the auction. Dressed more formally, he went to the meeting place and began to wait. At one point, he said that he thought of something. Why should he be met, not at the auction venue? Ellie came for him. She was also dressed up. He was surprised by her and asked why she was here. Doesn't she have anything to do? Did she go to a beauty salon? She winked at him and said that she was here to meet their dear client, and Fenrir exclaimed that she was so beautiful. MC agreed with him. She looked beyond praise, completely different from usual. Seeing what he was wearing, Ellie exclaimed, "He wasn't going to go to the auction in this, was he?" He asked puzzledly. Was something wrong? He thought it was quite formal attire. She grabbed his hand and told him to follow her. Some of the most famous people in the world would be participating in the auction, so he couldn't go in this. She led him inside the building and exclaimed that she wouldn't allow anyone to look down on a business partner. Fenrir delightedly noted that she was so bossy, and Minchiel, perplexed, asked where he heard that. Ellie handed him over to 3 women and ordered them to fix him immediately. They immediately took out their tools with creepy smiles, and MC nervously asked them to wait. After all, he had never had any makeup done. When they finished, Ellie was delighted and said that this look suited him very well. Now he looked like a decent person. He asked if she meant that he looked ugly before. She answered him that, of course that was not true. He looked great without all that. He wondered when she had time to prepare the formal suit, since it fit him like a glove, to which she answered him that she specially adjusted the suit to his measurements in advance, just in case. He stared at her in surprise and thought that he never told her his sizes. Did she really know them just by looking at him? After that, she ran to the exit and said that she had to go. He was surprised because he thought that they would go together, and she said that she was very busy. To be honest, she barely managed to find time to meet him. Looking after her, he thought that it was not surprising. After all, the auction was organized by the Union branch in Yongsan. Being a direct subordinate of Marchan, she should be very busy. But before she left, he called out to her and said that she looked great in that dress. She grinned and asked what had come over him. She looks great in any clothes. After that, she said goodbye to him and ran off. And he thought that she really looked different in that dress. After that, they went to the auction venue. He entered a spacious hall, looked around and noticed that it looked more like some kind of banquet. Fenrir noticed with surprise that a lot of people had gathered there, and his master asked him not to cause them any trouble. He got angry and asked who he took him for. He replied that he took him for Pingu, and thought that so many famous people had gathered there. Actors, politicians, and so on. Fenrir got angry and asked him not to call him by that stupid name. He himself was a god-eater. He didn't let him finish and asked him to shut up, and at that moment, a woman's enthusiastic voice was heard behind them, asking who that cute dog was. Minchol turned around and saw a woman he didn't know. She immediately approached him and handed him her business card, saying that her name was Cheonjeon. He introduced himself to her in response, and immediately had a feeling that he had seen her somewhere before. He glanced at her business card and remembered that she was the head of the Divine Guild, one of the 3 largest guilds in all of Korea. This guild is directly subordinate to the largest corporation in the country, Divine Group. She is the youngest daughter of the head of Divine Group, Cheon Yusung, and also the founder of the Divine Guild. And now she is standing right in front of him. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he didn't even recognize her at first. And she laughed, asking if that was true, but now he recognized her. He confirmed it and thought that Divine Group is, of course, influential, but only in Korea. There are several corporations in the world that have more authority than her, and yet he has no reason to be rude to her. He has nothing to worry about. After all, he crushed Hwarang, the largest guild in Korea. Jiyeon said that in fact, they had long wanted to invite him to the guild, and now she finally had the chance to meet him. She called him several times, but to no avail. He looked at her confused because he didn't remember anything like that, and she clarified that she called him right after he passed the exam. And then he remembered the notifications for 300 missed calls and 500 messages. His phone was ringing off the hook, so he didn't pay much attention to it. People probably thought he was ignoring them. So, because of this, he felt awkward. He decided to say goodbye to her and quickly leave, but she said that she thought it would be better for him to stay a little longer. She advised him to look around. He did so and saw that so many people had gathered there, and he didn't even notice. They were all looking at them. He didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. Did they all come to talk to him? Jian said that it seemed like he didn't quite understand what was going on. Right now, he was considered a real storm petrel. He outshone all the other participants with his performance, and he also won first place, despite the fact that members of Korea's largest guilds were participating in the exam. He wreaked havoc on the entire hunter community. He told her he wasn't going to join a guild, and she said she knew it, so she didn't offer him anything like that. But she couldn't vouch for the others. He asked her why she started this conversation then, and she told him that she wanted to build a friendly relationship with him. He wondered if it was all because he won first place in the exam, but that seemed like a weak reason. Jian said that, to be honest, she had seen a video of his fight with the Blue Guard, and as soon as she saw it, she immediately knew he would become the strongest hunter in Korea. He swallowed nervously and thought about how he had been a rookie back then, just starting to learn martial arts. Did she really see his potential and draw conclusions after watching that video? She's far from an ordinary person. She smiled and said that she wanted to become friends with Korea's strongest hunter. In her opinion, that was a worthy reason, but Mincheol said she was wrong. She would become Korea's strongest hunter, and he would be the best hunter in the world. She thought for a second, then chuckled, and he asked with a grin, "She's not laughing at him, is she?" She told him that of course not, in which case she wanted to become friends with the best hunter in the world. Looking at her, he noticed that she had excellent intuition. In her gaze, he saw firm self-confidence and pride in her strength. There was no fear or false flattery in her words. The loudspeakers hissed. The organizer informed the guests that the auction would soon begin, and one of the security guards immediately approached Jiyeon to escort her to the VIP box. She said goodbye to Mincheol, hoping that they would see each other again, and followed the guard. Fenrir delightedly said that she was very beautiful, just like Ellie, and the MC asked, "Is that so important?" He replied that words and actions are 2 different things. He is always surrounded by so many beautiful women. He is a real womanizer, just like his father. These words slightly angered him, and he decided to punish him by depriving him of meat for 2 weeks, which greatly upset Fenrir and immediately began to apologize. After that, they headed to the hall where the auction would take place. He showed the guards his invitation They checked his identity with a scanner, and he noted that there was such strict security here. While they were checking Fenrir, he approached the table, and the guard told him that he must put on a mask before entering the hall. He carefully examined the table and thought that the Interstellar Union had tried hard to organize this auction. One interesting mask, a bald lion, caught his eye, and he immediately settled on it. As soon as he put it on, the system informed him that an illusion of a lion was cast on him. Having put the mask on Fenrir, he entered the auction room and asked, why did he need it? He didn't like such tight things. He answered that if he didn't wear a mask, everyone would immediately recognize his identity. As he walked to his seat, he thought that since his entire image was hidden behind an illusion, he didn't need to worry about his privacy. And why did they even do makeup on him? This mask reminded him of the person in charge of training in the tower. He remembered that he had given him the key that could open the treasury on the 3rd floor and took his seat. Fenrir noticed there were so many people there, and when a dwarf took the stage, the auction began. Marchan greeted everyone and said he was the head of the Yongsun branch of the Interstellar Union and wanted to thank everyone for taking the time to attend their modest auction. Minchial burst out laughing and wondered why he looked so nervous. Fenrir asked if they had come to watch an insecure dwarf try to overcome stage fright. He answered that of course not, and then Marchan left the stage, scratching his head in confusion. He was sure Minchial was laughing at him. Ellie took his place, thanking everyone for waiting and saying the auction was about to begin. Fenrir remarked that she was so beautiful, and MC lightly hit him on the head, saying they weren't allowed to talk until the auction was over. After that, he used his eyes of truth and thought he had seen the list of items long before the auction began. The list includes a rare rank Guardian's bracelet, a nameless blade, and a cockatrice egg. But there's nothing he could possibly need among all of them. They're just junk. Marchan crafted items are far superior. He thought it would be much more profitable to order equipment from Marchan than to buy it here. Then Ellie presented them with another item, an unknown fragment, a mythical item dropped by a B-rank gate boss. Minchial immediately saw that it was a legendary rank drank key. Without the eyes of truth, no one would be able to discern the key's true value, so it was unlikely anyone would want to buy it. He immediately placed a bid, and Ellie said that the key had been sold to guest number 55, the only one who had placed a bid. Now it was time to sell 10 kilograms of mithril and 5 kilograms of orichalcum. MC thought that this was the main course. The ore needed to upgrade the Dark Star. After that, guest number 79 raised the bid by 10%. And guest number 101 offered 50% more. Number 32 raised his bet by another 10%. And Minchial raised his hand and thought, why beat around the bush? He'll offer twice as much. Ellie immediately exclaimed that guest number 55 had doubled his bet. Guest number 79 raised his bet by 10%. MC looked at him and thought, who is this blue dog? Is he challenging him? He raised his hand again, increasing his bet, and the blue dog raised his bet by another 10%. Minchial began to get annoyed. He increased his bet by 1.5 times, and number 79 added another 10%. Ellie delightedly exclaimed that the current bet was $13 million. MC wondered if she was being too happy about his empty wallet. Remembering Varys, he decided to use a blank check and raised his bet by 10%. The blue dog meanwhile sighed in disappointment, and Ellie, having counted to 1, announced that the lot was sold to guest number 55. Minchial smiled maliciously and thought that this dog should have given up much earlier. Guest number 79 turned to him and measured him with some kind of dissatisfied look. When the auction was over, he went out to the banquet hall and thought that he bought all the items he needed, so the auction could be considered a success. It reminded him of the times when he got his hands on everything he wanted. The auction was fun, but now he would like to collect his purchases. But he was interrupted by an American named Alfred Graf. He excitedly asked him to wait and asked if he had some time. MC wondered, who is this? Have they met before? He refused him, citing business, but the guy smiled and said that he needed the mithril and orichalcum, which he bought. He immediately turned to him, not understanding how he knew that it was he who bought them, and asked what he said. Alfred answered him that he knew everything. He bought mithril and orichalcum. He thought, is this really the guy in the dog mask? He asked, so he is that blue dog? He confirmed it, adding that he loves dogs, and he aggressively said that he does not care what he loves. He thought it was still strange. There was illusion magic cast on the mask. Even his eyes of truth could not penetrate it. Who is he, since he could see his name through the mask? He used the eyes of truth on him and saw that his name was Taniel. He is a 450-year-old angel, and his skills included Black Baptism S rank. He looked at him in bewilderment and thought, why is he here? After that, they went to a secluded place for conversation, namely the helipad. They talked for a while, and Minchial asked, so in a month he will have $20 million, so he wants to buy back the mithril and orichalcum with that money? He confirmed it and said that the two of them will get along well. In a month, he will be incredibly rich. MC thought about it. His main goal is to get mithril and orichalcum. But why did he need these metals so urgently? And where did he get the Black Baptism? He feels the same energy from it as from Verde, but does not see the mark of the fallen. Most likely, he is still an angel. He is sure of one thing, someone is behind him. First, he decided to try to find out his motives and, since he was speaking in a mixture of English and Korean all this time, he asked if he could use translation magic. This manner of speech is starting to irritate him. He smiled awkwardly and told him that he does not know how to use it, and he asked, "Is this true? Isn't this a basic spell for angels?" Alfred immediately froze in place, his entire body blazing with divine light, and when he completed his transformation into an angel, he cautiously asked how he knew his true identity. Fenrir looked at him and asked his master, "Will they fight?" He answered that this was not the case. He had many questions, so he needed him alive. In his thoughts, he irritably called the angel an arrogant idiot with chicken wings. In the past, he would have already cut off his head, but after reincarnation, he became much kinder. That's why he forgives his arrogance. He called him a fool and told him to look at him more closely, after which he used 100 units of divine energy and thought that holy fire gives life and drives away all ailments. If he really is an angel, he should acknowledge its authority. As soon as the holy fire activated, Minchiol called him a young child and asked, didn't he recognize him? Alfred, sensing his majestic aura, trembled in awe before such a supreme being. He immediately bowed his head before him as much as possible, and called him Michael, saying that he was glad to welcome him, one of the 7 most powerful angels. MC snapped his fingers, calming the holy fire, and thought that he didn't even have time to say anything to him. He asked him to first calm his energy and raise his head, but he refused to do the latter, since he had no right to talk to him face to face. Minchiol remained silent and thought that this is why he hated angels. No adaptability. He called out to him and asked, perhaps he was wondering how he ended up in this world. Alfred knelt before him, and still not daring to look at him, exclaimed that this was not true at all. How could he, a lower being, dare to be interested in this? MC ordered him to shut up and listen to him. The truth is that infidels have infiltrated Elysium. He immediately looked up at him in surprise and continued, saying that the proof of this was his Baptist energy. This made Alfred very nervous. He bowed his head to him again and asked for his forgiveness. He followed the instructions of his superiors, so he doesn't know anything about baptism. He asked who gave him the black baptism and sent him to Earth. He answered that it was one of the pillars, Adel, and Minchiol thought that he had never heard of him. No wonder, he is an insignificant 6th rank. He asked why he came here, and he told him that he heard that a ritual would be held in America. That's why he needed mithril and orichalcum. MC touched his chin in confusion and thought, dark elves and angels perform some kind of rituals? That's suspicious. This is too much work for a 6th rank angel. The one behind all this must be at least a monarch in Pandemonium. However, this guy knows nothing. Like Verde, Taniel is just a pawn. The puppeteer commands him from the shadows, and to draw him out, he needs to lure Taniel to his side. Minchiol touched his head and said that he was still innocent, after which he blessed him with holy fire, and said that when trouble comes, people appear who try to corner the lamb. Feeling the warmth, Taniel burst into tears and thought that he was forgiving his sins. He looked up at him in awe, and MC patted him on the back, saying that he had a task for him. He promised him to do everything in his power, and he said that he would be his undercover agent. We'll get out. Until now, he had acted alone, but today, he had met someone he could finally trust. That's how Taniel became his undercover agent. Before leaving, Taniel waved happily and exclaimed that even if his body was covered in fire, he would follow his orders. He would do everything to justify his trust. Minchiol thought that thanks to Taniel's trust, he was able to roughly understand the situation, which is why he had tasked him with finding out the details of the ritual, and he thought he could handle it. Whoever was behind this, they wouldn't allow them to run wild on Earth. He didn't care if such agents existed in Elysium, but acting like an angel was a shame. He smiled maliciously as he told Fenrir that they were going to pick up the groceries, and he silently noted that he was definitely not an angel. When Minchiol came to Marchin, he handed him all the purchased items, and noted with a smile that it seemed like he got everything he wanted. He responded by telling him that he was probably only helping him to fill his wallet, and he said that he was offending him. Looking at what he paid with, he asked what kind of blank check was this. Where did he get it? He told him that it was a secret, and he asked if this was really Varasilin's signature. He thought this would cover all his debts. He asked irritably, was he eager to go to the next world? The dwarf said that he was just joking, and MC asked, he received the money, so this medal is now his, right? He confirmed it, and Minchiol, touching the black star of these medals with his glove, thought that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He commanded the gauntlet to absorb everything, and all the energy from the metal immediately began to flow out. Marchin, who didn't understand what he was doing, became very agitated. MC smirked and told him to just watch it and he would understand everything. He thought that the black star seemed very hungry. It was so greedily absorbing metals. Fenrir was also quite the gourmet, but the black star was not so picky. Because of this, he gave a whole bunch of money. When the absorption was finished, the dwarf's eyes widened in surprise, all the metals disappeared in an instant. Minchiol, meanwhile, looked at the gauntlet with a smirk, glad that he had unlocked the second level. This is an all-powerful weapon created from the essence of a dying star. It is possible to recreate various legends and tales. The user can change the weapon's appearance at will, and two weapons can also be used simultaneously. If the appearance changes, the user's stats are adjusted to the unique ability. This artifact cannot be destroyed. He thought that if he could only recreate weapons from his memories, then all he had to do was hone his skills with them. The second level only elevated Black Star to unique rank, but that was enough. As long as he could create weapons for every martial art, his strength